All right, so at this time, we are welcoming author, podcast, businesswoman, coach, podcast influencer, Coach Tina Ramsey.
What up, family? CTR Media Network. Yeah. Best in the biz. Yeah. Join the team. CTR is who we are, the media network, that's the best by far. Whether you listen at your home, at your job, in your car, come get the information that's needed above par. Never lasting, motivational podcasting, giving you the answers to the questions that you're asking. Serious talks and topics, how to come up and profit, how to better yourself, your health is here, we got it. Reaching 350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like-minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network, start the show. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR is who we are, the media network, that's the best by far, you know. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. Yourself, your health is here, we got it. Reaching 350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like-minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network, start the show. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR is who we are, the media network, that's the best by far, you know. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network.
Thank you so much, CTR Media Network, Dr. Tina Ramsey, along with the staff of CTR Media Network and all of the podcasters that have programs featured on CTR Media Network. I'm Kim Jacobs, the host of The Kim Jacobs Show, and we're bringing balance to the world one household at a time. It is such an honor and a privilege to be able to be associated with Dr. Tina Ramsey and her program with CTR Media Network. They go over and beyond the call of duty and do exceptionally well when it comes to the podcasters. I'm saying things that are like, ooh, mind-blowing. They are exceeding our expectations, and I cannot be more grateful and more thankful. So I just wanted to take a moment to say thank you for all of your professionalism, your consideration, going the extra mile to make sure that your podcasters have what we need to be able to have a thriving program and to get exposed to over 350 million households, 46 countries. I am excited to be a part of CTR Media Network, and I don't take it for granted. Thank you, Dr. Tina Ramsey, for all that you do. God bless you.
Hello, everybody. How are you doing? I am Dr. Tina J. Ramsey, the host of the CTR Media Network live stream. Streaming from Columbia, South Carolina. That is where our headquarters lie, in Columbia, South Carolina. I know that you hear the country twang in my voice. Now I love it. I embrace it because it makes me uniquely me. On that note, we're so super duper excited to be sharing with you some of our amazing podcasters today on CTR Media Network live stream. Of course, we at CTR Media Network, we strive 24/7. Yeah, we stream 24/7, 7 days a week. So no matter what part of the world that you're on, you will be able to see some of our amazing shows. We also have some content creators that actually have their own channel with all of their content on it. So for those of you who like to binge watch information, hey, you can do it here at CTR Media Network. We also encourage you to go to CTR Media Network and go click the online TV feature, and you can also watch all of our shows and different shows that we're not currently airing during the live stream on our website. Again, 24/7, 7 days a week. You can click on the various different channels to see the lineup of the shows that are happening so that you can plan your day around the episode that you want to see. Want to give a shout out to our new podcast graduate as well as podcaster all the way from Dubai. Yes, baby, we are international. And I can't wait for you guys to hear this first episode with Professor Shirley Louis with her show that is going to be entitled Conversations with Shirley. She is all the way over in Dubai, spreading the information, spreading the love and insight. This young lady is really going to be here to help all of you in regards to education and educators who want to transition to the entrepreneurship realm, and also sharing food for thought of how you can help your children be successful. She is a real professor. So this is part of our education initiative, bringing in people, not just within the United States, but all over the world. For those of you who are just tuning in, we have another new podcaster that joined CTR Media Network within the last couple of weeks or so. This is Miss Rapid Release, Shamaya Woodard, and she is going to be talking about different things in regards to our children, incarceration. She is a South Carolinian bail bondsman, along with being a notary and a variety of other different things. She is an up and coming author as well. So make sure that you tune in, especially if you want to know about the law dealing with bail bondsmen. And also she is going to be sharing so many great insightful information. Next up, we have KB. Yes, KB from KBBU Business University, Michelle Green. Now, let me tell you, this school is the real deal. This university, hunty, you have to come ready and come correct when you go to her school. But they have an amazing staff, and she is an amazing leader and instructor at KBBU University. They really care about their students, not only as a collective, but most importantly on an individual um, on an individual level. And so you will be seeing so many amazing, she build businesses. Yes, she is the builder of businesses. So you will see a lot of businesses that come through that you can connect with through her podcast, through her information that's going to be on KBBU University podcast, or we could say KB Michelle Green, and she'll be sharing some other things as well with you in regards to kingdom building and all of the great stuff in between. Today is Saturday. I hope that you're enjoying your time off of work. But you know, if you're an entrepreneur, you work 7 days a week. So I hope that you are enjoying yourself on today. Make sure that you take some time. Make sure that you take some time to kick back and enjoy yourself, smell the roses, do something that you like, even if it's for just 15, 20 minutes of the day. for all of you right now, CTR Media Network is accepting new podcasters and content creators. We're even allowing individuals who do not want to start their own podcast, but would like to co-host on other podcasts. We have some podcast shows where you can actually become a co-host, and you will receive the training, and we will engineer the show for you. What does that mean? That means that we'll have a member of our staff or someone that will be running your show. So the only thing you have to do is show up and be part of our membership program. Be a part of our membership program. Right now we have a sales and special pricing. So you will not, everything's pretty much split in half in regards to the engineering and all of that. So make sure that you check that out, and we can see that you qualify to be a co-host on our shows. For those of you who are entrepreneurs, business owners, coaches, and all that good stuff like that, you want to be a guest on any of our podcasts and shows, just simply go to ctrmedianetwork.com and click the contact us feature so that we can get you booked today. And we can also get you booked on not only shows on CTR Media Network, but shows outside of CTR Media Network, extending your visibility and also expanding your market share. Yes, make sure to go to our YouTube channel, because we have the CTR Media Network University, where we talk about podcasting tips and strategies, videos, and you'll be able to watch. Yes, you'll be able to watch for free on this. Okay, you'll be able to watch our podcasters, as well as some of our short, bite-sized, 10 minutes or less podcast tips and strategies, things to kind of kickstart you, to help you think in regards to podcasting. We're actually going to be putting some more videos out there for the general public, because we are community driven, community love first. And so we will always have some type of extension of our paid services that is for free, to keep making that positive impact. For those of you who do not know what's going on, this is a CTR Media Network live stream. We stream 7 days a week, 24/7. We have online TV, Roku TV. We're on all major podcasting platforms, as well as radio. You will see us within the pages of magazines as well as blogs. So if you would like to be a part of this movement, just simply go to CTR Media Network, .com. Join today. And so what we're going to do, we're going to have a commercial break, because if you want to start your podcast and you're that independent thinking, you say, well, I want to do it, but I want to do it by myself. Well, we make it available. So you can go to, just watch the video, and then we'll come back with one of our shows, and you'll enjoy the broadcasting. Again, if you would like to have commercial slots, reach out, because now we are featuring multiple businesses. You don't have to be interviewed. We can actually showcase your business through commercial placements. And if you do not have a video commercial, we can create or read your commercial live, yes, and drop your information so that people can get in contact with you. So there are no excuses why you are not sharing and showing your business. Even if you're uncomfortable, we will do it for you. We love what we do here at CTR Media Network. We're setting a new standard of podcasting, and we are just excited and ecstatic about everything that's happening. Oh, I forgot to tell you, make sure to download our CTR Media Network app on Roku TV so that you can watch some of our shows. We're about to have some new shows that we're going to put, some new episodes, and make sure to go to CTR Media Network. And when our website prompts you to join our app right now. Admission on our app is absolutely free. So you have no excuses. In 2024, we're going to be rolling out some different things that you do want to be in the know of. On that note, we're going to have a couple commercials from our couple commercials and a sponsor commercial, and then we will connect you with our amazing podcaster and our show that is currently airing on our CTR Media Network live stream. So make sure to go to ctrmedianetwork.com and enjoy that free TV programming. We made it free for you so that you can walk into your purpose and so that you can grow. So please utilize it. We're one of the only networks that is allowing our content creators information to be streamed all over for free to the general public, because we want to really help you, really help you walk into your best life for 2024 and beyond. I am Dr. Tina J. Ramsey. Remember, everything that you need, you already have inside of you. Remember that your success is on the other side of the one thing that you do not want to do. Figure out what that one thing is and just go do the thing, okay? Talk to you later. Have a great day. Bye.
Listen, if anybody's interested in getting into podcasting, grab this book. Go on Amazon, grab this book. It goes with me almost everywhere. This book has like a workbook. It has places you can fill it in. It tells you how to monetize your podcast. It tells you how to set it up. It tells you about sponsorships. It even, listen, go on Amazon, get this book. And this is the Bible for podcasters. Listen, it was ranked #1 in podcasting books. Look right here. Best new podcasting book by Book Authority. Right there. Boom. And a little secret. Y'all, when you grab this book, I think it's page 43. There is a code on there. Listen, you can get access to her class, her course. Get her course. It's worth hundreds of dollars. But this book is it's less than $50. Grab this book on Amazon. I'm telling you, I carry it everywhere. She is the best. Grab this book on Amazon.
Join the She Trucking Foundation today and be a part of a supportive community of women in the trucking industry. Unlock exclusive access to valuable resources, including mentorship, educational workshops, and networking opportunities. Whether you're an experienced professional or just starting your trucking journey, She Trucking is here to empower you and help you thrive. Visit www.shetrucking.com to join us and drive your trucking career to new heights. The Homeschooling Interactive Magazine is a magazine that embraces and celebrates the entire homeschooling experience. Our magazine is different from all the rest because we provide beneficial information and assistance in homeschooling.
Have much, right? And it was because I feel like as kids we were sheltered. Like my parents, like they just made sure that we had everything, so we never experienced the without because they sheltered us from that, right?
Mm-hmm.
As I became an adult, and I had my own kids, I had my own share of financial problems. And I distinctly remember a time where my children were really young and my boys played travel basketball. I'm sorry, it was football. So they were on a little league football team. And we had traveled down to Miami, and I made a wrong turn on the way coming home, girl, and got on a turnpike and didn't have enough change to pay for the turnpike. And that was like devastating for me, right? So then as I matured, I became, in the tax industry, and I started working with a lot of clients in our community, so the urban community, and just saw that there was like a very big disconnect between us and money. So that led me on my journey to be not just passionate about helping people with their taxes, but figuring out a way that I can make a bigger impact in their lives so that we're not just waiting for January to come so that we can get a large amount of money that's going to be gone before the end of January.
I love. And also thank you for sharing your story. I think we have similar backgrounds. I didn't grow up with a silver spoon in my mouth, but my mother and father always have been very well with bringing. I'm having everything that I need, and also quite a bit of things that I wanted as well. But I never really understood the wealth discrepancy, and I realized after I got grown, after I had my children, after I got married, that, okay, we are in brackets in this thing called finances, okay? And I found myself in the bracket that I didn't want to be in because I'm thinking that we was somewhere else, right? And so you're right, especially in our community, the urban community, we don't talk about this type of stuff.
Right.
And so the fact that you're talking about this and you're making it such, you sharing your personal experience is making it more endearing, because nobody want to share their laundry if you're not sharing yours.
Right. That's true. That's true.
So the fact that you are sharing this and sharing your personal experience and also saying, hey, this was me, but now I have step A, step B, step C, and I'm willing to help you. Kudos to you for doing all of this, because we definitely need it. And when we think about financial empowerment and education, I see that you also deal with mortgages and stuff like that. So what we're going to do, we're going to take us a commercial break. We're going to talk a little bit more about this divide with the finances, that you took up this plight to help us with these finances, okay, that we need, especially in the now. We're going to take a commercial break, and we'll be back in a moment with the amazing Chantel Davis, who is helping us get our life together, baby, with these taxes and finances, okay? We'll be back in a moment. The Homeschooling Interactive Magazine is a magazine that embraces and celebrates the entire homeschooling experience. Our magazine is different from all the rest because we provide beneficial information and assistance in homeschooling, business, wellness, mental health, resources, and life. We encourage you to pick up a copy of our magazine today on Amazon.com by simply searching the Homeschooling Interactive Magazine. The Homeschooling Interactive Magazine is all about impacting the world through home-based learning, helping to de-stress the homeschooling experience. Get your copy from Amazon today.
Anybody that knows Tina, she's all about visibility, she's all about connection, and she's all about helping people create a source of income through monetization. And so again, Tina is just really good at what she does. If you've not connected with Tina, if you've seen her show or heard her podcast and you're thinking about connecting with her, I highly, highly, highly recommend it. As a result of my connections with Tina, she has helped me with recruitment of speakers for my upcoming event. She's also helped me to recruit several authors for a few of the book projects that I have had the opportunity to produce in this past year. And all in all, Tina's just a really great person, that she's genuine in helping entrepreneurs in reaching their goals. So again, if you have not connected with Tina, be sure that you do. The Tina Ramsay Show is definitely a great venue for you to connect with other entrepreneurs, to connect with other individuals that are going to be interested in your service or your project. This is Tiffany Bell. Again, you are watching and listening to the Tina Ramsay Show, and I look forward to being able to connect with you.
And just like that, we are back. And I come along with a friend whom you might ask, ooh, the amazing Chantel Davis. Okay, from the commercial break, before the commercial break, we was discussing about your journey and how you was in college and how you realized, wait a minute, we were poor. But I would like to give your mom and your dad their props, because even though you were poor, and most of us are, because I was too, most of us were, they was able to create such a nurturing, empowering environment that you guys didn't even know, like myself, didn't even know that we was on, that we was dealing with this until we got grown. So kudos to your parents. But also, I want to also push it forward to you becoming a young adult and going to college and realizing the financial disparity, and not just looking at it, but it takes a different kind of person to go in and make a solution to the problem.
Right.
And so that's what you did with making the solution to the problem. And I know that you mentioned that your why, okay, and why you do this, but could we just elaborate more on your why and why you decided that you wanted to empower people with financial education? Can you I want to just dive deeper into the what you mean and how this can shape our work and our message.
Okay. So my why is to I want to empower our community through financial education so that they can live the life of their dreams on their own terms. And I feel like and so the background behind that why is for a very long time, before I became, I'm gonna say, financially aware, I was living somebody else's life, right? I was living somebody else's dream. I was living on someone else's terms. And when I say that, so I had to get up and go to a job every single day that's not what I wanted to do, but I had to do it in order for me to be able to provide for my children. And then I had to work for a pay that I felt like I deserved way more than that. So based on that, and though, based on those restrictions alone, I wasn't able to live the life that I wanted to live. So I can remember when my children were young, my daughter said, like, Mommy, we always go on vacation, but we always go on vacation to Orlando. And it was always to that one particular spot because that was what we could afford based on, the finances that was coming in. So I wanted to show my children a different life. I wanted to show them a better life. So then we started traveling, right? Started making different decisions and becoming an entrepreneur. So I'm no longer subscribing to an ideology where someone else is getting rich based off of my muscle, that I'm going to go and I'm going to build wealth for my family in a way that if I was to leave today, my family has something, a legacy that they can continue. So everything that I do is really ingrained with based on experiences that I've had in my life. And I understand that everyone does not. So we didn't grow up with a lot, but the lot that we had was love. And that kept us together, right? But right now, in the economy that we're in, we need love and money.
Yeah, most definitely.
We need love and money. So I'm just really, really passionate about helping people get into the know of finances so that we can make better decisions.
You know what? That is powerful in itself because you're right. Being blessed enough to be in a loving family. But in the economy that we have now, you're right. We need more than just the love. We need the extra layer of protection, which is the finances,
Right.
and understanding once we have the money, what to do with the money, or another term they call it fiat currency, what to do with it in order for our money to have more than one use, so we can see the value coming back to us, not just going out and nothing coming back in. So making sound money decisions. And I love the term that you said, which was financial awareness. Okay. When you say financial awareness, because in my mind, when I think about financial awareness, I thought that's just a great way to describe it. It's a difference to know that finances exist, but to have the awareness of it makes you shift your life in a different direction. So
Right.
you say that your financial awareness is what propelled you to what you're doing now.
Yes. So for me, financial awareness is pretty much exactly what you just said. So there's a difference from knowing, about money, right? So I have a 3-year-old granddaughter and I had her today and there was money on one of the counters and she said, Gigi, I have money. I got dollar, right? So it's one thing to know that you have that, but it's something completely different to be aware of it, because now that I'm aware of it, how I spend is differently, right? I'm not going to go into, like, one of my habits where I stressed shop, right? So if I got stressed, if I was going through a stressful situation and it was like my mind was all over the place, I'm at the mall, right? But I wasn't aware then. So it really didn't make sense to me that every time I go to the mall and the money is already minimal, that I am basically robbing Peter to pay Paul. And I
Mm.
feel like for a very long time, because I heard that a lot growing up. A lot of people, like a lot of our families, like that was something that was said. So it became normal. It was regular for us to rob Peter to pay Paul. Right. But now that I'm financially aware, like that's not living.
No, no.
I can't live.
I 1000% agree with you. And that is one of those, I would call them idioms in English, where you say one thing, but it means something totally different. In the case of this, Robbie, you're not thinking about financial stability, And
Right.
so the fact that you use that analogy, which is so common, I mean, I heard it last week, okay? That's how common it is for everyone. And so the fact that you even start learning with your financial awareness, your stress cues, that if
Yes.
you're stressed, when I'm stressed, it causes me to do this, which is go to the mall and shop to try to forget whatever it is that's
Right.
stressing me out. But in hindsight, 2020, you're creating more of a problem because you have limited income, and then you go to the mall and everything in the mall is just higher. Just
Yes.
it's more expensive. And so you get that, what they call it, retail gratification. Then when you get home and you look at that bill, you be like, oh
Lord, yeah, what did I do? Regret, and then you start regretting. Because I know another thing that I used to do is I would just, like, if it was something I wanted to do, I would just do it, right? Because I wasn't really, I'm gonna say, wasn't really cognitive of the effects that it was going to have. Even though I knew the effects, I wasn't cognitive of how serious it was. But then what would happen is now you're regretting things, right? So even if it was taking my kids out to eat because I wanted to be able to, do that for them, but now when it's time to pay the car payment, I'm regretful that I took them out to eat. So it was like, once you become aware and you realize, like, that's really not a way to live, because now we're going to become resentful. And what I never want to do is be resentful of the things that I did for my children.
Oh, yes. And the fact that now, so these are some of the things that you help other individuals with, be able to figure all this stuff out and basically navigate this world of finances so that we can make more better decisions in regards to understanding how, I like to say, life be life. And sometimes when life is life and we do things that we may not necessarily plan to do, but is it smart to do? Is it smart to do? Wow, wow, wow. So I'm going to add it to my vocabulary. Financial awareness. Listen, do you have some financial awareness? You need to go talk with Chantel. So what we're going to do, we're going to take another commercial break from our sponsors. And when we come back, we're going to talk a little bit about something else, because you are so vocal, so confident, so bold in this realm that most people shy away from, which is finances and, Lord knows, taxes. Because in our community, we can get happy by January. Be like, where them dependents at?
Right.
Get excited. And you telling us we got to change our whole mindset over.
Yeah.
But I also know something that I think the audience would like to know a little bit, because you didn't let this stop you. And when we come back, we're going to talk about what that thing is. And it's going to give our people some motivation. So you guys, we're going to be right back after we take the commercial break from our sponsors. And we're going to get more into the conversation with Chantel. We'll be back in a moment. Join the She Trucking Foundation today and be a part of a supportive community of women in the trucking industry. Unlock exclusive access to valuable resources, including mentorship, educational workshops, and networking opportunities. Whether you're an experienced professional or just starting your trucking journey, She Trucking is here to empower you and help you thrive. Visit www.shetrucking.com to join us and drive your trucking career to new heights.
A really great experience on the Tina Ramsey show. I felt like she really asked some valuable questions that can help a lot of people, especially in regards to monetizing. And so the vibe was great. I honestly wouldn't mind coming back on again if she invite me. And I felt like the conversation just flowed. So I am super happy, and I can't wait for the show to air on every single platform out there. And thank you again.
CTR Media Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book us for your next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network podcasters today. To learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com. And just like that, we are back. But I come along, you know what I'm going to say, with a friend whom you might ask, the amazing Chantel Davis. And we are going to talk more about this financial awareness. And also, we're going to share a little bit, because I know sometimes y'all like a little tidbit about the guests that we have. And guess what? Little birdie told me that Chantel is an introvert.
Yes.
So how in the world you are doing something like finance education, taxes, mortgage strategies, where you have to deal with a lot of people, and you're an introvert? So, okay, wait. I just got to break this down. So you're an introvert entrepreneur, you're a tax strategist, and you encourage your clients and colleagues regularly. So how do you balance yourself being an introvert by nature, and also the demands of building relationships and networking in your field, which can be difficult and exhausting for an introvert? Why? Because I'm an introvert. Go ahead.
All above. So I am an introvert by nature. And I think that it's important. So something that I had to learn, right? So I think it's important that people understand what that actually means, because it doesn't mean that I'm shy, right? It doesn't mean that I'm antisocial. It does not mean that I don't know how to interact with people. What it really means is that my preference is to be somewhere alone, right? By myself, spending time with me. And it wasn't easy, because imagine being an introvert who likes to spend time with yourself, but not liking yourself, right? So once I grew into understanding who I was and understanding that everything that I do is purpose driven, it makes it very simple. It makes it very easy for me to go out and do what I do. Now, does that mean that I don't clam up sometimes? Because sometimes I get in environments, sometimes I get in rooms, and I am like a invisible person. Like, can you see me? Sometimes like it happens sometimes, but I have to remember that it's what I do is purpose driven. So it's not about me. It's about what has been instilled in me, what has been given to me to be able to help my community. Once I go through that cycle through my process, then I'm able to go out and boldly say that this is who I am and this is what I do. But what I can tell you is that it's a struggle daily.
Yes. And believe it or not, most people don't believe it, but it's the truth. I'm an introvert. I describe myself as an introvert with extrovert tendencies, which means that just like you, I'm purpose driven. I know why I'm here. I know who I am, and I am very passionate and also consistent about making sure I do what I'm put on this earth to do, because I know it's not about me. It's about the people who God aligned me in order to help. And so even though I get uncomfortable, I still push myself out there, because like you, I'm fine with me, myself, and I. I'm fine with it. Okay. And I'm an only child, which adds another layer onto it as well. So I'm used to being by myself. And although I love being with people, talking with people and stuff like that, but it can be very exhausting for a person who is an introvert, who is pushing themselves out of their comfort zone. Literally, I have to go recharge after every major event that I do if it's around a lot of people, because it's physically, emotionally draining. So the fact that I met a co-introvert that is very bold and confident like myself, but also realize, hey, now I like to decompress.
This is all for a little while, and then I got to go home.
Exactly. But the fact that you're doing something that is so much needed today, and you're pushing yourself out of your comfort zone for the bigger cause, for the bigger mission, it just stands as a testament of your character and who you are, because this is something that you did not have to do. You could have still worked for someone else,
Right.
fuel their own dreams, but you decided to take what you learned, your gifts, and be able to share them with other people so that they can make sound decisions with finances that we need so desperately now. So, Chantel, could you share some specific ways in which you can support us in these financial awareness and help fellow entrepreneurs, if you would say, navigate the complexities of taxes and financial planning to achieve their overall business goals?
So for me, what I do is I would say follow me on social media because I love giving out just free
Mhm.
advice, free information. I love informing the people. I feel like that there's a lot of misinformation that is circulating in these internet streets.
Mhm.
To where my goal is to make sure that I am providing the information. So I do no cost consultations, right? One time, a 15-minute, but like I will answer whatever questions that you have simply because I know that what I do is not easily or readily available in our community.
Mhm.
And when I'm saying our community and urban communities is not readily available. And people need the information that we have. Another thing that I do, another way that I support people who may not be able to meet me where I am as it relates to paying for my service is I have
Mhm.
a nonprofit organization called Living the Dream International. And one of the programs that we offer is um, financial empowerment through entrepreneurship, where through that program, we provide you with the information that you need in order to start, grow, and scale your business. So, really, the goal is to make sure that there's no reason why, if you come in contact with me or my organization, that you are not able to take your business to the next level.
Wow. So you are helping from a profit standpoint and from a nonprofit standpoint for individuals, along with you're doing part of your advocacy work. You are actually sharing out information on social media so that it can help people get the right information. And you're so correct today. We are so bombarded by so much content, so much information. Everybody is an expert nowadays, right? And maybe they just took one course and now they like, I'm an expert. No, you're not.
Yeah.
And so the fact that we're dealing with finance is something that can be so intricate and have
Mhm.
so many different layers, and having you be able to navigate this for us and be able to provide that needed assistance, whether you can meet your fee or go through the nonprofit way. Wow, you thought about everything, because with our community in general, we experience some being on the poverty line or below it, or they're trying to get 10 toes down to change their family trajectory for legacy. And so you're providing that avenue is very much needed. Do you provide any type of business accelerator strategy sessions, or and do you, if you do, is it for like a month or two? Because this finance thing can take more than just 30 days.
Absolutely. So we have in our business acceleration, so we have a business acceleration strategy session,
Hmm.
which is a one-off session, right? So it's an hour session where it's one off and where we basically give you a plan, right? So you tell us like what your goals are, you tell us what it is that you are wanting to do, what you're wanting to achieve, and together we're going to create the actual plan. So give you the actual blueprint of it. And then if you are interested in because so real life, right? There's times where someone can give you directions, and we're going to just use like a GPS. So I can give you directions, but if you don't have access to the GPS, are you going to be able to get there? right? So I can give you a map, right? But I only know one person in my entire life that was amazing at reading maps, and that was my uncle, and he's not with us anymore, right? Because most people, we didn't know how to read the almanac or whatever it was called.
Mhm.
So if you are needing the GPS, where we are going to be there with you for 6 months through our coaching program, then we also offer that as well. So it starts with that 1 hour session, just so that you can see, because what happens a lot of times is people just really aren't, a lot of, like, what I find out is we really don't know the depth or the severity of our situation, and because we are not aware of that, we don't know how to bring ourselves out of it. So sometimes just having that initial conversation. So the reason why we do the initial conversation is because you need to know how serious where you are is. I mean, where, I'm sorry, yeah, I'm gonna look at it. I'm sorry.
Me
You
too.
need to know how serious your situation is, and know like what is going to take in order for you to change your trajectory. And sometimes it's a blow to the gut, and people aren't ready to be committed. So I want to make the change, but I'm not committed to it right now. So now once you're committed to it, then you can go into our business growth program, where this is where we're going to take you through that process. And even though, and yes, it is a business growth program, but even if you don't have a business, one of the things that I'm very big on, two things. I mean, three things. So financial education is one, entrepreneurship is the second one, and ownership or property ownership, land ownership is the third one, because those are the three things combined that's going to help us build our wealth.
Mm-hmm. 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 And it's a big difference between being rich and being wealthy.
Wealthy. Oh, yes.
It's a big difference. And
And
go
I
ahead.
can attest to the fact, I'm sorry, I can attest to the fact that I have rich clients that live paycheck to paycheck.
Mm-hmm. 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 So it's a big difference. And if you don't know that difference, you thinking they're both the same, then
Yeah.
that's even more so why you need to connect with Chantel so she can explain to you what the difference is. Because once you start having this financial awareness, quote unquote, I love that what you use, financial awareness, you're gonna understand there's a big difference between wealth and rich.
Yes.
And once you understand that, and she's right, when you first have your finances explored, sometimes you don't even know what to ask for because you're not accustomed to seeing what needs to be seen. You're not thinking in that kind of mindset. And so when you have someone that is and walking you through, and when they walking you through, I need you to have an open mind. I need you to be just, yeah, it might hit you in the gut, like she said. But the best thing that I want you to understand is that you have someone walking you through. You don't have to do it alone. Most people, if they get the information, they have to go at it alone. And more than likely, they're not going to complete it. They're not going to do the things in order to, because you're going to get overwhelmed.
Right.
And so I would highly encourage anyone to get with individuals who gonna give you the truth, but also with the truth, be able to structure it and be able to come up with a strategy to help you see the light at the end of the tunnel and make sure that you get hit what you need to hit because they know what you need to do. This is not something that a person with no financial education need to be going in at alone.
Alone. Yes.
And why you would say that, Chantel? Because Lord knows that's something you don't need to do by yourself. I know from experience.
So I would say the number one reason is because when we do that, and you're going at it alone, you're going to miss something. You're going to make mistakes. And once you make a mistake, one of the things that we have a tendency of doing is beating ourselves up over things, right? And then once we start beating ourselves up over it, then we're going to eventually give up and we're going to stop going. So having someone like me on your side and on your team is, I'm not going to let you give up on yourself. I'm going to let you know what, you made a mistake. You know, you you slipped, you fell, but the thing is that we have the ability to get back up so that we can make whatever adjustments need to be made, because now we know that there needs to be an adjustment. So now we're able to make those adjustments so that we can move forward without feeling like that I can't mess up, or feeling like, that I can't make a mistake. So, okay, you started your budget and you didn't do the budget in month one. That is typical, right? But most of the times, because if you don't have the financial education, then you don't know that it's normal to give up on your budget in the first 10 days. That's regular, right? So with me by your side, when you come back the next month and you be like, I didn't follow that, and I'm going to say, okay, no problem. Let's create the next one. Right. And I'm going to keep encouraging you, because until it becomes a habit, we're probably not going to be successful at implementing it repeatedly.
That's true. I agree with you 100%. So, with all the information that you have been giving us, and we know that people can follow you on social media. So for those of you who want to follow her, which I know that you do, you go and check her out on that good old Facebook and them social media streets, Chantel Brown Davis, and you'll be able to get some information as well. But you also have a website, iamchantel.com. So on your website, is there a place where people can sign up to sign up for your coaching?
So on the website, there is a place for them to sign up for a consultation, and they can book a strategy session. And then from there, the team will send out information to them for you to fill out. And it's basically like an intake form, because we want to make sure two things: that you are a good fit for us and that we're a good fit for you. Because the one thing about what we do is you have to be ready to take that first step. So maybe you're not ready for the 6-month program, but you have to be ready to explore and take a really, really good look at what your finances look like in order for what we do to be effective.
So you guys make sure to hop on over to iamchantel.com. That's iamchantel.com. Let me spell it out for the ones listening in for the radio and the podcast. That is IAMCHANTELLE.com. Make sure to go check her out today. And make sure that you like, follow, share, and subscribe, and make sure that you follow her as well on everything that she is doing. If you are a person that's struggling with finances, or maybe you have never even thought about the possibility of getting your finance together, I would say, regardless if you are a business owner or not, you need to get your finance together, even if it's on a personal standpoint.
Right.
This is not something just isolated for entrepreneurs, although we as entrepreneurs, we have to make sure we have that together. But you can't go to your next destination if you don't know the directions on how to get there properly. Okay. Right. And if it's different little things like potholes along the way, you need to know how to maneuver.
Yes.
So that you can get to your destination. And so a financial strategist or advisor, a person who is dedicated to helping people be able to navigate this bumpy terrain successfully, will be able to help you do that. And Chantel, she has made it part of her life's work to make sure that you be able to have that access. Because many times we don't have the access. So now, for all you've been hoping, wishing, and praying, you having problems, you looking down at that invoice and all that other stuff, and you're like, what am I going to do? And then here's the interview for you.
Right. Right here. Right
so
here.
If there's anything else you would like to tell our peoples, our lovelies here at the Tina Ramsey Show, about any other thing that you have available, or anything that you want us to look out for?
So right now, I actually have two books or journals that are going to be dropping on Amazon within the next few days, or at least by next week. One of them, well, there's three really. So one of them is going to be it's called Every Penny Counts. So it is a 30-day journal for you to be able to track your expenses daily. And what we call that is basically creating a reverse budget. Because one of the things that I have found out in my experience is that a lot of times budgets are not effective because we really don't know where our money is going. So we don't know how to effectively budget for that. So the reverse budget journal is going to put you on track to track your finances over a 30-day period, where in there you're going to be able to jot down, and every penny counts, right? So I don't care if it was 50 cents at the 7-Eleven, you're going to jot that down so that we can see where you're spending your money at. Then every day you're going to do reflection. So you're going to reflect back on today's spending and what can you do. So what did you do happy spending? Or did you do sad spending, right? And sad spending is those things, like I said, when I would go to the mall, right? So that we can see where our money is going. And now we can effectively decide how we, what is going to be the most effective way for us to budget. And then the second set is going to be a his and her 12-month journal, where it's a guided journal, and it's I think it's man doing business, a man doing his business and savvy and successful. But it's a 12-month journal where you're going to be able to do weekly prompts. So and it's a guided journal. So it's weekly prompts that's going to take you through 12 different financial scenarios. So for 52 weeks, you're going to answer 12 different, you're going to answer weekly scenarios. So one may be talking about, getting started on a financial journey. Then it might be talking about budgeting. It even goes into talking about planning for your taxes. So when these come out and you start now, by the end of 2024, you should be well on your way to financial freedom, where you have the ability to live life on your own terms. Because again, that is my whole why, my whole reason. So as soon as those drop, again, hopefully by next week, they should be live on Amazon. I definitely will be posting that all over the social media streets. Because again, our goal is to provide with the resources that is necessary for our community to be able to effectively navigate our way to financial freedom.
Love it, love it, love it. And thank you so much for sharing. So again, for all of you listening in and watching, that's going to be watching later on Roku and watching all over the place, listen. And for the ones who just love to just listen to the sound, this Southern twang, I'm going to make sure that you can get this social media. Okay. So I want you to go on facebook.com/Chantel Brown Davis. That's CHANTELLEBROWNDAVIS. And for those of you who would like to just go ahead and just see everything she has to offer in one good old place, you go on over to her holding place, which is her website, baby. That is www.IamChantel.com, and that is spelled IamChantel.com. Make sure to go check her out today. Chantel, I would like to tell you, thank you so much for coming on and being a featured guest on the Tina Ramsey Show, sharing your expertise. And also, this is one of the few conversations I have had where you made financing fun. And so I can imagine what your strategy session is going to be like. Yes. So thank you so much for coming on. And we can't wait to see what you do in these social media streets, because we're going to be following you.
Yes. Come on, come on, come all.
All right. So everybody make sure to check her out. And Chantel, hold tight backstage and we'll be back with you in a moment. Okay.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, you guys, as you can see, Chantel is a woman at our own heart. She is taking things that finances, taxes, building true legacy, understanding what financial awareness is, and then making the tactical moves, being able to help you strategize your financial freedom that ultimately leads to your financial success, that leaves the legacy that we so desperately want to leave, not just for one generation, but for generations and generations to come. So make sure to check her out on all social media platforms. I want to just talk to my lovelies, okay, my lovelies of the Tina Ramsey Show. Listen, I know that it's not always easy for you, and I know that life be lifing, but I want you to know that if no one told you this today, that they love you and that you are special and that you are worthy, I want you to know that I love you and you are worthy. And thank you so much for being one of the best parts of the Tina Ramsey Show, being our supportive community of lovely. So make sure to check us out on all social media platforms, including the amazing CTR Media Network that helps us be able to get into all of your homes, 350 million worldwide. So make sure to check us out, and we will see you guys next week, same time. So until then, I want you to do what? I want you to keep smiling. Thank you for tuning in to the Tina Ramsey Show and podcast, and we'll see you same time, same place next week. Bye.
Listen, if anybody's interested in getting into podcasting, grab this book. Go on Amazon, grab this book. It goes with me almost everywhere. This book has like a workbook. It has places you can fill it in. It tells you how to monetize your podcast. It tells you how to set it up. It tells you about sponsorships. It even, listen, go on Amazon, get this book. And this is the Bible for podcasters. Listen, it was ranked #1 in podcasting books. Look right here. Best new podcasting book by Book Authority. Right there. Boom. And a little secret. Y'all, when you grab this book, I think it's page 43. There is a code on there. Listen, you can get access to her class, her course. Get her course. It's worth hundreds of dollars. But this book it's less than $50. Grab this book on Amazon. I'm telling you, I carry it everywhere. She is the best. Grab this book on Amazon.
Well, you have any closing remarks before we head out?
Y'all, please support the movement of CTR Media Network. I'm telling you, being a part of this amazing media family, I can't go wrong, right? They have the support. They support us in all that we do.
Be strong.
Join the She Trucking Foundation today and be a part of a supportive community of women in the trucking industry. Unlock exclusive access to valuable resources, including mentorship, educational workshops, and networking opportunities. Whether you're an experienced professional or just starting your trucking journey, She Trucking is here to empower you and help you thrive. Visit www.shetrucking.com to join us and drive your trucking career to new heights.
Welcome to the Enjoying Life podcast. We are with the She Trucking Foundation, and I cannot wait for you to hear our guests today. We have so many great things to cover. Today, I'm going to put a broker in the hot seat. So I'm looking forward to that. You know, the market is tough right now, and drivers and carriers are struggling a lot. And I really think it's a great opportunity for us to hear from a broker and get some information about the best ways to succeed, and she can have some great tips for us. So if you have questions, be sure to pop those into the comments. Share this out so people can join us and hear our discussion. I also love that she's a carrier, so she's got experience on both sides of the table, and it's going to be a fabulous conversation. You know, my show is Enjoying Life OTR, and I care a lot about work-life balance. And I've been saying this a lot these last few months. You know, this year in trucking has been rough, especially for owner-operators. But even those of you that are carriers, you know, we're having some stress about maybe not getting enough miles. And we really just got to work smart these days. You know, trucking is very cyclical, you know, so we have our up times and we have times where, you know, we're all rolling in the money. And then there's times where we're really having to buckle down and be careful. And it feels a little bit more you know, the industry feels a little bit more insecure. And I think we're kind of in one of those times now. So I wanted just to make that opportunity to talk to somebody who's on the broker side and ask her some questions about maybe there's some ways that we can do things better as carriers and build those relationships, and just take the opportunity to learn from somebody with experience on both sides of the table. So I have the honor of welcoming my guest today. Her name is Elizabeth Long. She is a broker, like I said, and a carrier, and I've run freight for them in their brokerage. It's Patriot Star, and she is somebody that I consider to be a real trusted resource in the industry. She and her husband both have been acted like mentors to me, really. And anytime I have a question about the industry or how things are going or something that's happening with my paperwork and contracts or something that's just feeling a little bit uncomfortable to me, I know that I can go to her and ask her as a trusted resource, and she's going to give me factual information. So I'm really honored to have her on the show. So if you could join me welcoming Elizabeth Long.
Thank you for having me on today, Cindy.
Elizabeth, you know I'm a big fan of yours. I love the work that you do. You're one of my favorite brokers. I tell you that all the time, and I really have enjoyed working with you professionally. But even as a friend, I think you have a lot to offer. You know, at She Trucking, we care a lot about equipping, empowering women to thrive in this industry and to make the most of the opportunities that are presented to us in freight. So I've been looking forward to sharing them with you with them and getting them to meet you and hear from your perspective. Can you start out and just share us a little about your career and how you started in the industry and then what's your role in the industry today?
Absolutely. And I do want to tell you too, the feeling is mutual. I love working with you. You are one of my favorite carriers to work with for so many reasons, we'll probably get into later. So the way I got started in the industry, to be honest, I never thought I would be in transportation, trucking, logistics. I never in my wildest dreams thought I'd be a part of this. But I met my husband, Kenny Long, and we got married, and he had a CDL and owned a truck, and he'd been driving for probably about 15 years when we'd met. And he taught me how to drive. And I'd ridden in the truck with him for a little bit before he taught me how to drive. And then I went and got my CDL and was fortunate to do that before you had to go to school, and was able to just get on the job training with him. And
let me hop in there real quick. What did you do before this? Like what?
So yeah, that's a great question. So I did a lot of sales. I did car sales. I worked in a bank. But actually I spent a lot of my younger years, I mean, maybe 10 to 15 years in the restaurant business. And, the restaurant business is another job where it's customer service oriented and you've got to think on your feet and you're on the go, So I don't know. I think restaurant business is really good training for any career, to be honest.
I agree.
So I enjoyed that, but I love what I do now. So Kenny taught me how to drive, and we actually teamed for quite a few years, just the two of us. And we had the opportunity to see all 50 states now. Unfortunately, we didn't see Hawaii and Alaska in the truck, but we've seen all 50 states now. And the good part of that is due to trucking. So I guess I've had my CDL since 2012, and I don't know how many miles I have, but accident free, which is fantastic. And
congratulations. Well done.
Thank you. And I've had a great time traveling with Kenny. So.
Well, we're going to talk about your team driving with Kenny toward the end of the show, but I kind of want to pick your brain about what your primary role in the industry is right now. Can you tell our audience about switching?
Yeah, absolutely. So we started our carrier in 2012, and that's when Kenny and I were driving together. And then over the years, we had started to accrue some of our own customers. And these were customers that we had met through friends, family members who might have referred us, or even just, someone sees us, locally, and they wanted to work with us. And so we had started to accrue. Oh, and actually one of our biggest customers came to us through another truck driver who was working with a customer, and they needed help in the Central Florida area. And she said, you should give Elizabeth a call. So we started to accrue these customers, and it got to the point that there was other shipments then in places that we couldn't handle, that we didn't have our trucks in. And so Kenny and I talked about it in 2017. We decided to make the leap, and we started our freight brokerage. So that was
I don't want to pass this up, because I think you made you put a point there. I think it is so important, because I hear a lot of people go, I should get my brokerage. For one, a couple of things. You're taking direct freight as a carrier with a customer without a brokerage.
Yes.
Many people owner operators don't realize that they could do that. Could you talk a little bit about that? So me, I just got one And I do have direct shippers, but can you tell a carrier that's just maybe got one truck or a small fleet how they can go about working
Sure.
directly with the customer?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I mean, it is really important as a carrier, as any business owner, we should always be marketing our business. No matter who we're talking to, everyone we come across should know what we do. And it really helps because someday someone's going to need something moved, or they're going to have a neighbor that needs something moved, or a boss. And so they can then think of you and reach out to you when they need that shipment moved. So I think that there's a lot of ways that carriers can be marketing themselves. And, it's just as simple as, joining things like chambers of commerce and, even the old fashioned way of going door to door. And there really is a perk when you are a carrier and the actual driver going in to meet a shipper or receiver, and you're talking to them about offering them service, because you are really 100% going to be that service provider, and they're going to have a face with the name of who actually is going to be dealing with their freight. And so you might not have an easy of a time getting into a place like Walmart or Costco, something like that, where they're doing these huge volume shipments. But those smaller mom and pop or smaller, more specialized freight, they're going to look at you and they're going to see the value there. So there's definitely opportunities.
I'm in a lot of Facebook groups, a lot of social media, and they'll say, well, you can't get direct shippers if you've only got one truck. What would you say to that, Elizabeth?
That's baloney. That's total baloney. You can definitely, Kenny and I only had one truck, and sometimes it comes down to just being in the right place at the right time. But to be in the right place at the right time, you've got to be visible. And you've got to make sure that people know that you're available to do work. So.
Okay, I love some things you said. I love telling everybody that I'm a trucker. Everybody I meet knows a trucker.
Yes.
I own a trucking company. So don't miss that, people. That's a great tip right there. It's so valuable. You just run into people, give you referrals that just wouldn't have even thought to give a referral. That, I didn't even know you'd interested in a new, additional customers. My brother has a warehouse over there, so talk it up. Love that. Great advice. I have another question about really practically, how does when I started, I had been booking all my freight through brokers, which many new carriers do that. And then I started venturing out thinking, I think I'm going to just go ahead and get my own direct shippers. And I do have some, but, I had a process about that. But one of the things that made me most nervous is like checking their credit. Like, what's that procedure like? With brokers, I just run it through my factoring company, and it's real easy for me to check a credit of a broker. And how would I go about doing that as with a direct customer? What would
that really is a challenge. And I don't know that I have all of the answers on that, unfortunately, especially in this economy right now, because there's a lot of businesses that are struggling, maybe even behind the scenes. So I think that the wisest thing that you can do, when you're getting set up with a new customer, is start off small and set your payment terms. Don't be afraid to ask for payment up front or COD, meaning cash on demand. Don't be afraid to ask for payment immediately or up front, because there's a lot of small shippers and receivers that will offer that to you. And if nothing else, maybe set the terms at 15 days, and that can help you get a better handle on, if they are getting behind, sooner. So I think that's
the thing I think people don't realize is that, on the shipper side, they're used to people asking for their credit.
Yes.
That you're going to spend a lot of money on fuel. You're going to have to pay your driver. And so they're expecting, that's a very normal part of their, business, whether they're signing up for a new brokerage to run their freight or they're signing up with the carrier directly. It's a very common practice to ask to see, a credit history and ask for referrals of, so I always say, just ask them you can do a credit check. And
there are some resources with that, and it's slipping my mind right now, but there is a big resource where you can check credit on basically any business. I don't know that it's always free, but you can also check on things like Google. And, sometimes factoring companies will have these shippers in there if someone else has factored their freight. But really just do a little bit of research. And, if you are actually showing up there at the shipper or receiver, keep an eye out on things. How do things look like they're going? Are the employees looking relaxed, or are they stressed? You'll hear things if you're in and out. So
Yes. And Google, that even just a Google search in itself, because
yeah.
people are going to write reviews.
Yes. If they're not getting paid 100%, you're going to see reviews there on Google. So
yeah, that's great. Okay, so now tell me, you said you transitioned into the brokerage because you were getting more customers basically than your own carrier could handle. So
yes.
can you tell us about transferring into that, and when did you move from the truck to really focusing full time on the brokerage? Could you tell us a little bit about that transition?
Sure. So in 2017 we started the brokerage, and I guess if we can backtrack just slightly, in 2015, Kenny and I had started to bring on our first owner operators, meaning that we brought on some other drivers who had their own truck, but we did this the right way. We added them onto our insurance policy, our auto liability and our cargo insurance. Our company name was on the door. We were responsible for safety. They were part of our drug consortium. So we added on these owner operators. And so I would say Kenny and I were still driving in the truck 2017, but it was probably 2019, 2020 when we started to get out of the truck more completely. So even in 2017, even though we'd started the brokerage, it was very slow. It might be 1 or 2 loads a month, to be honest. It was definitely a challenge in the beginning starting the brokerage. I remember, we decided not to factor from the get-go with our brokerage. And I remember there were so many times that I would find the right carrier for the load, I thought, and they would say, well, my factoring company is not going to approve you. And, you need to be able to have money set aside then to either do like a 50% up front and 50% on delivery, or some other sort of payment arrangement. I remember one time though, in the beginning, where I had this small load. I think it was like a short little partial going just across town, and I don't know what it was. It was a couple $100. And I said to the carrier, I said, listen, I'd like to work with you on this. I will pay you up front. I said, just show up there to the shipper. I will pay you. I'll give you an EFS check. And then, I trust that you're going to pick up the load and handle the load for me, and they decided, no, I'm not going to do it. I said, I don't know what to do. So there was definitely, that was probably the first 2 years of the brokerage. There was a lot of struggles with that. And I had to work very diligently to make sure that I paid my carriers on time. So it was a lot of really being on top of things to make sure we build our credit in the beginning. And fortunately, when we started out,
that's the biggest challenge. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Would you say that that's the biggest challenge in starting a brokerage because you don't have established credit, and so the carriers don't? I mean, I know I wouldn't run with the new brokerage that didn't have established credit, because I'm gonna spend all that money on fuel, and I'm gonna spend all that time, and then you might pay me, you might not, or when. Would you say that not having established credit is the biggest challenge of starting a new brokerage, or something else?
That's a good question. I think not having established credit, and then also cash flow can be a big issue that small brokerages might have when they're starting up. Both of those, I think in the market that we're in now, a brokerage starting up might have a little bit more of an advantage because there's less loads than there have been in the past. But when the tables flip, which they will, again, it'll definitely be more in the carrier's favor, and a newer brokerage is going to have a heck of a time trying to get someone to take their shipments. So
yeah. I think that's the other thing. I hear a lot of people going, I'm just going to start a brokerage, and all I got to do is buy my bond, and the bond is actually not that expensive.
No, it's not.
You have to have $75,000, and depending on your credit, that you have your personal credit, it's really not that expensive to do it.
No,
so do that. Get your website. Get a TMS system set up, and everybody thinks that's it. I could start. Some booking my own freight. So what I love about your journey and the way you did, I think it's so smart, is you had more customers than your own personal trucks could handle. And that was the time where you started to make that transition, because you weren't starting the brokerage with needing to go for customers.
Correct.
You were already having customer relationships started. And I think that's so smart. And I think many People don't do it that way. So I've heard Kenny say that before. When do I know it's time to start a brokerage? And you'll say, well, when you have more freight than your own trucks can handle, that's the time where you want to branch out. And because
Yes.
that's it, like getting new customers, Elizabeth. Everybody acts like that's
Well, it's not as easy as most of us, as most people might think. And that's probably the reason most carriers don't have a lot of their own direct freight. It takes a lot of calls. Kenny and I actually at one point had hired someone that we had known. He worked with a different brokerage, and we hired him on salary just to do outbound calls to try and bring in new customers. And we paid him for an entire year, and he did not bring in anyone at all. Yeah. So I don't know if it was his methodology that, just wasn't working, but it's really not that easy. It comes to acquire someone who wants you to handle their shipping. It really comes to being at the right place at the right time, and you have something that solves their problem, and a lot of times, as business owners, unless there is an issue, unless they're not happy with what's happening with their current service provider, they don't want to have to switch.
Right.
They're comfortable with the status quo, and unless they're unhappy with the price or the service, or something major has happened. So sometimes it means following up for a couple years until someone might be ready to switch.
Okay, listen, everybody. Did you hear what she just said? The time that it takes of so much wooing and wooing and wooing, trying to really build that relationship and keep putting your name and your face in front of that customer. It takes so many times of calling and building those in. And then the market is so fragile right now. The rates are so competitive that shippers, their phones are blowing up all day with people saying, I could beat their rate. Give me a shot. Just give me loads. And, they're trying to just get the freight as what they can. And, carriers, we're feeling that. We are. You're feeling it too, carrier side. So, but when the market is so competitive like this, then it's just, how low can we go? And, then try to provide good service, provide a good carrier when the rates are, skinny. That's a good.
And to be honest, I don't think, when you're looking for shippers that you want to work with, if the shipper tells you that really price is the only thing that matters to them, sometimes you have to listen to that. I actually met someone the other day. Kenny and I were at an event, and we were actually at an event for one of our other customers. We were making a delivery and a pickup for them. And I got to talking to someone else, and he was telling me about how he can ship a pallet anywhere in Florida, one pallet for $165. And I said, wow, that's pretty awesome. I'm not going to be able to beat that for sure. And he let me know, that, really the only thing that matters to him is price. And I said, well, listen, I'm going to give you my card anyway. I'm not going to be able to beat or match that rate for one pallet to go to Miami from Tampa. That's just, I'm not going to be able to do that. But if you have something that goes wrong, or you need something last minute, or you need a full truckload, let me know. I'll be happy to help you, because even though you might not be able to meet their needs at that moment, you might be able to in the future. People's business models change. So
again, another great point. I love what you did there. And I even do this as a carrier when I'm talking to a broker, and I will start talking about a load. I do the exact same thing. This is gold right here, Elizabeth. I love what you said right there. So you're getting a no, and and they know this is not going to work right now, but you continued to talk about opportunities for the future. And I'll even do that where I'm like, well, this load obviously is not a good fit for me, and I'll do a very similar thing as a carrier, and I'll say, if something else comes up, keep me in mind. I'm not going to do that rate. I'm not going to, I have no desire to be the bottom of the barrel.
Yes, right.
But you're right that things do change. And then also when I'm talking to a broker, I will also say, I know they have multiple customers, so this one customer, they're running all this cheap freight, but they do have some more specialized things. And I'll even take that opportunity and I'll say, this one's not a good fit for me, but I'm a great carrier. I mean, my goal is to be your favorite carrier. Every load I do, that's my goal. So, and they love that, you know, and they're having a conversation with me. So even hearing you say that on the broker side, I think that's just a great way to network. And every no that you get doesn't mean it's a never. So
That's right. That's
great,
absolutely right.
great,
Yes.
great tip there, Elizabeth. You have so much wisdom. I knew you were going to be sharing some gold with us. Okay.
I really think it benefited me a lot to start as a carrier before I became a broker, because when Kenny and I were in the truck, we had our own authority. Both he and I would book loads. You know, we were both on the load boards. We were both negotiating loads. And so I really had a lot of background in exactly what I needed to do to dispatch our trucks and stay profitable. And that really helped me a lot as I started the brokerage. I did not do any specialized brokerage training. I don't think you necessarily need to do any specialized brokerage training, to be perfectly honest. If you have that background as a carrier, you know what it takes to get the job done. You know the questions that are going to come up. You know the pain points you've had as a driver of, you know, someone sends you in there and the appointment time, you know, they said the appointment time was X, but it's actually Y. And, you know, now you're sitting there for, you know, you've missed your appointment or something, you know? So, yeah, I think that there's a lot of benefit to starting off as a carrier first.
Well, and you know, you all day you're talking to your competition, and I mean, you know, as a carrier, what things that they're not even asking the right questions sometimes.
Yes.
Yeah. And so you know that that's happening for the shipper as well, and you get a really a good idea how you can improve on that.
Yes. Yeah.
One of my favorite things that I've told you this story before, but Elizabeth and I were, she called and offered me a load for my truck, and it was in Texas, but I was a little bit far. And I loved this conversation I had with her. I thought, you know, I wish every broker could talk just this frankly and honestly. You know, you offered me this load and I gave you my rate. I had a big dead head. So the rate was just out of the market, you know, and I even told you, I'm like, I know this rate's not going to, but this is what I would need to do it. And you said to me, and I just loved your honesty, and you just said, you know, you paused for a minute, and I was like, and I was sitting there, she's like, you're crazy, girl, I ain't paying you that. But, you know, I didn't know what you're going to say, because, you know, you get blasted sometimes. So
yes,
like, what is she going to say? She said to me just so respectfully, and she said, you know, Cindy, I know why you gave that rate. I understand that. But honestly, I could cover this load, you know, cheaper than that with another carrier that's closer by, you know, and the market's competitive right now. So I think we'll just pass on this one for now. And, you know, it was just straight up. And I was like, I loved it. I was like, I love this woman. I'm like, why can't we all just talk honestly? You weren't going, oh, I don't have that much in it. You know, that which you about. It's like, you're just like, you know, just honestly, I could cover it cheaper. And if somebody that was closer, and I was like, you could just talk that honestly instead of all this, you know, crazy lines we feed each other.
Yes.
You know,
well, I respect you so much, because I've called you so many times on loads. We've done so many loads together. And, you know, if I asked you what you need for this, you're not afraid to give me the rate that you actually need. You're not afraid to give me an offer. And that doesn't necessarily mean that we'll match up on it, but you're not afraid to quote something. And I can't tell you how many carriers I've talked to, and they just won't give me a number. You know, they
tell me about that. What is happening when you think when they don't give you a number? What do you think is the?
That's a really good question. So I can answer that because I've been on the carrier side as well of that. And I know that I've called different freight brokers before, especially some of the bigger ones where they have young people that are answering the phones and are disrespectful, and they will yell at you if you give them a number that they don't like. And I find that to be ridiculous, because really, you know, this is still business, you know, and if you tell me you need $1,000 on this, and because of X, Y, and Z, then that's what you need. And hopefully we can work together and work something out on that. But if we can't, then you're just not the right truck for this particular load. And that's okay too. And I think sometimes when carriers get put on the spot and ask for a number, they just freeze. They're not used to actually quoting something. They're so used to brokers just telling them, you know, this is what the rate is, and they're going to say yes or no. And they don't realize that there is a negotiation involved. It doesn't always mean that you're going to get 100% your way in the negotiation, but there's definitely different aspects that you can discuss. And this is one of the benefits for an actual driver, like a one truck owner operator like yourself, and like a lot of drivers out there. It's so important for them to be negotiating their own rates and not relying on dispatchers to be the ones calling and booking the loads. I will 100% give a little extra money to a one truck owner operator driver who is booking their own load over some dispatcher who has called in. They don't know the details of the truck. I've had dispatchers before book the truck, and I call the carrier, on the number on FMCSA, and that carrier says, I'm not going to do that, so that they waste my time. So when there's people like you that call and do that, it's fantastic. And I feel like I went off on a tangent there.
No, it's good information. Okay. Cause I think a lot of people will say, I think there's some really great dispatchers out there. I personally never worked with one. I've always self-dispatched my own truck. I also have a background like you do. So that to me, I was like, I'm not going to do that. Nobody's going to represent my company. Nobody's going to come hard and say, wait, you can count on me. I know you're concerned. I know the timeline. This is where I'm at. I mean, I'm going to give that spiel. I'm going to run hard, and I'm going to ask for all the money, and I'm going to ask for, what I need. And this is what you need. I hear you. You're talking to the driver. So I'm going to be there. So I see how that works. I know how that benefits me personally. So I wouldn't do that. But so you've had problems. Like, what if you have, you're driving? What would you say? Carriers are driving and they're losing time because they can't be constantly looking for loads where they're driving. What would you say to that reason for that person that's never self-dispatched their truck? What would you say to, you're a carrier, you knew how to do it. So
I think if you're going to be dispatching yourself, I think it's important to work on pre-planning your week, and don't just deliver a load and then look for your next load. It's a great idea to pre-plan and be looking ahead, and make sure you're establishing relationships with brokerages. Some of the smaller ones like myself, but also some of the bigger ones like C.H. Robinson or Coyote or Landstar or even TQL. When you start to have a rep at one of those and someone that knows you, they can also be looking for stuff that might go well on your truck even when you are driving, and they can offer things to you. So that's a good tip. But also just kind of plan your week and plan your day. When you're getting loaded and unloaded, you normally have a little bit of downtime there where you can take a look at the load board and see what's out there. On your 30-minute break, check that out. And I think some place where carriers fall short often is posting their truck. And in this market, especially 100%, you need to have your truck posted all of the time. As soon as you book your next load and where you're going to be available next, post your truck. They're in this market.
Say that. Tell us why you say that.
Yes. Yeah. Well, there's a couple reasons, and I'll give an example that you were a part of, actually. So, in this market where freight brokers are not struggling to find trucks as much, it is super important for them to be able to go onto DAT load board or whatever load board you're using, and be able to see, okay, well, this carrier has a posted truck there. They can look up your MC number, see your safety score, see you don't have any freight guard reports, and say, okay, I'm going to call them. Instead of having to post their load and deal with the hundreds of incoming phone calls that they can hardly even catch their breath in between, it's so much nicer to be able to pick and choose who you're going to call and try and work something out with. It also puts a little bit more control in your hand as the carrier, though, as well, because that the broker has hand selected you, picked you out, and said, I'd like to work with this carrier. Yes. Yeah. So they've already kind of looked you up a little bit, most likely, before they've called you. So you do have a little bit of an advantage there, so don't be afraid to, even if you can't, let's say you're driving when someone calls you, don't be afraid to say, hey, I see your number that came in. Let me get your extension. Let me look this up, and I'll call you back in just a few minutes with a number. And, it's not terrible to do that, so.
I love that what you're saying so much, because I find when a broker calls me and they've seen my posted truck,
yes,
the conversation is so slow. Well, for one, they're super respectful.
Yes.
It is a whole different thing. They're like, hey, I saw you posted your truck, and how are you doing today? And I'm like,
Yeah.
I'm doing great. How are you doing? And
Yes.
it's this slow, casual pouring out of the details. And let me tell you what I've got and why I want you to look at this. And I see you're ready to go into this area. And that the conversation is so less aggressive.
Yes.
It's
such a
respectful.
yes. Oh, you hit the nail on the head. And I'm really glad you said that, because it's a totally different energy.
Yeah.
If you and I were even in that position, because if I post my load, I'm stressed. I'm getting a lot of phone calls, and a lot of those phone calls are unfortunately double broker guys who are trying to like take my load and trick me into giving them the shipment, and then so they can steal my freight. So it's very stressful for me to try and weed through everyone. And I have seconds to get through a phone call to determine, is this someone I even want to work with, versus someone calls you and they can actually have a conversation with you. And it's so important. And the example I wanted to give was that one time this past summer in Chicago, and I had a truck driver. I don't know how this happened, but he lost his key, and he called me at 4:00 in the morning, and he said, "I'm not going to make the 8:00 pickup." And I said, "Oh my goodness!" So, we had an 8:00 pickup in Chicago or something like that, and I had just a couple hours, and it's the middle of the night, 4:00 in the morning. So how am I going to find a truck? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And I looked on DAT, and I could not believe, I looked for available trucks. I could not believe it. Here is Cindy with Achieve Trucking is posted there. And I've said, this can't be right. This can't be Cindy. That's not normally her area.
Right.
And I looked, and it was Cindy. And I thought, oh my goodness. I'm like, this is going to be amazing if she's available. And I probably waited an hour because I didn't want to wake you up at 4:00 in the morning. Yeah. And I called you, and you helped me out with the shipment, and I paid you more than I was going to pay the other carrier. I think I paid you excellent for that market. And but I was so happy to see a carrier that I knew and trusted, that I could rely on to get the job done right. And I think most brokers probably feel like that when they're looking for something more than just the cheapest truck, which we are oftentimes. It's not always just the money, really.
Yeah. Okay, I have a lot I want to talk to you about. We're going to take a little commercial break, but you shared some fantastic information, and I still have a list of questions that I want to go through, because you're so much information that you have in that beautiful brain of yours, and I'm so grateful. So we're going to cut to commercial, but we're going to be right back. If y'all have any questions, we got a broker in the hot seat here. So if there's anything you wanted to know about the other side, this is the time to ask. And she's an experienced carrier with the fleet of 10 trucks. So she's run all kinds of freight. And so if you guys have questions, pop those in. We're going to go to commercial, but we'll be right back. Well, Elizabeth, okay, you have my brain going in a million different directions. I want to talk a little bit about double brokering. Okay, I know for me as a carrier, I noticed that they're really being careful when they book a load with me. There's a lot of things that are happening. Can you tell us a little bit? Maybe there's a new owner operator out there, or maybe somebody even thinking about becoming an owner operator in the future, or maybe even open a brokerage. Can you tell what's happening in the market today about double brokering and how that impacts all of us? And then what you as a broker are doing to prevent that fraud, basically. Can you give us a little summary if somebody's not really familiar with that side of the...
Yeah, absolutely. So what we're seeing happen now is there are a lot of shell carriers. And what I mean by shell carriers is it's someone who has opened up a carrier, and maybe they have one truck on their policy, and then they are accepting freight from a legitimate broker. And then with their shell carrier, they get the load information, they have the rate confirmation, and they have that load secured. They then hand that load off to maybe a sister brokerage company of theirs, which is a scam brokerage company. They do have a legitimate MC number, but usually they're set up that they don't care to pay any carriers, so that brokerage then will post the load or call trucks and get that load moved with another legitimate carrier who doesn't realize that this has been double brokered. Did that explain that part of it?
Very helpful.
Right? Okay.
Very helpful.
So,
so what are you as a broker doing to prevent that from happening? So we as carriers can understand how to overcome,
sure, what we're looking for.
Yeah.
So one of the first things that I do now is when I am booking a new load, and if I'm having to take incoming phone calls, or if I am looking to work with someone new, I have Carrier 411 up, and I use that every single day. I'm checking every new carrier in there. I'm checking to see if they have any freight guard reports, meaning that someone might have reported them for double brokering. I think there is an unfortunate thing with Carrier 411 that sometimes they've gotten a bad rap because brokers will threaten to file a freight guard report for this or that. And it's, a lot of times it's something that, it stinks, something went wrong, but, it's not the end of the world. And there are brokerages like me that will look past some things like that. If I ask you about it and you have a good explanation, and it wasn't, yesterday, a lot of times we can move past it and we can still work together. I'm not against that. But if you've been reported for double brokering, we're not working together. So,
right.
So that's probably my first check. We have a couple other resources that we use. One of the other things that I'm always doing is calling the number that's listed on FMCSA for that carrier to confirm that I'm booking the load with who I think I'm booking it with. A little side note with that, there is something that had happened with FMCSA was allowing carriers to be able to change their address and their phone number by sending in a copy of their driver's license. And what was happening with that is some carriers were actually having their identity stolen, and their phone number and address was changed by sending in a picture of their driver's license to one of these scam brokerages. So I would really hesitate to send a copy of your driver's license, your CDL, to anybody at this point.
Okay, everybody get that? It's to prevent somebody else from impersonating your company and your MC. So
yes,
it's a big scam out there. So
there's other ways that you can still verify who you are, and maybe that means, having your insurance agent vouch for you, and so, there's just different things you can do. I would always be ready to send pictures of your truck, your company name.
Tell us why they're asking that. Just in case they're not put together. Can you explain that a little bit?
Yeah, that's a great question. So, even beyond just the double brokering, there are a lot of companies out there who might only insure one or two trucks, and then they hire on what they call owner operators. And these owner operators are not on their insurance policy. They're not on their cargo. They're not on their liability insurance, and they're sending them in to pick up freight. And it really opens myself as a broker and my customer up to a lot of risk because that truck might not be properly insured. I haven't vetted them. And so as a brokerage, I want to see the actual truck that you're going to be sending in there to the shipper to pick up the load. If there's going to be any changes in the company name, I need to know, from the get-go. If you're dispatching for someone else, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that, but you need to give me the DOT number of the truck that's going to actually be doing the shipment. And that's who I need the insurance for. That's who I need to be able to check out.
Okay, and tell me another, explain to carriers this, because I know that there's new owner operators that are hearing you don't have any inspections on your truck. Why is a broker saying that to a carrier, and what is that proving if I have an inspection? What is exactly are they looking for when you say you want to see a inspection on there?
That's a really good question. So the reason that brokers are looking for that is they're making it, and especially because the market is so lean for carriers right now, it's just a black and white way for brokers to filter out carriers that don't have any actual trucks. And so it filters them out, but it also does filter out some of the good carriers that are newer that just don't have any inspections yet. And so that's unfortunate. There are ways to overcome that. And that really comes into, I think, when you are calling on a load and you're going to be dispatching yourself, if you really represent that this is your company.
Yeah.
And a lot of times you can talk to a freight broker and be able to explain to them what the situation is. And through other documentation, such as showing pictures of the truck, it might even require like a FaceTime call. I worked with a carrier recently that, I just really wasn't sure, and he didn't have any inspections, but he seemed like a good guy. And so I said, listen, we're going to do a FaceTime call. I need you to do a walk around the truck with me. I want to see the company name on the side. And so, it really, there are brokers out there that are willing to go that extra effort, if you sell yourself, if you, help them understand that, where you're at, you're trying to make a living here, you're trying to get your business established, and you're a good carrier and you're going to take good care of their freight. We will go above and beyond.
Okay, I want to park here just for a minute because I don't want everybody to miss this. So the reason that they need to see inspection is because the brokers are trying to rule out that you're not one of those shell carriers that's going to send their freight off. They want to make sure you're a real trucking company that's not going to double broker their freight. So that's the main thing. And then also I loved what you shared as a way to overcome. It's an objection, in sales, there's an objection and you overcome that objection, so understanding why you're asking is teaching the carriers how to respond to that quest. They're really just needing to be verified that you are an actual broker, you're an actual carrier with a legitimate truck. Double brokering is a real scam out there that's costing the industry thousands and thousands of dollars. So if we can just sit back instead of getting frustrated and say, they needed, I just hung up. They said I needed an inspection, but you kept talking. And that's for whatever the objection is. We need to keep doing that. Well, why do you need that? What can I do to overcome that? And again, another feature and a benefit of being the actual one calling, because you're saying, this is my company. I'm brand new. I'm not brand new, but when I was doing all this, and it wasn't even a big a deal as it is now. But I was saying, I'm going to do a great job for you. I know you're nervous. I know I don't have a proven record, but I want to grow my business, and I'm going to work harder than anybody else you're going to put on this load. And, so I was just going at it hard. I was saying, give me a shot, put me in there. But understanding why they're asking for that inspection. How else can I prove it to you? Let me go on FaceTime. Let's take a picture of my truck. What can I do to overcome that concern? Because I want to work with you. I want to build a relationship. So, coming back over those things. So I love it that you shared that. That was very helpful information. Anything you want to add about double brokering?
There's two other points I want to make about this. I think that carriers can also do a better job of really taking a close look at the paperwork that they're given and, catching some of this stuff before they deliver the freight. So whenever you're given a bill of lading, it's really your responsibility as a carrier, number one, to make sure everything matches, make sure, the date matches, make sure the shipper and the receiver matches what was on your rate confirmation, make sure, this is super important, make sure the quantity of the freight that they put on your truck matches what you actually have. Heaven forbid you get there to the receiver and they say, well, it says that they loaded 4 pallets on here and you only have 2. What are you going to do? You signed for that you received for. Check the name on, the third party bill to information there. Sometimes that can be a clue. And I've talked to a lot of newer carriers who were picking up and delivering freight to places that did not match the bill of lading and did not match the rate confirmation. And I'm finding this out after the fact because these are carriers that I've been trying to mentor a little bit as we've worked together a few times, and I want to see them succeed. And they haven't gotten paid for this. And as I look back through their paperwork then, and we can take a look at that, and things don't match. So when things don't match, you need to stop and you need to take another look at it. And it might even mean that you need to ask the shipper, and say, what's going on with this here? Is this the freight brokerage that you're working with? And I just want to make sure that this is the location it's supposed to go to. Now, obviously, if it's a blind shipment, that might not be feasible, but take a moment to really look into things. Don't be so fast to just sign the paperwork and run. And the other point I want to make about double brokering is there's a lot of carriers that think that it's just a broker problem, and it's not. One of the big factors that is driving down rates, especially if if it's in the case that the shipper might still be paying the same rate, but the broker's rate seems to have dropped to the carrier, it's because so many brokers have ended up double paying for loads, meaning they paid the scam carrier and they've paid the legitimate carrier that actually did the load. And so if you think about that, like let's say you paid $1,000 for this load, but you had to pay it twice now. I guarantee the broker did not have $2,000 in that load to begin with.
Yeah.
So they're at a deficit. And so they're a little bit more hesitant, I'm sure, in some cases, about throwing out bigger numbers because they might have to double pay if things don't check out.
Yeah.
So
Okay, Elizabeth, I want to first jump on here, talk a little bit about She Trucking. One of the things I love about the She Trucking Foundation is we are bringing on quality people like Elizabeth Long, who's dropping all of this valuable information to help empower and equip you to do the things that you want to do. Our goal is to help you to thrive in the industry and bringing on great guests. So if you are not a part of the She Trucking Foundation, I encourage you to join and is to sign up so you don't miss out on all these opportunities. She Trucking has a Facebook group, and Joy in Life OTR also has a Facebook group. So join in both of these communities so you can get exposure and get to learn and thrive in the industry from people like Elizabeth. So Elizabeth, I want to thank you for sharing all those things. So I think you dropped so much great information. One of the things too I want to share, my show is Enjoying Life OTR, so I can't have you take off on me and not tell me a little bit about what it was like team driving with your husband. So tell me a little bit about that. And I know you guys really took advantage of the opportunity to travel, and many of us don't ever get out of the truck. I mean, I do. I care a lot about that. But
yes,
you've done some great adventures. We have just a few more minutes before we have to shut up the show. But could you just tell us a little bit about how you and Kenny team drive, how you made it take advantage of the opportunity to travel while you guys were out there?
Oh, definitely. Kenny and I had such a great time going over the road together. And I think really, because I came into this as I'd never been a company driver, so I'd never had that experience. But I thought, man, I mean, I always loved to travel. And I thought, this is a way for us to get paid to travel and see the country.
Right.
And so, we started doing that in 2012. And when we started out, I think we had inflatable stand-up paddle boards on the truck with us and bicycles. And so we were like well equipped to go do, anything, any kind of adventure. I had hammocks on the top bunk, and, we were set. So, a couple of the things that we've done that have just been spectacular is, we've been to Niagara Falls, and I found a casino that we could park that was close to the falls. We could park at the casino and we walked to the falls and went exploring there. We went to downtown St. Louis one time, and, we've never been afraid to just get out and go and walk. And so I found this little truck stop. It was kind of close to downtown, but I think it was, 5 miles from downtown. And we said, all right, well, we're going to walk it. We did it. And so we walked into downtown and explored all day. And I think we did 15 miles that day, but
wow.
We had a great time. We went to this, we went to the city museum, which was this jungle gym type thing for adults, and played all day there. We had, I guess, one of our longest trips that we did, which was really neat, is we went out to the state of Oregon. We were kind of near Portland. I don't remember exactly which truck stop it was. I think it was TA Portland South, probably. And so it wasn't anything special. But I looked at the hotels in the area, and all the hotels were about $200 a night. And I said, that's kind of expensive. We have a perfectly good truck right here. And so we slept in the truck, and we showered at the truck stop every day. And then we spent our money on a rental car and went exploring and had great dinners out. And I think we were honestly there for about a week, maybe even 10 days. But we did a lot of hiking up there and just, really enjoyed some downtime after we delivered our load up there. And, it's pretty awesome that we can have everything we need in the truck with us. We have all of our clothes, we have food, we can cook, it's comfortable. And so as long as you're there at a truck stop and you can take a shower, you could stay there indefinitely and kind of go explore. And I don't know, there's so many neat opportunities. And to think it would have cost us, $1,400 a night, or $1,400 for that week, if we were there in hotels, and we got to just stay there for free. So that was pretty neat. We've gone and seen the Grand Canyon, which I don't know that this was entirely okay for us to do, but we were going. So I don't necessarily recommend this. You could do this at your own risk. But we were going past the Grand Canyon at night, and I said, well, when are we going to be out here again? We were ahead of schedule on our load because we'd already done some team driving, and this was a solo load. And I said, all right, well, I'm going to pull into where the tour buses were. There was no one there to stop me. And I said, I'm going to park there. And we watched the sun come up over the Grand Canyon in the morning. And it was really neat. It was so cool. So
I love that what you said too, that you were team driving, but you would take a load that was booked for they had the time frame of a solo driver, and y'all took it as a team load, and then you freed up some time to have a little extra cushion because you guys were driving around the clock to get it, so you freed up some time in the weekend or whenever.
Yeah, that was definitely something that we worked on doing. It's just, hey, let's team where we can, so that way we can have some downtime where we want it. And that was also, it was a slightly different market there in 2012. But I also really enjoyed, I'd look at the load board and I'd see, well, where do we want to go? And sometimes book loads to take us to areas that we'd never been to before.
Yes.
And so sometimes, it might not be the best paying load, but maybe it takes you to some place that you've never been before. And if you think about, well, I could buy a plane ticket and rent a hotel and do all these other things, or maybe I take a load there and take a couple of days off and explore, and I have my fuel covered and have a place to stay. So
great. I think that's even great for company drivers to do that. Team, the company driver just runs them around the clock, and it's understandable. But I think even a way that they could work with their dispatcher and go, okay, we need to have a little downtime. Just a load that's a single load. We're going to run it fast, so we have free up a little bit of time, so we could, have some beach time. So communicating those desires to, Grant, you're not going to do that every time. Team drivers, they're going to company driver, they're going to run them. They want to keep those wheels going. So anyway, that's great. I appreciate you, Elizabeth. I want to take just a minute before we wrap up, and I want to thank our sponsors, because we have so many great sponsors in She Trucking, and they allow us to be able to do the things that we do. They're supporting the things that we passionate about, and equipping, empowering people to come into the industry and really thrive in the freight transportation industry. So GLCS, this is a fabulous company that helps trucking and logistic companies achieve their growth by taking their overcoming their technology challenges. So doing so much for the industry. So if you're a trucking or logistics company, please check them out. So many great resources available, and really helping companies to thrive. Another one is True TMS, My Guardian Doc. I really love both of these companies. The True TMS is a transportation management system that's actually designed from the ground up with the small carrier in mind. So if you have a small fleet, 1 or 2 trucks, or a handful of trucks, this is a great company for you to check out. They have a free trial that you can check out. So that's a great opportunity to give them out, just to play around and see all the tools that they provide. But they are designed for the smaller fleet. The other sponsor I want to mention is My Guardian Doc. For drivers, we're on the road, and, I've been sick this last couple of weeks, and I thought, I can't get to my doctor, but My Guardian Doc, they have a small monthly subscription, and you're able to have a virtual counselor with a doctor. They're able to diagnose and write prescriptions for you while you're on the road, or maybe you're a broker or dispatcher, and you're in an office and you don't have time to get into the doctor. So this is a great opportunity for somebody at a very low monthly cost to be able to get medical care while we're on the road. It really fits the lifestyle of a trucker. I mean, it's so brilliant, really. So grateful for these sponsors that help us to continue to do the things that we do. Legal Shields is another one of our sponsors I really like. Sometimes in trucking, we come up with against challenges and, we wish we had an attorney. They offer a small monthly fee, and then you have access to a legal attorney that can look at contracts or help you fight a ticket that you got on your CDL. And I mean, so much more. So even if you want to do a will or, they have so many resources. So check them out too. Legal Shield is a wonderful sponsor offering great products that are really helpful for our community. So I want to give them a shout out. And Elizabeth, I just have to say thank you so much. I could have you on again. I think I could talk with you for another hour because you have so much wisdom. And maybe next time we'll get Kenny on here too, because you guys just have just so much that we could take away and learn. I thank you for taking the time to do this because
absolutely. I really enjoyed it, and I do hope you have me back on here. I would love to do that.
Yeah, so grateful for you, and you guys check it out. You guys be sharing this out with other people, and because Elizabeth dropped some great gems here. Whether you're a carrier, a company driver, or you're thinking about starting a brokerage. So she's got some great information, and we're so grateful that you came on. Well, thanks everybody for tuning in. Our show is Enjoying Life OTR, so we always want to hear about the ways that you are enjoying life on the road, and I think that comes with work-life balance. So you've given us some great information that'll help us continue to thrive in our business, and I love your stories about how y'all travel and take advantage of the opportunities. So thanks so much for coming on. Elizabeth, and your link is on the show, patriotstartrucks.com. Is that the brokerage website?
That's actually for both. But you can find us on there. We're also on Facebook, Patriot Star, and feel free to reach out. And I always love to connect with great carriers and build relationships. And, I hope that, when I work with carriers, I want to see them grow their business with me so that way we can both continue to be successful and make money together. So
yeah, I love that you're into partnerships, and you're such a blessing. And I'm just so grateful to have met you and get to work with you and Kenny regularly. So it's so great. You guys be sure to check out all of the ways that you can find Chic Trucking and Enjoying Life OTR. We're all over social media. We're on LinkedIn, we're at YouTube, Facebook groups, Facebook Lives all the time. We're on Instagram. So many ways for you to connect with us, and we look forward to seeing y'all next time. Thanks again, Elizabeth. I sure appreciate you. Thanks for coming on the show.
Thank you, Cindy.
Have a good evening.
Okay, there we go. Okay, we're getting it. Hold on. Now, hold on. It's a little bit crooked, but it's gonna work. Yeah, you're gonna have to go somewhere with that because you're just all over the place. Now, can you hear? So, can you go to my YouTube channel and see if the feedback is too? I'm so sorry. Just give me 1 second, y'all. Just give me 1 second. I promise next week it's gonna be better.
You could hear just a little. Oh, I thought I was colored. You can hear just a little bit from that one, but from somewhere.
Because this one I have down all the way, so all you have is the volume from the Okay, so welcome to season 2. I'm gonna go ahead and roll my intro real quick. You guys are not gonna be able to see the intro live on here, but you will be able to watch it on YouTube if you go to my channel. And it's the same thing, Boss Lady Star. So I'm gonna go play the intro, and then I'm gonna wait for my people to come in so we can get this panel started and get this conversation going. So give me 2 seconds to play this intro. Oh my gosh, I had to pull this up better. I should have had my son do it while he was still here. Let's see. Okay, so here goes the intro, y'all.
3, 2, 1.
Talk about it. Let's talk about it. Talk about it. Pour up a cup and vibe on. Boss Lady Star is on. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it.
You are now tuned in to Boss Lady Star.
Thank you, Blackness. I appreciate it. All right, so I want to send this. I have my DMs off right now, but I was trying to send it to my people supposed to be on the panel. I'm looking for Cash. I'm looking for General Barron. There's a couple more people. Our counselor for this week will not be on here, unfortunately, but that's okay. We'll have a counselor for next week. So every week we're going to have a relationship counselor, and we'll also have a life coach of some type. So we can talk about relationships and people can get honest answers. Ones that are coming on here that want relationship advice, I do not do that. But what I can do is talk about it. So that's why we're here to talk about it. And I'm glad you guys are here and you joined me today. Please share the live, and I appreciate you all. If you guys have something to say about the topics, then please talk about it in the comments, and I will try to make sure I share. If I don't get a chance to say hi to everybody, I will definitely try to do it before I leave. Hey, Lita. But make sure you guys keep checking us out. It's going to be every Saturday. It's going to be a live panel. There'll be different people on here giving their perspective about how they feel about relationships. So tonight's topic is we're going to talk about getting to know your partner. So thank you so much. I appreciate it. We're going to be talking about getting to know your partners. The people that are watching from YouTube and Twitter and Facebook, welcome, thank you, and make sure you guys can join me on TikTok. Next week, I'm going to switch the platform over to YouTube, and I'll just bounce around a little bit until I feel what's going to be more comfortable. But at the same time, like I said, we are here to talk about relationships, so we're going to get into it. Let me see if I can get my people on here. Because if not, then I would just start taking some questions from the audience, and we'll just keep on rolling forward. Because I want to keep us, to 1 hour. We're not going over. If the conversation gets a little hot and heavy, and it feels like, oh, okay, well, this needs to be continued, then we'll continue it on another weekend. We'll just continue it the next weekend, because I have topics for about 36 weeks right now. So I'm planning it out so I can have something fresh every week, and we can discuss new things and new topics. So that's what I'm looking to do. I'm bringing everybody in and inviting everybody into my room and letting them know that it's a comfortable place to talk about relationships. I don't want names given. If there's somebody you've been dating, especially if you've been dating somebody that's online, please do not give their name, their screen name, nothing like that. Unless they're on here with you and they want to talk about the relationship, together, then that's perfectly fine. Other than that, we're going to keep it real peaceful, and we're going to keep it real respectful, and we're just going to have conversation talk. So, like I said, today's topic is getting to know your partner. How do you guys feel about getting to know your partner? What do you think are some ways that you can get to know your partner? It was really big, definitely like right before, not before COVID, pre-COVID, it was definitely talked about like with the love language. I got that book sent to me. Hey, Wifey. So what's up, Pooh? We had so many discussions about that before with different panels, like in other people's lives and other people's podcasts about the 5 love languages. And I thought that was a great topic. I purchased a couple of books and gave it to a couple of friends. And I was like, look, just read it through and figure out which one's your top love language. I think that's a good icebreaker when you're trying to pursue somebody in a relationship and you're trying to be one-on-one. Hey, so I think that that's a good thing to do, is to sit down and discuss how to communicate with your partner. Some people just think that it's easy breezy and like, oh, well, we don't really have to talk about too much. No, you have to talk about everything. You want to get to know that person's likes and that person's dislikes. You want to see what turns them on and what turns them off. You want to make sure that you're getting to know each other on an intimate level, and you want to explore all options in all areas. It can't happen overnight. It does take time, and that's something that a lot of people try to rush into. They want to get to know everything about that person overnight, and it doesn't work that way. So it is best to take time and try to sit things out and see, hey, Stacey, and try to sit things out and say, hey, let's discuss, your do's and your don'ts and things that you like and you dislike. What's up, True Heart? How are you? Like I said, if I don't get a chance to say hi to everybody that's coming out, I do apologize. We are streaming on TikTok. We're streaming on Facebook. We're streaming on, it's supposed to be Instagram. Instagram fell off, but that's okay. We got Facebook, and we also have YouTube and Twitter. So we streaming right now. That's what we're doing. So our topic tonight, once again, is getting to know your partner. So that's what we're discussing. And if you guys have some comments or some feedback, I would like to hear from you so that we can discuss it a little bit more. It's not only for me, it's for everybody else that's here. What's up, bestie? So that I can sit there and get people's feedback about what they like to discuss when you're meeting somebody. As I stated before, you're not going to sit there and get to know the person that you're with overnight. It doesn't happen like that. It does take time. I do live by the 5 love languages. Whoever I'm talking to or dating, I'm like, look, let's you take the test. I'll take the test. And if they come back with I already know my love language, I'm like, here we go. Because your love language can change, and it can change person to person. Because there might be some highs for them or some highs for you or lows for them that, kind of makes your love language change a little bit. It doesn't change you as a person, but at the same time, you might like things a little bit more with this person that you didn't like about the person before, so I think that's really important to discuss and have it wide open and, just kind of get feedback from your partner and see how they feel about certain things. So I think that's very important. How do you guys suggest to get to know your partner? Like I said, our counselor is supposed to be here, but they canceled at the last minute, and that's totally fine. We're going to still keep rocking and rolling. I'm waiting for some of my people from my panel to join. They might have forgot. That's okay. I didn't send no reminders out. We've been talking about this for a while, so it is what it is. We just go ahead and keep it flowing, and that's what we're going to do. But what else? What other ways do you guys see that is a good way to get to know your partner? What do you guys think? I want some feedback from the crowd. So, and if anybody wants to get in, just, try to do an invite, and then I can pull you up on the screen and we can go from there. What's up, Chaser Paper? Chaser, what's going on? And I can pull you guys in. You guys can give me some feedback. You don't got to be on here for the whole live, but you can come in and say your comments, and then you can go back into the comments if you want to. But if you want to say your comments aloud on the screen, just do an invite and I'll add you. Once again, people that are watching, I appreciate you guys for being here. We are streaming live from TikTok. However, I am also on YouTube and Facebook and Twitter, going live right now. So other people that want to jump on those platforms, you can watch it from there as well. Time, yes, that's important. Sheila, what's up, Sheila? What's going on? Yeah, so you said time. That is important. Yes, I did express that it is important to have time with your partner. The topic for tonight is getting to know your partner. So, hey, what's going on? So I think that it is important to have time, with your partner and getting to know them. Things don't happen overnight. Of course you might want something, but at the same time, it's not going to just happen, overnight. So, yeah, if like I said, anybody wants to get in and, say their comments, they can come in and say their comments real quick. You don't have to be on here for the whole live, but it's supposed to be a live panel, at least 6 people. I don't want to have too many people. Girl, thank you. Look, I was struggling with them lashes, honey. I'm about to call you on FaceTime, like, walk me through this, but you know what? I'm just going to go ahead and go throw them on there. Anyways, that's not what we talk about. All right, so Nicole says, spending quality time with your partner. Don't be afraid to ask each other questions. Absolutely, absolutely. That is a big point to make with being in a relationship. it is very important to ask questions. You know, the ones you think that are the scary ones are probably the ones you need to ask the most, because you're like, you know what, I wonder if, or I think this, or I might think that, and you could overthink something. So if you don't put it out there in the atmosphere and ask your partner, hey, how do you feel about this? Or how do you feel about, how do you think we should handle this situation or whatever? It's very important to communicate, very important. Yeah, exactly. Closed mouths don't get fed. Absolutely, absolutely. Being loyal to each other. Yeah, so that is that, being loyal to each other in the very beginning when you're getting to know somebody, and the rest of the relationship too. It is very important to be loyal. And so we're talking about getting to know them, you know, from the beginning, but at the same time, it is important to establish that, you know, and that comes with the questions, you know. So if you're sitting there and you're talking to somebody and you want to know some feedback from them, and you want to get that, you know, that in-depth response, and you want that face-to-face, that eye contact, and, you know, sitting there just talking to each other and getting to know each other, then it's best that you do communicate, and then that way you can build on that loyalty. So that is very important. I'm glad that you said that. So yes, what else do you guys think are some great tips that are good for people that are, you know, getting to know their partner? Like we said, quality time, and time is something that was said already. Loyalty was another one that was put out there. So yeah, I definitely appreciate that one, loyalty. Like I said, I really live by the 5 languages. You know, I think that those other languages just haven't been established in a book, but still, the 5 love languages is definitely very important to me, because you can sit there and you can get to know how to communicate with your partner. So absolutely. Oh yes, Sheila, you need to jump in the box, because yeah, you need to go ahead and talk. Let's talk about it. Anyways, yeah, definitely being transparent. Being transparent is very good. Honest and keeping everything 100. True, absolutely true. Those are 2 good points. So I'm going to attack the first one first, Sheila. It is very important to be transparent, and that goes along with what Chasey said as far as the loyalty. So it kind of you're being loyal, but at the same time you're being open. You know, you're being open, you're being honest with your partner, letting them know like, hey, this is what's going on. I have family members that, you know, they can't walk, and they need to put that out there and let them know, because you sit there and meet them and thinking that you're getting this person that's, you know, able-bodied, but at the same time that's one of their disabilities, but they don't want to share it. I'm like, it's going to come out eventually. You have to have that type of discussion. I have family members that are like slightly deaf in their ears, and they sign, but at the same time they can talk, but they might not hear everything that you're saying. So I'm like, you know, a nice way to bring it up with this brand new with somebody is to say, hey, you need to talk a little bit louder in this ear. You know what I'm saying? Or, you know, if you're out in public, you don't want somebody screaming, then at least, hey, can you write this down and then say it to me kind of, so I know exactly what you're talking about. So yeah, I think that that's important, definitely, to have that transparency open and be able to share with your partner. Hey, these are some things that are going on with me. It doesn't have to always be medical, you know what I'm saying? It could be something financial. You started a brand new relationship and you broke. Hey, put it out there. Hey, I'm broke. We're going to do some cheap dates. I really like you, but this is what we about to do. You know, because I really want to spend time and I want to get to know you, but I ain't got it like that to be going to Ruth Chris or whatever, you know what I'm saying? But just, you know, keeping it 100. And that's what Stacey had said before, you know, being honest and keeping everything 100. So yeah, if you're out there and you're in the world where you're dating, and you're trying to get to know somebody, because that's the topic for tonight, we're going to try to stay on topic. If you're trying to get to know somebody and you're trying to, you know, go further in the relationship, is definitely very important. What's that meaning? It's very important to let those things be known. Hey, I got a financial issue, you know what I'm saying? Hey, I like to gamble, you know, I like to play scratch offs. I like to go swimming in the rain sometimes when the lightning strikes, whatever the case may be, but just being transparent is very important. So yeah, I like those. Those are good pointers in a relationship. Getting to know somebody, getting to know your partner, you know, thing that was kept repeated over and over again was time. So time definitely is important. And then also being able to be transparent. Being transparent is something that is needed. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you. Welcome back, Triple V. Yeah, so I want some more time. Everybody else give me something else. Like I want something else that people say, okay, when I get to know somebody, I want to know this about them, or you think it's a good sharing point to talk about. What do you guys think? I want some feedback. So we got time. We got being loyal. We got being transparent. You know, those are all great things when you're starting something brand new with somebody. And I think that carries on. Oh my gosh, yes, knowing their family. We'll definitely talk about that. Public display of affection. You did say PDA before. I'm sorry, I did. It came up, and I read it, and I was going to go back to it, but I forgot to go back. So thank you for putting it again. But yes, getting to know the person's family, that's very important too. How soon do you think you should meet their family? That's another thing. So for me, when I get to know somebody, I'm like, oh, I'm all head over heels. I want them to meet my immediate family first. Then I'll let them meet everybody else later. But at the same time, I like them to meet them first. And I do that because, first of all, the world we live in today. So I want to be safe. And I'm like, okay, you got to meet like these key people. These people are most important in my life. And I need to make sure that they know who you are. They know what you look like. You know, my mom, when I started dating, like in high school, she used to be like, take a picture. Well, we didn't have picture phones back then. Write down the license plate. But as you got older, take a picture of the license plate. Make sure you know where their house is. I've let those things slip from my mind growing up. And so I don't even pay attention to those things no more. And it's so important to do it now because things are just, you don't know who exactly you're out there dating. And you think you might know that person, but you really don't know. So it's good to make sure that you get to know the family, you know, like, yeah, you can't keep telling me, oh, you're going to meet so-and-so. Okay, when? Next year, the year after? Like, I think that is important to get to know the family, especially if I pulled you into my immediate circle. I don't expect to meet somebody's family members immediately like I do with mine. But eventually, like I'm thinking eventually, like within the first 3 to 6 months, I think that should be fair to be like, okay, hey, I want you to meet my kids, or I want you to meet so-and-so, whatever. I think that's very important. Knowing the family, that was one. So let me go back up real quick. So you said emotional PDAs. Yes, I think that, so very much so when you're starting a new relationship, that goes into the communication part though. So you want to be able to talk about it first, which was Sheila was saying, being transparent. You want to be able to be transparent, like, hey, I like to hold hands. I like to kiss out in public. You want to have those conversations with your partner and find out what they like and what they dislike, because that's that getting to know each other part. So you can't sit there and automatically assume like, well, yeah, I'm gonna go snatch my lady up and we about to be walking the streets all, you know, holding hand. It might be hot out and she don't want to do all that. She'd be like, okay, I'm standing right next to you, like we out together. Or the girl might be like, oh yeah, we about to be kissing and slob that. And the guy be like, yo, we could do that at home, or we could do it in the car. We ain't gotta be all in public doing that. So it goes back to communication and being transparent and talking to your partner, finding out exactly what they like, if they do like PDA or they don't. You know, so public display of affection is definitely something, a starter for a relationship. You're absolutely right. Let me see. Once you're in a stable relationship first. Yeah. So, okay. I think you're talking about as far as the family. So yes. And that's what I was saying, like, as far as the time frame. So I'm thinking like within 3 to 6 months, it should be some kind of communication about, hey, you know, when am I going to meet such and such, or when I'm going to meet somebody. Like, I can't stand with somebody, oh, my best friend. And I'm like, well, I want to meet your best friend. I mean, you're going to meet him eventually. All right, never mind. Don't even worry about it. No worry about it. But no, yeah, I think that is important, having some type of stable relationship first. So if you do have that stable relationship and you guys are still brand new, it's something that can be talked about. Oh, thank you, Nathan, so much. I appreciate you. It's very important to discuss that as well. So I think talking about going back to time, I think that's something that should be discussed in the very beginning. Hey, you know, we're talking. You don't have to be written down every little, you know, bit and pieces. Like, oh yeah, well, we have to do this today. No, we don't. We can sit there and say, well, we're gonna do next month. Okay, next month I'm gonna introduce you to XYZ or whatever. But yeah, so I think that's very important. My phone might cut out for a second because I got a message. But okay, let's go. Okay. It's important to know that we are two individuals coming together. Oh my gosh, come on, preach, come on, Sheila. We have our own lives to live. Absolutely, yes. And that comes with the, you know, communication again. Just, you know, being transparent, like you said before, and making sure that everybody's on the same page. Like you said, there's two people. You know what I'm saying? Y'all wasn't born together. Y'all didn't come out the womb together. So y'all come, two different individuals coming together, trying to make something work. And you're trying to work towards you know, a long-lasting relationship, but definitely two different people coming together. That's a good point to make, especially in the beginning. When it comes to starting out something brand new, you want to have those guidelines and kind of like some kind of barriers of, okay, what we're trying to do, what we're trying to work for, without rushing into it. But still, that's still the beginning, so that's perfect. I think I hit everybody's comments that said something, so I appreciate that. I appreciate y'all feedback. Wait, hold on. Agree boss with the family part. Yeah, definitely with the family. So like like I said, I think that benefits and disbeliefs. Oh, beliefs and disbeliefs. Oh yeah, that's definitely a starter. That's definitely a starter for relationships. It's important to have those kind of conversations so that you guys are on the same page. There's some religions that don't allow other people, or beliefs and disbeliefs. There's people that don't believe in dating people from a different religion or a different background or anything. They don't believe in it, but that's their choice. And then they could choose to say like, oh, you're this perfect person for me, but because of this, then I just can't look past that. So that is something that needs to be discussed, beliefs and disbeliefs. So yeah, absolutely. I don't want to insult people. Yeah, true. Milt, I know you've been jumping in and out. I appreciate you coming through too. If you have something you want to say, you want to get on the panel, that's fine. I had like 2 or 3 people that are supposed to be a part of the panel. I think they forgot, and that's fine. We're going to keep on going because I'm going off at 7 o'clock so I can go edit and upload. We are live here on TikTok, and we are also live on YouTube and Twitter, and Facebook. So we live all over right now. It's supposed to be on IG, but IG dropped off. So what is that? Dr. Anderson, thank you for walking in, Dr. Anderson. The discussion tonight is about relationships, and we're talking about beginning of relationships, how you're supposed to like get along, and what are some of the things you start talking about in the very beginning when you're starting to focus on a relationship. I thought that was a perfect place to start tonight for the simple fact that, you know, you have to start somewhere. So the whole season is going to be about relationships and conversations about that. But I want to start off at the beginning, getting to know your partner, you know. So today, that's what we're talking about, getting to know your partner. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. But yeah, so that's what's most important to me, is making sure, you know, you guys hit like all the big ones on the head. Time is important. Talking about public display of affection. No, I'm saying if you want to jump in, you can jump in. Just push invite and I can invite you so you can be on the panel too. Anybody else that wants to jump on the panel, like I said, I'm jumping off right at 7. I'm going to be on time with it. Thank you guys for helping me achieve my goal. I appreciate that as well. But yes, so we discussed that time is very important. Getting to know your partner, talking about public display of affection, that's very important as well. You know, because you want to know, you want to know what's okay and what's not okay, you know, amongst the two of you. Understanding that you guys are 2 individuals that are trying to come together as one. That's very, very important. There's a lot of people that have beliefs of, oh, I'm the man, I lead. And then there's some people that are like, well, you know, hey, I'm the head of the household because I make the most money. So those are conversations that you have because you guys are living separate lives, but you want to come together. So you want to be on the same page in the same book. So you can be on the same page in different books, and that can get a little bad. But anyways, it definitely is important to have those discussions and being transparent. That was a couple of things that was really, really important. Being loyal and getting to know your partner. And that's the topic for tonight, was getting to know your partner. So I'm going to do a little break. Y'all not going to be able to see it, but I'm going to do it on this end for YouTube. And the YouTube people are going to see the 30-second commercial about being powered by CTR Media. So give me 1 second, and Milton, I'm going to come back to your comment.
CTR Media Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book us for your next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network podcasters today. To learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
All right, and we back, and that was from CTR Media Network. If you guys don't know about them, y'all better go add them. They're on everything. They're on TikTok. They're on Instagram. They're on YouTube. They have their own website and their own channel, is ctrmedianetwork.com. My whole function of everything that I do is powered by CTR Media Network. So let's go back to the comment. I believe we all need to filter out the things that don't work naturally between us. Absolutely. And then let's see what else you said. Gender roles, in my opinion, hurt over relationships. Yeah, over relationships, because we start to section ourselves off from them. That's true too. Yeah. So I agree with that. I agree with that too. When you're starting to do gender roles, that's a touchy topic. That's a whole nother topic by itself. Gender roles is a whole nother topic, and I say that because it could get broken down so many different ways. And
what one person believes, somebody else might not believe, and then it just goes haywire. But like you said before, naturally, the things that don't work out naturally between y'all. So yes, if you're in a relationship with someone and you're starting and it's brand new and you're starting to discuss certain things, and when you start discussing those certain things, it gets a little bit rocky because they believe one thing over the other. Yeah, then you might wanna sit there and think that one through a little bit, because it can get into like a little battle, and it shouldn't be. You know, it should be just a natural conversation. Welcome in. How are you, Dr. Sanderson? That's what it is. Sorry about that. I'm pretty good.
Good. I kind of just wanted to add, like me personally, I've been married since 1996, so I'm thinking this year makes 27 years.
Okay.
But one thing I have kind of learned, and just watching, like I have a son that's 26, and the thing that I instilled in him is that, you know, when you start a new relationship, you know, give it a little time at the beginning, but kind of, you know, ask, you know, what their goals are.
Right.
You know, to kind of see where they're headed at, because a lot of times, you know, you'll have, you know, male and female, you know, they'll get involved with someone because they may see how much money you make, or may see how much you drive, but don't have no ambitions for themselves.
Right.
So, and you know, and I kind of see that, and you know, I hope neither one of them are watching, because I'm gonna say what I got to say.
Right.
But I kind of see that in, you know, the person that he's dealing with, you know, because I think he was more caught up with the sex part of it, you know, and I get it, you know, when you're young,
right?
You know, I get, and I get it, but I kind of lived and learned, so I try to instill in them the things that I wish I'd have learned back then.
Right.
But yeah, I say definitely, you know, see where a person's goals are. You know, what ambitions do they have in life? To kind of see if y'all goals even match.
Right.
Check their credit score. I mean, that's you know, that's the real important thing, because you don't want to get with nobody and you have ambitions of wanting things in life,
right?
But you have somebody that's kind of really more dragging you down versus then, you know, pushing you, whether it be male or female.
Right.
It goes both ways. But I say definitely, you know, in the learning stages, you know, if you have any red flags to see, okay, because you know as well as I know, when you first meet somebody, the first few times, you're going to meet their representative.
Right. Absolutely.
You're not going to meet the real person.
Right.
But the real person comes out once you move your butt in with. So you're going to see some stuff versus, you know, when you were just, you know, visiting them for a few here and there.
Right.
To where you just probably had to deal with them an hour or two and go home. Versus, you know, now it's 24/7. But just see if a person has the same ambitions and same goals. Well, you just have goals for themselves. Maybe not the same ambitions and goals that you have, but just have some ambitions and drive to want something in life.
Right.
Because it can come to bite you. You know, further down the line, and you'll be kicking yourself in the butt 20 years later.
Right. Absolutely.
10 years later. But take that time. You know, you may find a woman, you know, that's beautiful and, man, giving you everything you want, you think you need. It ain't worth a damn. Versus a woman can find a man, think he's all that. It ain't worth a damn. And you come to find out, well, damn, I done wasted all this damn time behind somebody that didn't want nothing and definitely didn't want me.
Right.
So take your time and just make a smart decision. You know, don't rush into that. Don't let nobody make you feel less than you are. Because a lot of times when people know how you really feel about them, you know, they'll use that to their advantage.
Right. They play off of it. Absolutely. Yeah, I've seen that so many times. Yeah.
Exactly. So they know you won't necessarily walk away.
Right.
Or, you know, they can do certain things to you and know that there's nothing that you're going to do about it.
Right.
So just don't fall for that trap. Just know your self-worth and know that you're meant to be loved as well, and that the feelings are supposed to be mutual, not one-sided.
One-sided,
and you can
absolutely.
tell. You know, a lot of people, you'll know, you'll see the red flags. But a lot of people don't want to believe what they see versus they just want to believe how they feel.
Right,
Or
right.
want to believe what they think that you are. Sometimes a person tells you exactly who they are.
Right. You just don't want to believe it. Some people just don't want to believe it. Yeah. So.
Some people just don't. And hell, I can speak on situations, you know, that myself. But I mean, I've been there.
Right.
I've been there. I'm a man. You know, I'm pretty sure all of us have situations to, well, okay, I wish we would have went this direction or that direction. But when we have kids, you try to give them the game.
Right.
Now sometimes they don't take it. You know, they still want to touch that hot stove.
Right.
You told them it was not.
Mm-hmm.
But life is the best teacher.
Absolutely.
Life is the best teacher.
Somebody said do a background check. I think that's important, but like he was saying, like doing like credit checks and so on, not credit, but yeah, he did. He said do a credit check and stuff like that. I think that's more towards when you're about to move in. I think that's important, you know, because then you kind of know what you're getting yourself into before even making that step. And then Milton said, truly get to know them, leaving no stones unturned. And that's true too. Because you're just sitting there looking at, you know, not just the outside, but the inner side. And then Lita said, which is important too, wait, I passed it and then I went back. Hold on one second. She said something about getting to know them for the season. Oh, there it goes. Knowing an individual throughout the seasons. And that's very important. I was watching some show the other day on one of these streaming channels. I was watching it, and when I was looking at it, they were saying, yeah, you have to be able to know how that person handles death, how that person handles losing a job, how that person handles you know, a brand new kid. Like you have to get to know them through those different seasons. You can do that together. You don't have to do that separately. You can do that together. That's the only way you're going to get to know your partner the best, but it's going to take time for that. So it's not something that's going to be handled, you know, taken care of immediately. How long have you been married? He said he's been married for 26 years.
Yeah,
27, excuse me. Yeah, going on 27.
And one more thing I wanted to, a lot of people don't take marriage seriously. Well, as far as the for better or for worse part. I'm going to tell you a story about what happened to me back in 2021 in July.
Give me 1 second. 1 second. Okay. Just because this comment hits really heavy. They said, this day and time, some people lie so good it's believable. That's so true. That is true. That is true. Yeah, social media is definitely a big thing that helps out with that. And like everything looks good, but it's not what it seems. You know, people be sitting there flossing like they got houses and cars and, you know, money galore, and they taking trips and ain't left nowhere, working part-time at the McDonald's and can't even get a full-time job because of their history. So yeah, absolutely. You're absolutely right with that. But okay, I'm sorry. Go with your story that you're going to say.
Well, back in July of 21, I was at work doing my job. I was driving the garbage truck. You know, that's what I was doing at the time. And a guy decided to take his own life, and he hit me head on at 80 miles an hour.
Oh, wow.
I didn't see him coming. I remember someone coming to the truck, just listening to him, you know, asking me, was I okay? And at the time, I didn't know what happened.
Right.
And the next voice I heard, it said, Jamal, it's not your time. And I knew that was God.
Right.
And I don't remember being pulled out the truck. I don't remember riding no ambulance. I remember waking up in the hospital room. But I say it to say this, what I said back earlier, you know, and for better or for worse. With my wife, we didn't have our ups and downs.
Right.
But at that hospital, I was in the hospital almost 3 months. My foot was crushed. My femur bone was broke. Had broken ribs, you know, broken finger. I was messed up.
Right.
But I can say my wife stayed at that hospital with me every single night.
Right.
For those 2 months. And even when I got home, you know, I couldn't walk. I was wheelchair bound. I had to learn to walk again.
Right.
You know, so it was things that I couldn't do, you know, for myself. You know, I couldn't I'm gonna say it. I couldn't wipe my own butt.
Right.
But she did it for me. So, and that's another thing. It's so careful to know who you choose. Like I say, you will know how a person is, but you just have to be willing to accept what you see.
Right.
Because a person can't wait to tell you how they feel about it. They gonna tell you.
Absolutely.
And it's not necessarily gonna be with words.
Right.
So you'll know. But I say this to say, for anything for better is all good, man. People gonna party with you, but when you in those dark times, those bad times,
right,
that's when you know that you have a true partner. And that's someone that you want to hold on to.
Right.
Because if you seen Tyler Perry movie, you seen that woman came back after her husband left her. But she stuck with her vows and took care of that man.
Right.
No matter how she dogged them out. But most people these days will tell you, shit, I didn't sign up for that.
Right. They be out.
And I just seen that happen to other people. Family members get sick and they spouse like, I didn't sign up for this.
Right.
And gone.
Yeah.
Left you. And I pray nothing happens to anyone, out there. But I just say it to say, be careful on the partner, that you choose. Don't just rush into anything.
Right.
Don't just think that you have to accept this person because you've been looking for somebody for so long and you finally got somebody. Just be careful. Trust me, when the timing is right, the right person gonna fall right into place and it's gonna be the perfect time.
Absolutely. I appreciate you for coming in and telling me your side of the story and what you've been through. And that is a perfect testimony for, the episode 1, as far as getting to know your partner. And like I said, that was the topic for tonight. And that's definitely appreciated because you gave some feedback that, to make people open their eyes pretty much, especially when it comes to relationships.
Exactly.
Everybody wants to be loved. Shit, I want to be loved. Everybody wants to be loved, but at the same time, you just can't rush into it. You just can't rush into it. So yeah, it's definitely important. Definitely important to try to stick with the person that you want. Okay, a woman will stick with the man through it all, but with the man will not. There's men that will, and there's men that won't, and then there's women that will, and there's women that won't. So it really just depends, and that's what he was explaining. Like, you get to know that person when you're starting to, when you're dating them and it's one-on-one, then you get to know, like, oh, that person's gonna stick around, but you have to kind of get to that point where it actually happens, before you can sit there and say, yeah, nah, they're not the one. So, but yeah, I definitely appreciate you swinging through. We're going to be live every Saturday at 6 p.m. It's going to be for 1 hour, 6 to 7. So you're more than welcome to come back at any time, and make sure you keep on watching and give us some comments, some feedback. We appreciate you.
Well, definitely. I appreciate you having me on.
Yeah.
You guys have a great day.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's see. Flight Risk said, a woman told me sickness and in health. She also said indefinitely. So when you say no, so what? A woman told me sickness and in health. She also said indefinitely. So I'm not sure exactly what she's trying to say, but yeah. I'm not sure exactly what you're trying to say with your statement. You said a woman said that when sickness is out, right? So when you get married, like in sickness and health, and then you said indefinitely, and then you say no. Why would you say no? I'm not sure about that one. But yeah, I do appreciate the doctor coming in, Dr. Sanderson. That was dope. Good. So, yeah, indefinitely. She said even if they cheat. Oh, well, that's a personal decision. That's something that needs to be discussed between those two partners. So if the understanding is with one partner to the other, as far as cheating, like if one person says, hey, I'm cool. I'm not cool, but they say like, okay, yeah, you did your thing, but don't do it no more. Then that's the decision between the two people. It can't be outside people feeding into it. And that's what happens a lot, especially with relationships. If, a friend wants to talk to another friend and tell them, they'd be like, oh, girl, you shouldn't. Or a guy talks to his guy friend and the guy be like, oh, I would never. And then, they're trying to make a decision off of somebody else, but they don't know exactly what's going on in that household. So, yeah. Yeah, she said I'm talking layman's terms. Yeah, but yeah, indefinitely is indefinitely, but you have to have that discussion, with your partner. So, like I said, you never know what somebody's willing to do unless it's discussed. So if it's out there and it's talked about and it's okay, then fine. And if it's forbidden, then there has to be another discussion, another conversation. So. No, I kept trying to go back. I think you said infidelity, and I was starting to say indefinitely. That's why he was like, no. That's why I kept going back and trying to look at it. But yeah, infidelity. That's just oh, and she's talking about cheating. Got it. I got you. That's why I brought it back. But yeah, it's all about those people in the relationship and what they communicate about, and if they talk about cheating or like that shouldn't be a discussion that you should have right away, because there should be nobody cheating, especially if y'all just starting a date. But if it's something that happens and it takes place, then that should be something that is discussed. There's people that will walk out, and then there's people that will stay. So just to each their own on that one. But y'all had some really good points today. I really appreciate y'all chiming in and giving feedback. I like it. I like it a lot. Next week we will be talking about. I'm gonna have a topic posted after this show. I'll have it posted on here what we're gonna be talking next week, and hopefully we'll have our whole panel here so they can actually put their feedback in too. So we have been talking about it for a couple of weeks. So I thought everybody was ready today. Not everybody showed up, but it's okay. We still had a good run. It's 6:43. I'm not jumping off quite yet because I do want to keep it right at an hour. But yeah, like I said, I do appreciate you guys swinging through, and the people that have been watching from YouTube and from Twitter and from Facebook, I appreciate you guys as well. Thank you so much for joining in today. We will be back every Saturday at 6 p.m. There will be some Saturdays I'll have to skip like one or two because I'll be doing other events. But y'all gonna rock with me. I'm gonna rock with y'all. I'll make sure yes, not at all. I'm definitely gonna make sure I keep you guys posted, and I'll post in my story like what the next topic is gonna be, and then people can choose to tune in, or they can wait until the next topic. Either which way, I'm definitely gonna post it about it. Our relationship handled cheating better than relationships. Yeah. If you're talking about like old school, yeah, back in the day, like that was a thing. Not saying that it was acceptable, but definitely way back, like my grandparents and great grandparents, it was like you knew down the street was Susie Q, and Susie Q had like 3 kids from grandpa, and from great grandpa or whatever, and those were your siblings, your cousins, and all. Everybody was related to somebody, but everybody was kind of doing their own thing back then, and they still doing they do their things right now. But when they're doing it now, they're doing it on a whole nother level. So, and it's not really a good thing because it ends up being a fallout or a disagreement, or somebody can't handle it and they take it too far. So yeah, things be happening. But back in the day, it was a little bit more disgusting. It was like, okay, don't do that again. I don't want to see you down there with so and so. But grandpa gonna do what grandpa gonna do, and grandma did her thing too. So cheating is not the end for all. Okay, that's true, but the reason why is important to know. Oh, okay. So for you, it's important to know why they cheated. And we have a whole topic about cheating coming up. That's going to be like three episodes in. Cheating is going to be one of the topics, but we'll definitely discuss that too during that time frame. But yeah, so like I said, that's why I was just explaining. Sometimes people will be like, okay, that's cool. Not cool like they accept it, but like, okay, I'm not mad. I'm pissed, maybe furious, but we need to talk about this. And we need to make sure that, that we have an understanding why, you did what you did, and that you're not going to do it again, because nobody wants to keep going through that same cycle. So, you're like, okay, I heard what you said, and I let that go, but you're not going to do this again next week and the week after and the week after. So yeah, like a one-time thing, maybe once every couple of years, whatever. But but yeah, without that, just to do it on a regular basis. Yeah, that's. I mean, you might as well just be with somebody else. I mean, out of that relationship. Because at a certain point in time, it's like, okay, it's just too much. But yeah, so like I said, we have a whole nother episode. We're gonna talk about just cheating alone. So that's gonna be a good thing. Cheating, and then threesomes and foursomes, all that stuff. All those sums are gonna be coming up. So everything's gonna be talked about in the very near future. Like I stated, I will be putting the next topic up for next week after the show. Oh, I cannot with you. It's not an end all, but I'm gonna get my lick back. I got you. Tit for tat. Yeah, it is. It is, but I mean, human nature. It happens. It happens. So, like, oh, that's what we're doing. Okay, no problem. It's a little bit before 7, but guess what, you guys? I want to go and edit, so I'm going to end this live. I appreciate you all for coming through, showing up, and showing love. I appreciate you, appreciate you, appreciate you. I will see you guys next Saturday. I'm going to post the next topic really soon, and then I have to go through and make sure I put my credits on here. So thank you guys so much. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate y'all, and thank you guys for sliding through. Have a good evening, and I'm going to play this commercial one more time, but I'm going to end it over here, okay? Talk to y'all later.
CTR Media Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book us for your next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network podcasters today. To learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
Just like that, boss lady start out, y'all. Peace.
Greetings. My name is Jamal Brown, and I am happy, humbled, and excited to be here with you today. I won't be long, but I will be strong. I come to you from the Los Angeles area of Southern California. This is where I was born, but was born in a smaller town, smaller part of the Los Angeles County area, far away from the Hollywood sign, far away from Disneyland, in the least economically stable area of California, Los Angeles County in particular. There's mobile home parks. And in fact, my first memories in life were growing up in a mobile home park. Despite my parents' socioeconomic status, despite their meager funds, they always valued education. And they thought that by putting my brother and myself into a private school was the best way to insulate us from life's ills. And so they always allocated their funds so that we went to a private school in the neighboring city on the other side of town in that neighboring city. There, as you could imagine, perhaps, the students there did not look like me, did not walk like me, did not talk like me. They were primarily, Caucasian kids. I didn't know what that meant in terms of being different until one day, I think it was the 4th grade, the teacher gave us an assignment. She said, go home, find out 5 things you want to do, come back and share with the class. So like a good student, I went home and diligently began working on my assignment. I looked inside my family. I looked inside the family of some of my friends. Of course, the news and TV was on, and I got right to my assignment. The following morning, I was the 3rd person in line as we had to come up to the front of the class, stand on the X, and share with the class our list. Again, being 3rd in line, I got to hear some of the other people's lists. There was a young boy who went first. His list, from what I can recall of it, he mentioned he wanted to be an astronaut, a firefighter, a policeman, some noble things. The young lady in front of me, the only thing I remember from her list is that she said she wanted to be a podiatrist. It took me about 20 years to figure out what a podiatrist was. Podiatrist, for those who don't know, it's a foot doctor. Certainly that young lady, her mother did her homework. Finally, it was my turn. Made sure I was looking good, stepped up, stood on the X, with my shoulders back, loudly and proudly proclaimed, my name is Jamal Brown. I'm either going to be an athlete, a drug dealer, a gang member, or entertainer. That's right, my list: athlete, drug dealer, gang member, entertainer. The teacher walked me slowly to my desk, patted me on the head, and let me know that a parent-teacher conference would be taking place that night. I didn't know exactly what took place in that parent-teacher conference. I just know both
My mother came out with tears, and the teacher came out with tears. Throughout my life, I put varying levels of energy into each one of those things. I'll tell you about a few of my adventures. First, I thought about being a gang member. Certainly, gang members were respected members of the community, so I thought. But it wasn't too long before I began thinking, when gang members aren't out there committing murder and mayhem, what exactly are gang members doing? You know, there's no gang member stock options, no retirement plan, no 401k. So I didn't really know what gang members did. And, you know, I certainly didn't think there was too much of a future in becoming a gang member. Plus, my father had been shot. So I've had a pretty good secondhand view of what a bullet can do to flesh. So thankfully, it wasn't too long before I scratched becoming a gang member off of my list. Next up, I thought about becoming a drug dealer. That's right. I was so convinced I was going to be a drug dealer because there was a drug dealer on my street. The statute of limitations are up. This was a long time ago. So I'll tell you his name. His name was Dwight. Dwight lived on my street. He had the nice car, the booming sound system. He had the attention of the ladies. And most importantly, Dwight used to give me candy. And so I thought certainly becoming a drug dealer was not that bad of a gig. Again, I was so convinced that of my career aspirations that one day I actually decided to tell my mother of my plans for my future. I'll never forget. It was a Sunday morning. Mom was in the kitchen washing dishes before church, handful of Palmolive soap. We all know the green bottle, washing dishes. I sat down at the bar stool in front of her, said, "Mom, I figured out what I want to do." Matching my energy, says, "What, baby, tell me." I said, "I'm going to sell drugs." And I sort of dipped back, right? I dipped back because I thought that hand was going to come out the water and slap me in the next week. It didn't happen. She just kept her head down, kept washing those dishes. She was washing dishes for about a minute, but that minute felt like a year. Then eventually she says, "Baby, I don't think that's going to work out too well for you." I said, "Why not?" She says, "Well, after I beat you, I'm going to call the cops on you and you're going to go to jail." So grand opening, grand closing. My whole drug career lasted those 3 or 4 minutes. I didn't sell anything. From that point forward, I dedicated my life to the game of basketball. I played basketball night and day and night. Played so much basketball, I wasn't known as Jamal Brown, but Jamal the basketball player. Finally convinced my parents in the 9th grade to allow me to switch schools from a private school to a public school for the first time. I certainly thought that becoming captain of the team would be my ticket to fame and fortune and notoriety. And so I made it my goal. I played hard, practiced well, and achieved that goal of becoming the captain of the team. One day I wasn't feeling too well. That same loving mother took me to the doctor after practice. They ran a whole host of tests, ears, nose, eyes, everything head to toe. And finally, the doctor said, "Mr. Brown, you have apical hypertrophic myocardiopathy." Said, "Could you say that in English, please?" Said, "You have apical hypertrophic myocardiopathy. The tip of your heart, Mr. Brown, is about 2 times thicker than it should be." I sort of laughed it off, said, "Maybe that's why I'm so good." Said, "There's no laughing matter, son." I said, "Well, we have a game against our rival next week, and we'll figure something out after that." He said, "No, you actually have a heart surgery next week." So as a 14-year-old freshman, I went from a basketball court to an operating table. As you can imagine, that was a tough pill to swallow. It was surgery day. I don't remember much of it. I just remember waking up, room full of doctors, nurses, family members lined the room as I woke up. First words out of my mouth were, "When can I play basketball again?" Everyone was slow to speak. Finally, the lead surgeon spoke up and said, "Mr. Brown, the surgery didn't quite go as expected. There's no additional surgeries. There's no medication, nothing we can do to fix the problem that you have, and I will never sign the waiver for you to play sports again." As you can imagine, that'd be a tough pill to swallow for anyone at any age, but certainly this young boy who at the time hadn't updated my list: athlete, drug dealer, gang member, entertainer. That's all still I saw the people around me doing. That's all still what I thought Black people did. That's all I felt I could aspire to. I was dejected, I was depressed, but eventually I realized I wasn't dead. And I realized that if you can look up, then certainly you can get up. And each and every day that the sun rises, you can go further from where you were to closer to where you want to be. However, I didn't have the skills, I didn't have the information, I didn't have the knowledge of anything else. Thankfully, what that time we're no longer playing sports allowed me to do was to discover that Black history is world history. I was able to discover things about Egypt and the Nile and the pyramid builders and Marcus Garvey and Malcolm X, Harriet Tubman, and all these wonderful people. And something magic began to happen inside of me, right? A fire was lit inside of me. I began asking myself, what will be my legacy and how will the world know me? Inspired by these people that I discovered on these pages in world history, Black history, I discovered, again, I had something magic inside of me. I had greatness inside of me. And I began to ask myself, what will be my legacy and how will the world know me? Inspired by all that, I went on to become my high school's first ever African-American valedictorian. I was accepted to 8 universities and received about $50,000 in scholarships. And again, I must attribute those feats to the love and support of my mother and father, but also the love and support of my ancestors, the information that I received from knowing that people who look like me have done great things. And so I want to share a few slides with you to highlight some of the individuals, highlight some of the instances and the ideas that inspired me in history. And so I have titled here these brief words, Black history is world history. What we call Black history truly is the missing pages of world history. There's my contact information, Jamal at black365.us, black365.com, latinocalendar.com. You can find out more about me. We'll talk a little bit about that there in the future. As I mentioned, one of the first things that caught my eye, one of the first things that excited me about history was the civilization of ancient Egypt. So I was so excited. I went from reading about it to actually visiting. I was there in Egypt for 15 days, learning, discovering, seeing the greatness of our people and our lasting contributions to history. One of my favorite pictures, one of my favorite trips was to Mexico as well, right? I discovered that Black people, people who look like you and me, circumnavigated the globe, went around the globe far before there was a Christopher Columbus who thought he was going east, went west, and ran into this place and misnamed people and contributed all sort of negativity to the world. There were African people, Black people, who intentionally traveled around the world, leaving clues to their present, leaving clues to their success. We brought pyramid building to the Americas. We brought the number 0, all sort of great things, the domestication of animals to the Americas. And again, discovering and touching and feeling world history, Black history, again, truly has been an intangible and invaluable piece that I love to do. I was so inspired by what I discovered on this journey of self-discovery and discovery of Black history that for the past 13 years at this point, I've been producing a calendar that highlights an event in Black history every single day. My goal, my passion, my purpose for being on this planet, I've discovered, is to show and highlight the heroes and sheroes, Black women and men who have done great things. We'll talk about that a little bit more shortly. And for my contributions, the Barack Obama White House provided me with this pretty rare award, volunteer service award in the field of education. Because again, I've uncovered my gift to highlight in a special way Black history. And again, I've been recognized by the White House, the California State Senate, and a few other notable organizations. I always have to remind people that our motherland, the birthplace of humanity, is Africa. The few facts about Africa. Africa is a continent, not a country, whereas United States is one country with 50 states. The African continent is one continent with 54 countries inside of it. Africa is a very, very, very large place. About 20% of the Earth's landmass is Africa. Africa is naturally the wealthiest place on the planet. That's right. Some people are taken aback when I provide them with this fact. Say, hold on, when I turn on Discovery Channel, when I turn on CNN, I see nothing but despair and poverty. Well, there are systems that are being put into place that rob Africa. However, naturally, most of the world's gold, diamond, cobalt, coltan, the things that we need for our computers to work, the things that we need for our cell phones to work, the things that we need to make our economies work are indeed produced in Africa. Once again here, most of the world's gold, diamonds, platinum, cobalt, zinc, all of these things that make the world go round come from our homeland. Again, just some facts. Africa's a very, very large place. As I mentioned, you can fit not one, not two, but 3 United States inside of Africa and still have room. We come from a place of significance. When I was in Egypt, this is one of my favorite pictures that I took. You might say, what is going on here? This is a pyramid that's older than the pyramids that you might be familiar with. They call this the Bent Pyramid. And why I like this picture, it shows human trial and error. They didn't quite get it right. They didn't have their mathematics right. They didn't have their scheme right, perhaps their teamwork, their collaboration right. However, diligence, however, resilience, however, problem solving, however, I didn't get it right today, but tomorrow offers me a better opportunity is personified. These are the things I see when I look at this picture here. Here's another example of our ancestors not getting it quite right. They call this pyramid the Black Pyramid. It still stands to this day. It's older than the pyramids that you're perhaps familiar with. Again, here is a different mode, a different a technique that they attempted that didn't quite get it right. So what I learned by the fact that they didn't tear these down over the years, it was that it's okay to make mistakes. It's okay to be adventurous. It's okay to search and try and give an effort. You might not get it right the first time, but that resilience, that stick-to-itness, that determination that you have inside of us, that we all have inside of us, will perhaps one day allow us to produce something great. Here are some photos of those pyramid builders. I see froze, I see bald heads, right? I see brown skin. These indeed were African people. Here are some of the tools of their trades: squares, levels, and plumb lines. These are tools that are still used by master architects to this day. Here's another photo of those pyramid builders. Again, their skin looks like mine, their skin looks like yours. What we call Black history truly is world history. We're gonna go dive a little bit deeper. But as I mentioned, once teamwork is put into place, once collaboration is put into place, once we do things and fail and do things and fail, do things and fail and try again, you can create something that's timeless. This here is the largest pyramid there on the African continent, over 2.5 million blocks, average block being about 5 tons, 478 feet tall. The pyramid of Pharaoh Khufu. I have this photo in here just to let you know I was really there. I really took these photos, no Photoshop, no right click, save as. I was really, really there. But as I was saying, once hard work, determination, internal motivation takes place, you can create something that's timeless. These 3 pyramids stand here over 3,000 years old. People from all over the world flock to these pyramids and to try to discover who were these master masons, who were these master engineers, who were these master mathematicians. And again, Egypt is in Africa. It always has been and always will be. And the people who created these things were indeed Black people. And this is a beautiful personification, the zenith, the high point in history, showcasing that what we call Black history truly is world history. Forbes magazine a few years back wanted to discover who was the richest person ever in the history of the planet. Some postulated, some thought perhaps it was someone from the Rockefellers, someone from the Carnegies, someone from the Mellon family. But no, Forbes magazine put together their greatest statisticians, mathematicians, and they came to the conclusion. It's not my opinion. These are what the people at Forbes determined, that this Black man right here, by the name of Mansa Musa, was the richest person in world history. He came from Mali, West Africa. You may have heard of him. He became the Mansa, or the king, in the year 1312. And in 1324, he took a historic pilgrimage, or Hajj, to Mecca. And along his route from Timbuktu, which is in Mali, West Africa, to Mecca, he gave away so much gold, they say that he devalued the price of gold for nearly a decade. Let me say that one more time. He gave away so much gold, so much of his wealth, and still has a bunch in reserve, that he devalued, disrupted the world economic system in every part that he visited for about a decade. Africa is the wealthiest continent on the planet. Our people are rich people in spirit and in resources and in our abilities, for sure. This is an image, an artist rendering of Mansa Musa, the most wealthiest person to ever live. What we call Black history truly is world history. He's outstanding. But let me tell you really, really fast about his brother. His brother's name was Abu Bakari. And the way that Mansa Musa became king of Mali, West Africa, is that his brother hopped on some ships that he had created and sailed to the Americas between the years 1310 and 1311. He actually sailed again in 1311, but sailed 2,000 ships to the Americas. Again, an example of an African or Black explorer, a Black seafaring person. What we call Black history truly is world history. You cannot, in my opinion, have a Black history presentation that is of any value, of any goodness, without mentioning this man, the right, excellent Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey. Marcus Garvey had an organization, not just any organization, the largest Black organization ever in the history of this planet. Over 7 million members, over 1 million paid members. He had one simple theme. If you're Black, then you're African. If you're Black, it's important that we unify, we contribute our time, our talents, and our resources towards the upliftment of our people. And for that reason, Marcus Garvey will always, always, always be an honorable person, worthy of distinction, worthy of credit, and worthy of being mentioned. He gave us his flag, our red, black, and green. He said red, in essence, is the blood of our ancestors, those who lived, struggled, and died to allow us to be who we are and what we are today. The black is symbolic of the people that live here and now, who must understand it's not only our right, but our responsibility to make sure that those who went before us did not die in vain. The green, he said, is to remind us of the mother of all of us, that being Mother Africa, and also to remind us of the rewards of our efforts. Marcus Garvey. Marcus Garvey put together something called Black Cross Nurses. That's right. Did you know we had full legions, full numbers of Black nurses and doctors? Marcus Garvey led that movement. He was friends with this woman right here, Sarah Breedlove, AKA Madam C.J. Walker, the first well-known woman millionaire, self-made woman millionaire. She had a line of beauty products. She knew that Black women worked from can't see in the morning to can't see at night, and oftentimes developed scalp irritations and scalp diseases. She put together a number of salves and ointments in order to treat Black women's hair naturally. And she became, again, the first well-known self-made woman millionaire. She was friends with Marcus Garvey, and oftentimes when Marcus Garvey would meet with international and worldwide leaders, she would lend her home that was built in New York by the first African-American architect in the state of New York, beautiful home. She would lend her home to Marcus Garvey to have meetings and show that there was support for his movement. She made thousands of Walker agents very, very wealthy as well. Again, using time, talent, and resources for the betterment of our people. Black history is world history. A few more photos of some of those lovely ladies, some of those lovely sisters who had immense amounts of wealth through the collaboration of Black women with Madam C.J. Walker. Lewis Latimer, a name that is a personification, a name that showcases greatly that Black history is world history. We know the name of Thomas Edison. Thomas Edison created a light bulb, right? Yes, that is true. However, Thomas Edison's light bulb wouldn't last more than about 12 and a half hours. Imagine having to change your light bulb about every day. That would be woefully inefficient and expensive. So when Thomas Edison couldn't figure out exactly the calculations in order to make a light bulb work, he put together a small team of inventors. Lewis Latimer was the youngest and only African-American to be a part of this team. And it was his contributions that give us the lights that power our homes to this day. He has the patent for the carbon light filament inside of the light bulb. If you don't believe me, here you are. Here his name is featured on the USPTO, US Patent and Trade Office patent for the carbon light filament there, September 13th, 1881. He had a number of other inventions as well, the parts that stabilize the light bulb as well. And also he has an invention, a patent for the toilets on trains. What they did on trains prior to his invention, I don't want to know, but I'm thankful that Black history is world history. I'm thankful that our contributions not only help Black people, but help the world. I'm thankful for our brother, Lewis Latimer. Charles Brooks, we interact with his excellence virtually every day as well. He discovered that neighborhoods all across this country were filled with trash. And so he created the street sweeper. That's right, the big truck with the big brush that sweeps the trash. Perhaps your parents get a ticket for parking on the wrong side of the street. He didn't come up with the ticketing part, but he came up with the device that makes our homes, our neighborhoods more beautiful. He also came up with the hole punch as well. What we call Black history truly is world history. What we call Black excellence truly is an essence, an energy, efforts that make the world a better place. This man, Richard Spikes, I've never been able to find a photo of him, but this is just a small list of his inventions that have impacted the entire globe. The automobile directional signal, you know, the little tick, 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 the light that shows what direction you're going. The automatic gear shift. So if you aren't coordinated like me enough to drive a manual shift car, the stick shift was created by this brother. Horizontal swinging barber chair, what we call Black history, things that we interact with on a daily basis were contributed by people who look like me. Each and every one of us has inside of us the energy, the essence, a gift to make the world a better place. It's not only our right, but our responsibility that we discover that gift, unpack that gift, perfect that gift, and present it to the world. What we call Black history truly is world history. This man right here gave us the stoplight, Garrett A. Morgan, the red, yellow, green stoplight, as well as the gas mask. What we call Black history truly, truly, truly is the missing pages of world history. I cannot say that enough times. We all have in us the ability to create Black history as well. I want to give you a few of my closing thoughts. Remember that you come from pyramid builders. Discover, unwrap, present your gift to the world. And most importantly, let me go back to that last slide really fast here. These are some things that I've mentioned throughout the presentation, but I just wanted us to have a moment to reflect on them. Remember that you come from pyramid builders. Discover, unwrap, and present your gifts to the world. And this last one, know that every cell in your body eavesdrops on your mind. Let me say that one more time slowly. Know that every cell in your body eavesdrops on your mind. This important, this jewel, Jamal Jewel, certainly is important. That negative self-talk, that negative talk that comes from our peers, the imposter syndrome that we sometimes feel that we don't belong in certain places, we don't belong in certain grades, and certain people, they are the people that are worthy of these good grades and this sort of lifestyle. No, we come from kings and queens. We come from Mother Africa, from the dawn of time. People who look like you, people who look like me, have made the world a better place. Our contributions are what makes this world go round. When we have negative thoughts about ourselves, when we have negative thoughts about what we are able to accomplish, we are disrespecting our ancestors. We are disrespecting those who had a tougher road to hoe. We are disrespecting those who contributed their greatness by saying that we don't have in us the same level or even greater greatness inside of us. So it's important that we eliminate immediately those thoughts of negativity, those thoughts of lack, those thoughts of we aren't capable enough. Know that every cell in your body eavesdrops on your mind. So have positive thoughts, have positive affirmations. I am love, I am power, I am joy, I am health, I am wealth, I am stress-free, I am greatness. I will impact this planet for the good. These are positive words, these powerful punchlines that we must provide to ourselves each and every day, each and every dark moment of our lives. I am love, I am peace, I am power, I am joy, I am health, I am wealth, I am stress-free. I have inside of me everything that I need in order to receive everything that I want. We must use our time, our talents, and our resources once again for the betterment of our people. Understand that each and every day you wake up, you're not only representing yourself, you're representing Big Mama and them, those who lived, struggled, and died in your family for you to be who you are and what you are today. We represent those in the human rights struggle, the civil rights struggle, Reconstruction, Black Code era, those who laid down their life for us, those who were enslaved on those ships, on those plantations. We represent them, our ancestors who were never enslaved on the continent. Again, those pyramid builders, those who made great and mighty civilizations. We represent them as well. We must honor them as well. We must represent our children and our future children. We must represent 7 generations ahead of us. Know that when we use our time, our talents, and our resources for good, all of these souls, all these individuals walk with us, and we must honor them again as we move forward throughout our daily lives. Wrapping up here, again, my contribution, my gift to humanity, to my people is this calendar here. You can find it at black365.com. It's the a calendar that's in its 13th year. It highlights an event in Black history every single day. When I say every day, I truly mean every single day. You can find an individual, an instance, an idea, an invention, something that someone who looks like you and me contributed positively to the globe each and every day. I sell thousands of these calendars across the globe. Organizations can use them as fundraisers. Organizations buy them in bulk. to increase their diversity, equity, and inclusion plans. And it's truly something that I'm happy and I'm honored to be able to bring to the community. Here are some more things I produce. There's a book, A to Z Character Traits in Me, Words of Wisdom for Living Your Best Life. It's a book that teaches about character traits and showcases people who look like you and me, who have demonstrated excellence and demonstrated the character traits that are ascribed to them. And there's 4 packs of cards: the Conscious Quotations Edition, African Americans A to Z, the African American Athletes Edition, and my favorite pack, a fan favorite pack, the 4th edition, the green one there, Black History Cards Edition 4, African Americans in Science, Technology, Engineering, Arts, and Math. All of these can be bought individually. All of them can be bought as a bundle for some savings as well. Again, black365.com. I'm proud to announce in our 13th year in business, we have now launched apparel. The apparel, the leading piece of apparel that's been selling the greatest is the title of this presentation: Black History is World History. Check it out at black365.com. Also, I'm happy to announce that I'm part of a team that creates the world's first and only 365 days of Hispanic Heritage Calendar. You can find that at latinocalendar.com, also at Black365 as well. But again, this is the world's first and only 365 days of Hispanic Heritage Calendar as well. Once again, I'm happy, I'm humbled, I'm honored to be before you. Here, again, is my contact information: black365.u, Jamal at black365.us, black365.com, latinocalendar.com, and there are my social media handles. Again, I truly am grateful. I truly am thankful for the organizers of this beautiful event, for thinking of me and allowing me to be here with you today. I hope I said something that will inspire you, uplift you, and encourage you. Again, thank you for your time. Jamal Brown. Peace.
Welcome to the Sheila C. Hill Show. Happy day to you. Listen, I'm so glad that you're here. At the Sheila C. Hill Show is the ultimate go-to podcast for ambitious individuals who want to live a more fulfilling and successful life, to get more valuable insights, expert tips, and inspiring stories to help you improve your lifestyle, grow your business, and enhance your emotional well-being. In every episode, you're going to gain practical tips, insightful wisdom, in the company of a supportive community, whom I call Sheila's Thrive Tribe. We're the thrivers over here. And listen, if you're new to the show, I'd like to say welcome. I am your host, Sheila Hill. And hello, hola, bonjour, como está, ni hao, howdy, and what's going on, my people? So glad that you're here. Before we get started, go ahead and hit that subscribe button, that follow button, and let us know that you're here and join our community. I tell you all the time that I bring the best guest in the land, and today is not going to disappoint. I'm so excited to have this queen here today. Listen, our guest, I'm so excited. Our guest is a mom on a mission. You hear me? A mom on a mission to empower fellow mothers to build confidence, release guilt, and break free from the mental traps that often hold them back. At this time, I'm going to welcome to the stage Miss Alicia Washington. Welcome.
Hello.
Hey, darling. So glad that you're here. Listen, I love what you're doing.
Oh, thank you.
Everything, your mission, everything that you have. But for those who do not know you, let's just tell a little about you and what you do. Let's just talk a little bit about you. We'll go into what you do later.
All right. Well, hey, I'm a mom. I've been married for, we say 20, almost 22 long years, but we still love each other. I am so excited to be here to share a little bit about my story. I've been a mom for 18 years. My oldest is 18, but it didn't start out as exciting as it's going now, because it started out with a lot of guilt and shame, because I'm a mom who terminated 2 pregnancies before I was 21. And I never thought I was going to be a mom because I gave those gifts back. And when my husband and I were expecting our very first child, when I found out that there were some physical consequences of those choices that I made early on, and we lost that baby. We named her Victoria. We lost her at 19 weeks. But the gift that I was given in that was that I got to birth her at 19 weeks. And I got to hold her in my hand and to say goodbye. So that was a blessing. I know it doesn't sound that way, but it truly was a blessing. And then God blessed me with 2 boys. So I started my journey as a stay-at-home mom. Never thought I would be a stay-at-home mom. That was the furthest from my mind. I was born and raised with a single mom, my mom, and my sister and I, and Newport News, Virginia. For those who don't know, I live in Indianapolis now, but I'm from Virginia, and never thought I would have this journey. But, we never know what God has in store for us. And so now that I'm on this journey as a stay-at-home mom, work from home mom, work outside the home mom, I think I've done all the things. Homeschooling mom, I've done all the mom things. And so I'm excited to kind of be here today to kind of share my journey with you guys, and hopefully encourage you to share your stories as well.
Wonderful. I love that. Thank you for sharing your story thus far, Alicia. Now, with the personal stories that you're sharing, how are you taking that to lead your mission and empowering your fellow moms?
Well, I think the biggest thing is to letting other moms know that your story matters and there's growth and learning in your story. And one thing that I've discovered as a woman and as a mom is that we don't always know that we're not alone, right? Because there's so many. For example, I never knew how many women had gone through a miscarriage until I had mine, and I started to talk about it, and how many women felt relieved to have that space to talk about it, because we don't talk about these things. It's kind of, at least my generation. I think hopefully it's changing a little bit now. So I think when we give voice to our pain and we can begin to learn from it, know we're not alone in it, and learn from it and grow from it. And that's why I share the intimate details of the shame of it, some of the shame points that I've had in my life, because through that, I've been able to grow and to forgive myself and to share that forgiveness with other people, that there is forgiveness, there is light on the other side of it.
Wow, I love that. Okay, now you're being so transparent, right? You're so transparent.
I don't know how to be any other way.
But it's really hard for people to be transparent and share such intimate details on their life, and especially because of society sort of casts shame, or the thought of society casting shame. How did you become so brave to even share such intimate details of your life?
Honestly, because God told me to.
Ooh, okay.
I went to a women's conference back when my boys were little, and oh wow, I think my oldest might have been 5 or 6 when I went, and in that space, God told me to be radically obedient and that I had to tell my story. I didn't necessarily, I'm going to say, sometimes when God tell you something and you know it's from him, but you be like, did you really mean that? You didn't mean this story, right? Like this part?
Right.
Like I could tell this part. Like I could talk about Victoria. That's the baby that we miscarried. I could talk about her, but you want me to talk about these two? Okay.
Wow.
And so I did. I started. Now I the first time I began to tell the story was through testimony. I gave my testimony at church. But even before that, I had to not necessarily ask permission, but let those involved in the story know I was going to tell the story. And that was my mom and my boyfriend at 16, whose baby I terminated. And so I shared my testimony with them first, before I went on stage to share it with my church. Okay. So, and now I kind of feel, and now I understand that that piece of the story connects to all the other pieces of my story and why I went, so I call it bottles blazing into motherhood, because one, I never thought that I deserved to be a mom after those terminations. And I had to prove to everybody that I was the good girl and I could be the good mom.
Ooh, that's deep. I know we're gonna go into that deeper later on because that's deep. Ooh. Okay. So my question is, when you did finally being obedient and story, did you get a sense of freedom or did you have a sense of shame?
I think a little bit of both, because it was a shame point for me, and even though, God and I had talked about this, and I know that he had forgiven me, way before we even got to this point that he told me to tell the story, I still had work to do to forgive myself. And then in telling the story, I think the freedom came in, one, I was being radically obedient to what God told me to do. And then it was powerful, surprising, overwhelming, like all these different emotions and things happening after I gave the testimony, and the people that came up to me in the church that shared either that they had that experience, they know someone who had that experience. And again, I'm not alone in this. Even in the Christian community, there are women who have had this experience. And I don't think, and we don't talk about that either. That's because it is a shame point. And it's a societal shame point for many, especially in the Christian faith. And then it's a personal, because we don't know everybody's story and why they made that choice.
Right.
And that's a very intimate choice to make. And it's not an easy choice. I think some people think that that's an easy choice. And it's not. It really isn't.
No. And it takes a lot of bravery. And it takes a lot of personal development within you and confidence. So for anyone that's listening, there is a process that goes with this as well. And we'll go into that because I know you have something to offer many women who have experienced that or who are going through it now. But another question for you is, what are some common mental traps that mothers often find themselves in? And why do you think these traps are so prevalent?
Oh, wow. Okay, let me get ready.
Yeah, there we go. Stretch it out.
Get ready. All right. There are three big myths that I think go with this. And one is and this is the unpopular opinion for many, is that kids come first. And I say that that's a myth because even in the natural order of things, kids don't come first. Now, that doesn't mean they're not important, they're not our priority, that we don't love, and that we would not, take down everything and everybody around us for our kids. But in the order of things, they don't come first. And what happens when I say they don't come first, moms, we pour it all in to our kids, and we forget that there's some lessons that they have to learn, and that means we gotta have let them learn it. We can't do everything for them. They've got their own journey to make, and that's hard, even when they're little. They have to learn if they fall, to get back up and not go crying to mommy. And I have this in a presentation that I do. We have to teach them how to launch, right? And so if they think that everything, if they think that they are the sun and everything is supposed to revolve around them, then they're not going to be ready when they go out to the world. And the world is not even dude, no, that's not how we do this here. They're going to be mentally prepared for that, and they're not going to be mentally strong. So when they do fall, they have the resilience to get back up. So we have to make sure that we're not revolving everything around them, and that we're not teaching them that everything revolves around them. And the other thing, the other big myth is that self-care is selfish. And as moms, we struggle with that because we do love our kids, right? We do want the best for our kids. We want to pour and love and do all the things that we can to help them launch into the world as vibrant, strong, loving, all the things, right? All the things that we want to pour into our kids to go out into the world and be the best that they can be. But in that, we forget that we matter too, and that we have to take care of ourselves too. And that whole, and it's a big cliche that people, they use it as a cliche. They'll, put on your oxygen mask first. But that's so important. We have to be able to breathe, to be centered before we can help our kids. We talk about filling our cups, right? And if our cup is leaking because we haven't dealt with our own stuff, we can't take 5-10 minutes of a day just to be grounded, write in a journal, read something, just do something for you to kind of get your mind straight, to just tell everybody, shh. Even before this, my house is full today. I had 2 sick kids here and my husband's home. And it was just this was not how I planned this day, right? This was not, but, and I had to tell everybody, okay, I need everybody quiet for this time so that I can prepare for this. It's okay for us to ask for what we need as well. It's okay.
Yes, it is. I love that. I love that because, listen, woo! I often say the lady that wrote the book, What to Expect When Expecting, she only talking about having the baby. What we do after we have the baby, and when they turn teenagers, and when they be in that there is no book to tell us what to do.
Man, can you say that again for the people in the back?
Okay.
We must do. And then to have them, and then if you have more than one kid, well, wait a minute, why is this not working for this kid?
Exactly.
You mean I have to learn a whole new person?
A whole new strategy for this other kid who needs something else. Oh my goodness, listen.
And then, hold on, then we fall into the super mom.
Oh, yeah.
Because we have to do it all and be all and show that we can handle everything at all times. Come on.
Exactly. And then we cracking up at the seams we're not deposited into. We're drained. We are about to lose our everlasting mind.
Absolutely.
This mom thing is tough. And listen, it's okay not to be okay. To any mom that's listening to this podcast, it's okay not to be okay, but don't stay there. Understand, yes, don't stay there. Understand that I need some help.
Yes.
I need my cup filled because I cannot pour from an empty cup. But sometimes we're that super mom syndrome. We can do everything. We don't want people to see us crack. We don't want people to see us vulnerable. We don't want people to see us weak. And we ask questions that make us look weak. No, baby, ask the questions. Reach out for help, baby. I'll be like somebody on the street. Are you good? Can you hold my baby for a minute? Because I need a break.
I need a break.
I need a break.
And I really try to be that woman on the street when I see, especially a young mom, because you can just see in their face, especially if you got the whiny toddler who is just who probably is you're there at nap time because something else happened, but you got to get this done. So you take him, and he's just having a whole meltdown, and you want to have a meltdown too. And so even sometimes just giving that word, it's going to be all right, mama. Or, just distracting the kid. Hey, what's you fussing about? And they just kind of look at you, and then they'll either keep fussing or want to talk to you. And you can hear and see that physical.
Yes.
So we got to help each other in this because this is not easy at any age. At any age.
I was in the store just yesterday. I had my 16-year-old daughter, and she's just like a 10-year-old asking for everything in the store. And so when she said, well, Mom, could I have this? Mom, could I have that? And I was like, yeah, no, not today. And when I said that, a couple passed by me and they had little children. They laughed so hard. And they said, I've been saying that all day while I'm in this store. And I looked at her and I said, her kids was little. It doesn't get any better when they get older.
This is different.
Of the little kid. Oh
yep.
My gosh. But it is
absolutely
so rewarding. It is so rewarding, but it is a challenge.
Yeah.
And to bring that conversation open and to actually have mothers to understand they can just vent. Sometimes you just need to vent, scream, and just let it out because listen, I don't care nobody say. Them daddies don't be knowing what we're going through. I mean, they have their own problems, but that's a whole episode. I'm not going to talk about it, but listen.
That part. Because it's almost like they can pick and choose. I said, like you said, this is a whole nother topic, but we're like entrenched. Like it's
always.
They can walk past them and come to us. Like, wait, wasn't your daddy just sitting in there? Like, why are you coming? Why are you in here?
No,
why are you asking me this?
Why am I out of town and you're asking me, can you have a snack or something? And your daddy's at the house in the recliner. You had to pass by his room to get to the kitchen. Why are you calling me? I am out of town. I don't care what's in the refrigerator.
See, these are these moments when we realize we are not alone in this. It's not us. It's just a universal thing that we deal with. Like, really? Are you really calling me for this? Like, what?
Exactly.
And that'd be so serious.
Yes. Like
so serious with this stuff.
What are you doing? What? I'm at a conference. Why is you calling me? This better listen.
You're gonna be bleeding. Something like something ain't working right. You come on.
Oh, baby. So mothers, we understand.
We get it.
You in the store, we just need to have a universal sign when we see moms. Give some sign language. It's gonna get better.
I need help me. Blink twice.
Exactly, girl.
But having community as a mom is so important. It is so important because we need to be able to laugh at ourselves, at our kids, at our spouses or significant others. We need to be able to cry, to pray, all the things that help fill our cups and prepare repair the holes in our cups so that we can be full enough to give in the overflow. You know what I'm saying? That we can give to someone else and pour into somebody else. It's so important to have that community of moms that really aren't judging, aren't comparing, just loving and sharing, and you're just allowed to kind of be who you are. And I know that everyone hasn't been able, like, that's a hard thing for women too. And and it's one of those, like, because I've been blessed to always have at least that, I only need one or two people and I'm good. And that has always been my prayer in terms of whenever I'm moving or transitioning to a new place, help me find my person here. And God has always answered that.
And I really feel for the people who don't have it, and it's good that there's programs that you have that can help people who don't have that community. I am in a military town, so I see it all the time. And I always extend my hand to say, hey, you need someone local, I'm here, we can have lunch, we can meet at the library, or just different things. So people can, especially moms, can understand you're not by yourself.
You're not by yourself.
This is motherhood is something. It's a joy, and there's something else too. But anyway, we're gonna take a commercial break, and we're gonna come back more with Miss Alicia and all her brilliance that she's gonna share with us today. So let's get ready.
Are you feeling overwhelmed with projects to build your business? Search no more. Introducing Borrow My VA, a virtual assistant service, your one-stop solution to bid farewell to stress and manage multiple tasks with very little effort. We specialize in website building, funnel creation, automations, and email marketing, all under one roof. And here's the best part. We provide all these incredible services at budget-friendly rates. Discover a hassle-free way to handle your projects. No more worries about onboarding or finding that perfect virtual assistant. Our team is all set to tackle your tasks with efficiency. Now, once you delegate the task, consider it done. Say goodbye to overwhelm. Don't miss this fantastic opportunity to elevate your business. Join our list of satisfied customers and book a free consultation today at borrowmyva.com. That's borrowmyva.com.
Thank you to borrowmyva.com for sponsoring this episode on today, where we're talking to Miss Alicia. And she's just, before the commercial, we're just recapping some things that she does for moms and helping them. First, she had to be transparent on her challenges, share her story, her testimony of being a mother, and all the challenges that come with it as well, but also showing that, hey, she took that experience to broaden her horizon and to help other mothers. And we're going to bring her back to the stage, and we're going to talk some more about the program. Miss Alicia, the program that you offer, you have a 90-day group coaching program called Bloom.
Yes.
What inspired you to create it? What can mom gain for participating? And tell us what Bloom mean. I know it's an acronym.
Yes. Oh, wow. Okay. All the things. Bloom stands for Build Confidence, Live with Intention, Operate in Your Purpose, Obtain Clarity, and Move to Your Next Level. And I created this out of my journey to get unstuck. Back in probably 2018, I would say, I really started to recognize that something was wrong. I went in, bottles blazing, being this mom, and I truly forgot about Alicia as a homeschooling mom, stay-at-home mom. We moved several times, and it became work outside the home mom, all the things, and it became too much because I was losing who I was and how I knew that. My husband would ask me, because he's the philosopher in the family, right? And so he would ask me questions like, well, what's your dream? And I couldn't answer him. I didn't have an answer for him. And it would frustrate me because I didn't have an answer. And he kept asking because he's like, okay, well, give me an answer. And I'm like, I don't have one. And that frustrated me because I didn't know who I was anymore. I didn't know if it wasn't about the boys, then I didn't know what Alicia wanted anymore. And as I went through this journey, kind of doing some self-exploration and then really having to declare that I was stuck, out loud to folks who I knew held me accountable to getting unstuck, to really figuring out what that piece was that was keeping me there. Bloom started in the midst of that journey and my self-exploration, and I was doing a jewelry business and this $5 business, and I wanted to get better, and I started my first coaching, right? And so when I was working with her on the business side, she began to work with me on, well, what is it that you really want? Because at that time, I wanted to use the business to really help women to feel confident and to because earrings were a big thing for me. I had stopped wearing jewelry altogether when I had the boys when they were little. And so beginning to buy jewelry for me was a big thing, and kind of reclaiming some things that I enjoyed and kind of figuring out, what do I like now? And I wanted other women to begin to experience some of that confidence building. And as we talked and she was working with me with that side of the business, she asked me, she didn't ask me, she's a very direct coach. She was like, why are you doing this? This is not where you need to be. This is not what you need to be doing. You have too much that you want to say and that you need to say because other women need to hear this. This is cute, but you need to be doing some other things. And that is basically that coaching journey with her is where Bloom was born.
Wow. I like it. She said, this is cute.
She did. She was very direct.
Yes.
she just was like, no, we're not doing that. You don't need, if you want to do it, that's fine. I can help you do that, but that's not what you need to be doing.
So she saw the potential that you had. She saw everything, the fire burning in you. And I think a lot of times as moms, we don't see it. We don't see the fire. It takes someone else seeing who we are and giving us that push that we need.
Yeah. Because I was playing it safe.
Right, exactly. Playing it safe, staying in your comfort zone.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of times as mom, we're covered with responsibilities, all the hats that we wear, whether it's diapers or pull-ups and different things, but we have to pull those layers back.
Yes.
Say, wait a minute, there's a person in here. There's a person that's truly great and fabulous.
Absolutely.
You got these babies, you ain't lost your mind, you are doing wonderful, but they don't define who you are.
Absolutely.
Your kids do not define you. Your spouse, your baby daddy, or whoever does not define who you are. So you have to pause, take some time, spend some time and get to know yourself.
Yes.
Put them babies to sleep and get to know yourself. Journal, do something to get it out. Listen, I'm so passionate about that because listen, I was stuck. I was a home mom.
Mm-hmm.
I homeschooled. I did all of that. I was the greatest parent, carpool.
We did it all.
I should have the crown.
Right.
But yet and still, when the kids grow up, even before they grow up, who am I?
Right.
I had to pause and said, I'm going back to school. I went back to school. I'm going to do this. And I just started dibbling and finding like my hobbies and then just went into a business and different things. But we have to understand we are worthy enough to pause and take that time for ourselves, because balance in motherhood, baby, sometimes I feel like there's not a balance. But anyway, let me go on. I'm passionate about this. But balance in motherhood with personal growth and self-care, it can be challenging. And we all agree to that. But what advice do you have for moms who struggle to find that balance?
I say keep going, keep trying. Choose you, because a part of that struggle to find balance is that you're not choosing you. Be intentional about choosing you. Now, that does not mean that it's all about you, right? Because we still have a family. You want to be able to do this self-discovery without sacrificing your family, but it's important to choose you. And that's what one of the things, the components of the coaching program Bloom is really helping moms to understand who they are, who they are now. Because really who we are now as a mom at however old our kids are now, it's different than before we had kids. It's just different.
Listen, it's different between one child and the next child.
Come on now.
I'm just like, what happened? Like, why is it, even if there's like a year difference, like one of my daughters, they're 6 years apart. And okay, I understand the 6, but my other 2 daughters like 21 months apart. You would think it should be the same, right?
Mm-hmm.
No, it's not. It's a trick. Being a mama is a trick. But listen, we're going to learn how to do this, and we're going to you have to laugh at yourself sometimes, but we're going to take this advice that you've given us and we're going to rake it in, and we're going to find ways that's going to help us. But your 90-day group coaching program, Bloom, I am so glad that you have that, because it is so inspiring. And it helps people discover themselves and empower them as well.
Yes.
So tell me, how do they get in contact with you? Well, first, how do they join Bloom?
Bloom starts actually in 2 weeks. It's a 90-day program, and right now I'm starting it at least one class a month, just to kind of get people in as they want to go, because I know this. As we go back to school, in this back to school season, is a lot of, okay, now what? For a lot of moms. And so it's a great time to start investing in yourself and to really giving that space to work on you, right? They can reach me on Facebook at Bloom with Alicia. And also, on there as well, you can schedule a discovery call so we can see what's the best fit for you. Is it the Bloom 90-day program, or I also have a Be You, Do You, For You course that some people like to start small, and that might be a better stepping stone for them as well. So Discover with Alicia. It's a bit.ly link, and I will post it somewhere.
And the show notes, all of your content.
Okay.
Show notes. But wait a minute, talk about this. The last thing you just said. What?
Be You, Do You, For You.
Yeah, what's that? Tell me about that.
Well, Be You, Do You, For You is a course, and it's actually a course that's included with when you sign up for the Bloom coaching program, and it's almost like it's kind of like that first step where moms can really begin to figure out who you is, like, who am I? Be you in terms of, well, who am I? What does that look like? What are some of the things that have formed me to this spot? What are some of the messages that keep playing in my head? What are some of the limiting beliefs that I have that have gotten me to this point, to where I'm feeling stuck? So that's the Be You. The Do You is learning how, practical steps, and learning how to do things for yourself, and to do you, to explore who this new you is. Wow. And so it kind of gives you some self-exploration and some challenges to get out there and try some things. And we can figure out what those things are. And then For You is really the culmination of, this is just for you, right? Do you, Be You, Do You, For You. You're not doing this for anybody else. You're really, and that's a hard piece for a lot of moms. This is not about the kids. It's not about your significant other. This is really about you. And it's okay that it's about you.
Most definitely. I love it. Wow. Honey, you about to save the world, because when these moms is gonna love this, because we even though you have to do the work, you have to even feel important enough to even just reach out to say, hey, I want to be a part of this. But it's going to be so worth it, because doing the work is what's going to help you thrive, and also not just existing, but living. And it's not going to change your responsibilities, but it's going to change the outset of how you look and how those responsibilities affect you. And, it's not going to just bog you down. Now, I was looking at some information of yours, and you had a master class, More Than Just a Mom?
Yes, I have a master class that I do twice a month, and it's a free master class, More Than Just a Mom.
Hold on, did you say free?
Yes, ma'am.
Woohoo! I love free. Okay.
It's a free master class. And actually, I have one tonight. Actually, I forgot that today was Tuesday. So it's a free master class where we break down the 3 myths and the 3 mistakes that moms make that sabotage our relationships and keep us stuck, and how to unmask and get our mom Joe back. How to get us back.
I love that.
Absolutely.
We need a theme song like My Mom Joe.
I'm gonna work on it, because I like your show theme song. I was like, I need a song. She got her a song.
I hook you up, girl. Inbox you, baby.
I'm loving it.
I love it. Thank you. I love it. I love your spirit. I love everything that you're
Thank you.
embodying to help moms, because listen, we need it. And because we have so much that we can do. Now, before you go, is there any last things that you would like to say to our people that are listening, to our wonderful audience?
One, thank you guys. Thank you, Sheila, for having me on your platform and sharing this and all the amazing work that you do. And I just love your spirit. I just love you. You are just always so open and giving. And I just snaps, girl. I love you, girl. To those moms watching, listen, this is not an easy thing, but it is worthwhile. And I just want you to remember that you matter too. And sometimes kind of getting from the feeling stuck to the feeling alive and your best self and all the things that we hear about being authentic and all the things, all the buzzwords, is really about choosing you, being intentional about how you want to show up in the world and not letting anybody else's expectations define you.
Come on, sis. Save that. That's a whole nother episode right there. Like, people. But it doesn't matter when they say, baby, you are you. Unapologetic.
Yes.
You, baby,
Unapologetically.
Come on.
Then don't try to be somebody else's version of you.
Come on. There's only one you. And rock it.
It's tiring. It's so tiring. It's exhausting to try to be somebody else's version, because you're always moving and trying to figure out no, man, just own you.
Own you.
Own you.
I love it. Thank you, Alicia, very
Thank
much for showing up the stage with her today. Everything to contact her and to be a part of her program, her coaching program, and to get that free masterclass, everything in the contacts is in the notes, the show notes. Listen, you are so important. So I just want you to know that do the work, make the step, don't talk yourself out of it, because sometimes we just overthink so much. Do not do that, okay? Because you're worth it to move to the next step. So thank you for showing up today and listening to our episode. If you would like to be a guest, contact us at thesheilachillshow.com and just click the little button at the top that says Be Our Guest. Or if you have a brand that you would like to sponsor the show with your business, you can have a sponsorship. You can purchase an ad or a commercial, or I'm even doing product review. So All of that can be found on the SheilaCHillShow.com, and you can contact us with all of that information. So thank you very much. And just know, if no one's told you today, that you are loved and highly appreciated. And listen, go and do the best thing that you can do, and that's be you. So let's get it. Let's go. Until next time on the Sheila C. Hill Show. Be blessed. Have a wonderful day.
What's up? What's up? What's up? Back at it again, man. Me and Can't Always Be Wrong podcast. You got T Twin.
Your boy J Bean.
Yes, sir. Yeah. What's up, man? What's going down?
Man, you know, TGIF, brother. TGIF.
Oh, yeah.
Thank God it's Friday. They don't have that no more, huh? Back in the day, these had a TGIF.
Oh, man. That
Took
should,
it off,
that should be the lick, man.
Oh, yeah.
Because you come home and watch. You had about 3 focus shows in a row to watch.
Yeah.
On Thursday, it was Martin. You know, Thursday, man, Fox had it down packed with Martin and Living Single.
We are living single
in the 90s kind of world.
I'm glad I keep
but
your head up, yo.
Yeah, man.
Hey.
Great shows.
Yeah. Classic TV shows, man.
Exactly, man.
Now all these reality TV show crap they got on now.
Yeah, man. Every time you turn, it's crazy though, because channels that's not even they kind of like they lane.
Yeah.
They in that crap now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
but the thing about it too, man, a lot of people, man, they don't know that they're just getting publicity. They're not even getting paid. A lot of people ain't even getting paid to be on reality TV show.
Yeah. What's so crazy, man? It's like I remember the real world on MTV.
MTV, yeah, that was like the first one.
At the first one, man.
Yeah.
See what you started MTV? We blame you.
Yeah. But 8 strangers moving to an apartment and life gets real.
That's right.
It was good though.
It was. Because it was a fresh idea, but now it's so jaded now, man.
Yeah. 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 It's like you remember the RoboCop movie?
Oh yeah.
When on that movie they were showing people doing crazy stuff. It was like the game show would be on.
Yeah.
And you were like, I'd buy that for $1.
Yeah.
And then the people do all the crazy stuff just for money. And as a kid, I remember that, and that's how it is today.
Mm-hmm.
That movie, man, just spoke to, it gave you the future of how it is and what it's gonna be.
Exactly, man. Mm-hmm. Now they got some dude got a flying car approved. You hear about that?
Oh shoot, man, we've been having flying cars.
Oh no, but they got approved the actual fly in airspace. Yeah.
Is it here in the United States or overseas?
Man, I like brushed across to the. I remember they were talking more about the dude looking like the devil. Dude looks strange. Yeah, the guy who got the guy's company, he looks weird. I can't think of the dude's name right now. He
got an awkward look to him.
Yeah, you got the Lucifer come in the morning.
Once he got 2 horns hanging out his head.
Right? At least not on camera, you don't.
You got a filter on.
Got a filter on. Yeah.
That's crazy though, man. I remember back in the day they had the car plane. It's a prop though. It's a prop plane. And the tail fold around and all that kind of stuff. Once you get to the strip, you unfold it, lock everything in place, and you get the runway and take off.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that one was probably about $200,000, $300,000 back in.
Yeah. But now, man, we living it. We're darn near the Jetsons, man. We are darn near the Jetsons. We're very, very close to it.
Yeah. When I was a kid, I used to want to be a pilot, man. There's a lot of schools out here that teach you how to fly here in Houston.
Yeah.
And I thought about too, like, man, what if the world ever get like some old Walking Dead? Not saying necessarily like something, but everybody defending for himself.
Yeah.
And I was like, it'd be good to know how to fly a plane.
Yeah. I had told that's why I learned how to drive stick shift. I said, I want to be able to drive anything.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, flying too, man. Like,
yeah.
What was that movie with what's it called? 2012.
Yeah.
That's how they got away. They got on a plane. But
Yeah.
everything was But yeah, man. It's interesting times we're living in, man. Very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Got all this stuff going on globally.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
So
crazy. Glad you see, man. You got T Swin decided to go on darken it up a little bit. They got dark and lovely, try to dark and handsome. Let's see. Ladies, let me know what y'all think.
Oh man. Luckily I ain't got to that point yet. I'm still kind of dark.
Yeah.
Still kind of yeah, but it's getting there though. I don't want to give you no close up. You see them gray whiskers running wild.
Nah, man, I got a cousin, man. He done so much stuff in his life, man. He ain't got one gray hair in his head.
Man.
He ain't got one. He didn't do some stuff. I'd be like, man, woo. Because he worry free. He don't never worry.
Yeah.
And so he got one gray hair in his head. He been in some bad situations, been in some bad spots, and one gray hair in his head. He be like, oh well.
Hey, like, oh well, he figured, but it always works out though, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, he doing good, man. He doing good, man.
That's a superpower, brand. Somebody who don't worry.
Yeah.
It's a superpower.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. Let's see. But man, we just checking in, tapping in with the folks, man. Yeah. And we be back at y'all, man. We got a special guest for Sunday, man. Make sure y'all tune in Sunday night. We're gonna have an amazing show Sunday. Make sure y'all check it out. Man, make sure you check out MCABW at podcast at gmail.com, man. Holler at you guys, man. If you want to get in with us, man. Go to CTRmedianetwork.com. Click on our icon and fill out the guest registration form if you'd like to be a guest on our show. Like I say, man, we average thousands of views on our videos. If you want to get your product in front of people, man, holler at you guys. Or check out the other podcasts on CTR Media Network, man. We got something for everybody. Man, shout out to the King's Out of the Day. Your boy did that last night. Great episode. Let's see, man. Somebody in the comments. Oh, somebody asked me, am I still doing transportation? I could tap back in right now. I stepped away from it, but I could tap back in anytime I want to. Right now, I stepped away from it. I'm back in energy, oil, and gas right now. Mm-hmm. Energy, oil, and gas got me home every night.
Yes, sir.
It pays well, and I'm home every night. And besides, I got my daughter living with me, so
gotta take care.
I could tap back in at any time. Anytime. Let's see. Yes, sir. Man, hit us up at MCABW podcast at Gmail if you'd like to reach out to us, if you'd like to get your product in front of our audience and our viewers. Also, get it in front of CTR Media Network viewers. Hey, man, thank you. Thank you, Miss Courtney Austin. You have some good topics. Keep it up, guys. That's what's up. Thank you. We appreciate that.
Yeah,
appreciate
it greatly. Most definitely.
Yeah, man, just make sure you tune in Sunday. We have some good information for you.
On transportation. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so
yeah, make sure you tune in.
It's gonna be a great show, man. We got a good, very knowledgeable guest coming in Sunday.
Yeah,
so
Sunday at 8 Central Time. Make sure you tune in. 8 Central, 9 p.m. Eastern. Make sure you tune in. We got somebody good for you and get some good information. Show you how to handle this transportation business right now and the ups and downs in it and how to stay afloat.
Yeah.
So be sure to tune in. Say B, you got something for the folks?
Nah, man. Just stay blessed, man. It's Friday. Have fun. I can't say what Diddy does, but you know what I'm saying? But effing Friday, man.
Yeah.
So go do something for yourself, man.
Exactly.
Get the stress off you. Get ready for that next week.
Mm-hmm. Make sure you like, subscribe, and share. Comment, man. The Making All Your Own podcast. Make sure you subscribe at the bottom. If you love your boys and you love the way our voices sound, we're available on all podcast streaming platforms: Spotify, iHeart, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Amazon, Audible, Pandora. Man, check us out. Make sure you tune in. Spread the word, man. Show the word. If you like what you're hearing, make sure you share it. Make sure you hit the like button and share it, man.
Most definitely.
For real. We about to get on up out of here, man. Just tapping in tonight. Everybody have a blessed night. Be safe on this Friday night. Enjoy your weekend. If you're gonna turn up with some Twisted Tea. Twisted Tea, sweet tea, whiskey. Make sure you tune in with your boys, man. Yeah. Be safe, man. Life, love, peace, happiness, health, and abundance.
All right. Be righteous and rich.
Mm-hmm. We up out of here.
Peace.
CTR Media Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book us for your next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network podcasters today. To learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
Hey, it's me again, your guy T Swin with Storytime with T. You can listen to Storytime with T on Spotify, Amazon Music, Audible, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, iHeartRadio, Overcast, Pocket Cast, and Radio Public. Support the show. Listen on the go anywhere while you work out at the job. It's your guy T Swin, Storytime with T. Check it out, y'all. Support. Peace.
The time is now, the time is here. Round up the soldiers and lend me your ear. Pick your head up, stick your chest out, be strong. Listen closely, cause men can't always be wrong. The time is now, the time is here. Round up the soldiers and lend me your ear. Pick your head up, stick your chest out, be strong. Listen closely, cause men can't always be wrong. Men can't always be. Men can't always be. Men can't always be wrong. Men can't always be. Men can't always be. Men can't always be. Men can't always be wrong. Men can't always be.
Hello, and welcome to Sweet Blessings, the Anna L. Brothers Show and Podcast. where we come forth to you to inspire, to encourage, and empower you to live a healthier lifestyle. The purpose of this podcast is to bring you ordinary people doing extraordinary things. We want to showcase knowledge as well as special speakers and things. So I try to provide workshops, speakers, because I don't know everything, okay? But as we go along. But before we begin, I have some special guests for you this evening. They're really good friends of mine. But before we move on, I have a few little housekeeping things that I need to do. And the first one will be for those of you who are watching on Facebook, you know that you can support me by sending stars. Stars help me to earn money to make more content. Also, you can also contact me if you like. I want to show you my website. This is my website. I have a bit that is my website. So this is my website. So if you want to contact me to be a sponsor or to be a guest on my show, you can use this. You can go there, find me, click on my picture, and do all of the little things that also that needs to be done. You can do it in that one place. But however, if you just want to reach out to me and just talk to me about it beforehand, you can always email me, and you can email me at this email here at the bottom of the screen. Also, I want to, I do take donations, and I take donations through Cash App, and this is my Cash App thing. And before we begin, I also would like for you to subscribe to my YouTube channel, and that is it there. So I'm going to tell you about our guests here real quickly, and then we're going to break for a commercial, and then we are going to come back and they will be on the show. Now, Jonathan and Sandy Miller are founders or co-founders of the Sounds Good Choir. And I know most of you have heard me talk about the Sounds Good Choir because this is how I met them through my mother. I took them to their choir. And so I want to tell you a little bit. I don't want to tell you everything because I want them to talk. But I'm just going to give you a little background information on both of them. Okay, starting with Jonathan is an artistic director and co-founder of the Sounds Good Choir. Now, he has been in choral music with the Chicago Children's Choir. Do you all remember that? Those of you who are here in Chicago, that's what I mean. You know, I know it's people everywhere, but do you all remember that? Now, so he has been doing music for a long time. He combines the role of musicians and art entrepreneurs, and he's conducted singers at all skill levels from complete to professional. And I'm speaking because you know I'm not a professional, but I'm gonna tell you, I was in the choir and I enjoyed that choir. I enjoyed it just like my mother. I enjoyed it. I looked forward to going to it. So in 1993, he founded the Virtual Soul Ensemble, Chicago a cappella, and served as its artistic director for 27 years. And then he co-founded the Sounds Good Choir. And I don't know if you all realize, but the Sounds Good Choir is for adults 55 and older. And so, you know, I talked about summer fun and what people can do And I've given activities for everyone. And this is a great activity for seniors. So I just wanted to say that. Oh, he's got it. I'm going to let him tell you a little bit more about himself when he comes on, because both of them are full of recognition. So let me tell you about his wife, Sandy. She is Sandy Siegel Miller. She's a PhD, co-founder of the Sounds Good Choir, NFP, and program directory of Good Memories Choir. She's also a reverend, and she's a clinical psychologist who has worked in the private practice in the western suburbs for more than 30 years. Her work with older adult choirs is a major pivot from her clinical work with children and adolescents. So I'm going to do the same thing that I told you I was going to do with Jonathan. I'm going to bring them on and let them tell you a little bit more about themselves. So we're going to take a little break here, and we're going to go to a commercial. And when we come back, they will be on. Bear with me just a few moments. I got it.
CTR Media Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book us for your next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network podcasters today. To learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
Hello and welcome.
Thank you. Great to
I
see
am
you.
so glad to have you on. It's such an honor. You just don't know. It's just
Thank
really
you.
and truly an honor to have you on. And so, I tried to tell a little bit about each one of you in your bio. And so I'm going to ask you that one question that I kind of told you I was thinking about. But in that, can you kind of incorporate a little more of your bio? I didn't want to just blurt it all out. So my first question, and this is really to both of you, tell the audience about how the choirs, make sure you let them know how many you have, and how the choirs got started.
Sure. Well, thanks. I'll start. It's since we're co-founders, we do everything together, and we sometimes finish each other's sentences. So if we do that, don't be surprised. Thank you for the gracious introduction. First and foremost, it's really an honor and a pleasure for us to be on the show together here. As Anna said, I've been in choirs my whole life. When I was 9, I joined the Chicago Children's Choir, which is now called Uniting Voices Chicago. After my voice changed and I was 13 singing bass, they didn't kick me out because they had a bass section, and I just kept singing and kept singing. And I think it was partly because I was so inspired by the founder of the Chicago Children's Choir, the late Reverend Dr. Christopher Moore, who really had a vision for what a choir could do and be in people's lives. I've carried that ever since. And when I was in my late 20s, I decided it was time for me to try to create a brand new professional virtuoso vocal ensemble, different from everything out there. So it wasn't going to be a Renaissance music choir. It wasn't going to be a vocal jazz choir. It was going to be a really eclectic choir of fantastic singers. And that's what Chicago a cappella has been for the last 30 years. And as part of that, I started doing arrangements, because there are some great songs out there, but not everything is arranged for a cappella voices. So I got pretty good at arranging music for choir. And then I decided that it would be fun to take, I have a series of what I call wacky Christmas carols. So it makes Cindy laugh. So imagine that you have the music of one Christmas carol to the tune of another Christmas carol. I started doing this literally one day. I was driving down the Eisenhower Expressway. I think it was July, and it was 2011. I thought, what if you took the words to Jingle Bells and the Hallelujah Chorus and switched them? So I'm singing to myself in the car, hallelujah, 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 for the Lord God omnipotent reigneth, hallelujah, the kingdom of this world. And then I thought, this could really work. So I went home and sang it to Sandy and tried to make it all fit together. And by the time I went to bed that night, I had a pretty decent piece.
And
I
the
thought,
other half of it goes
jingle bells, jingle bells, jingle bells, jingle bells, right?
Yeah.
In a one horse, in a one horse, in a one horse open sleigh. So I wrote this all up and I gave it to Chicago Acapella to sing at their Christmas concert. I think it was 2011. That's on YouTube also. So just click at Jingle Bells Hallelujah Chorus. It got like 30,000 hits in 6 weeks, and it was sort of, a minor smash for me. And I got some inquiries literally from choral conductors around the world who somehow had seen this thing, and they said, can I buy a couple copies of this piece for my choir? So I said, sure. So this went on for 6 or 9 months. I sold 15 copies to a choir in Australia and 20 copies to a choir in Germany and so on. Had a little website for that. One day I get a call from a lady who says, I'd like to buy some copies of your sheet music. I'm, being polite. Yes, ma'am. How many would you like? She said, I'd like 550, please. So that made me sit up a little straighter. And I said, that's very interesting. Thank you for your business. Who in the world are you? And she said, my name is Gene Kelly, and I'm the founder and artistic director of Encore Creativity in Washington, D.C., which is the largest choral music organization for older adults in the country. And we've been around at that point for 15 years, and we love your piece and we'd love to do it. So I said, okay, that's cool. And she ended up buying 800 copies. And that paid for me and Sandy to fly to Washington, D.C. to hear 250 of their singers perform it in the lobby of the Kennedy Center, which is what they did. And we had dinner with Jean and her husband, and some other composers were there. It was a rollicking good time. And Jean said, we have a couple affiliate choirs around the country, and if you'd ever want to bring this idea to Chicago, that would be a fun for us. And Sandy and I are like, yeah, that'd be, when we retire, maybe someday. So that's how we met them. And then we had a really wretched year, what we call our Job year, our Book of Job year in 2015. You want to take a little of that? Or
2015 came along.
You don't have to only give the bad news. I can give some of the bad.
It was mostly bad news that year.
It was a hard year.
In May of that year, beginning of May of that year, my 93-year-old mom died suddenly. Although I sometimes say, how sudden could it be? She was 93 after all. But at the end of that month, Jonathan's dad died.
Oh my God.
He had liver cancer. We were expecting that.
A long battle with cancer. A few months later, John's stepmother died.
God.
A month after that, our cat Maggie died. And at the end of the year, Jonathan lost his job. So it was just one of those years.
Yeah. I was working in music publishing. I kept my job with Chicago Acapella, which was very part-time, but my main bread and butter was this job in music publishing. And next thing you know, that was not there.
So, you know how it is. I think sometimes there are lessons in those difficult times of our lives. And I said to Jonathan, if we haven't learned anything else by this, we've learned life is short and we should be doing the things that really matter in our lives because time is precious. So we just put our heads together. Jonathan did some thinking about what would he really like to do in this world? What was he meant to do in this world with whatever time he has and we have left? And out of that came the revisiting of the idea of doing a choir like the one in Washington, D.C.
And God bless you, Sandy, because Sandy said, we've got some money saved up. You don't have to just shoot at anything that moves. We can take a year, to try to build something. So I said, let's go crazy and see what we can build. So
we took that literally.
So because I had a little bit of a following already from Chicago Acapella, we kind of used that to get started. So Chicago Acapella gives choirs in Evanston. So we started a Sounds Good choir in Evanston. At that time, we were called Encore, Illinois. But we did a choir on Tuesday mornings in Evanston and a choir in Hyde Park on Wednesday mornings, where we also had a following, and that's the neighborhood I grew up in
That
on the
was the
south
beginning
side.
of 2016.
And that we did a 6-week spring session. That went really well. We had like 35 singers in each choir. And then we did a summer session where we did those choirs and added 2 more, one downtown and one in Hinsdale. We live out here in the western suburbs. And then in the fall, we added one in Oak Park, conducted by our colleague Linda Powell, and another one that I did in Arlington Heights, and the commuting was crazy. But
And
by
we
the
were off and running.
But by the end of 2016, we had 6 choirs and about 200 singers. And in June of that year, go ahead.
So that's the beginning of Sounds Good
Yeah.
Choir. The beginning of Good Memories Choir started, as Jonathan said, in the middle of 2016.
Well,
We're
let me stop you, Sandy, because
Okay.
first, I know what Good Memories is, but you got to tell them. They
Yes.
need to know what Good Memories is.
Thank you.
Significance of it.
Yes, thank you. So Sounds Good, as Jonathan said, is our choirs for older adults, 55 and up, although we joke that we don't card. Good Memories Choir is a choir specifically for people in early stage dementia, living at home, still living at home with their care partners. And a care partner can be a family member, as it was for Anna and her mom. It can be a paid care partner, a friend. We have all of those combinations in our choir. So it's a very special place for all of us to sing together and have joy and community.
And all of our choirs have no audition. So even though our conductors are professional and we aspire to put on a really good concert, you don't ever have to have sung in a choir in order to be part of this.
Right.
But I just want to say this, but when you sing, you sound professional. When I don't know what they're doing, but they have a little gift. And I'm not just saying, because I've done it both ways,
Yeah.
I've done it in person and I've done it virtual.
Yeah.
And both, it's just fabulous. So if you get a chance, go to the YouTube channel and check it out, because it is on YouTube. Okay. Go ahead, Sandy. I'm sorry to break in. I just had how you get that moment.
Well, thanks, Dana.
Thank
That's
you.
great.
Awesome. And you know us so well.
That's right. That's right. And far better to be talking about good memories if people really know what it is. So 2016, we're busy creating choir after choir after choir. But in June, Jonathan linked up with a colleague, a choral conducting colleague, who told Jonathan about a choir in Minnesota, in the Twin Cities, that he was serving on, had just joined their board of directors. And he described the choir to Jonathan. It's a relatively new organization and providing choirs for people with memory loss and their care partners singing together. And he said, Jonathan, you've got to come up and see this. It's the most incredible thing. So Jonathan came home from meeting with his colleague and told me about it. And somehow we just felt like we did have to go up there and see what it was all about. So we jumped on a plane in October of that year, went up and spent a day with the Giving Voice organization. That's the name of the organization in Minnesota, who has as their mission to help people like us start a choir for people with dementia. That's their goal. We went up, spent a day with them, cried most of the day watching their rehearsal and
so beautiful,
being with the people. And literally on the airplane on the way home, we pulled out our laptop and said, we've got to do this. Let's start working on a budget. And I don't know about you, Anna, but it felt like a calling. It felt like one of those God things where God just says, you have to do this. You simply have to do it.
Yeah.
So it took us 2 years to raise enough money to start the first Good Memories Choir, which was on Michigan Avenue in the Gold Coast of Chicago. And now we have 2 Good Memories choirs. We had, we have 2 that are thriving but growing since they had a difficult time during the pandemic. But it's a very special place. of singing and joy and community. And as Jonathan said, there are no auditions. We all wear a name tag that says our name, but it doesn't say my name's Sandy and I'm the director, and your name's Anna and you're a care partner, and this is so and she has dementia. It's just, this is who we are. This is my name, and we're all here to be together and sing together and enjoy time of community, a very special community.
I will agree. Speaking from personal experiences, and what was so wonderful about it, they do have volunteers, and you don't know who is who. You don't know who's the volunteer. You don't know who's the professional. You just don't know. It's such a warm environment. But the food is good too.
We always so good memories has snacks. Sounds good. It sounds good. We cracked the whip a little more.
Well, that's where I was. That was my home. Was the
that's right.
Good
snacks
good
and
memories.
good memories.
I did branch out a little bit, and I plan to branch out again in the fall. I'm gonna go to the one in Hyde Park.
Great. You're
That's
always
closer to me.
Love having you in
Come
the
back
alto
and
section.
sing. Absolutely.
Yeah. So I think maybe we should. Is there anything else you want to add to that?
The one thing I would like to add is two things actually, sort of, because we were talking about origins, and you were talking about before the show backstage with us about how people, you don't always know how people are going to help you along. And the fact that we've had models to follow, really good models to follow for both of our choirs is a sweet blessing. It's the name of your show. The fact that the people at Encore, who are still really good colleagues, even though Gene Kelly's retired, they really blazed the trail for high quality, non-auditioned older adult choirs, and the people in Minnesota at Giving Voice have been beloved colleagues with us for more than 5 years. But what really sold me, had us get on the plane in the first place to go to Minnesota, was my friend Brian Newhouse said that you can't, about 30 or 45 minutes into the rehearsal, you can't tell in the choir who has dementia and who's a volunteer and who's a care partner, and it's beautiful.
There's something really special about singing and music for all of us, and I think for all of our brains, but maybe particularly for people with dementia.
Yeah, there's an energy that comes with singing. It's anyone who's ever sung knows, and researchers, we'll get to that in just a minute, are starting to understand that a little more.
Well, we're going to break for another short little commercial. You're going to love this one.
Great.
Thank you.
And then we're going to come back, and I want you to let the viewers know about how they can get in contact with you if they want to join the choir and, those type of things. So
great.
All righty. Let us go to commercial real quick.
Oh my goodness, the mailman came. I hope my sweet little thing cookie's in here. I just hope it's in here. Let me see. Let me open this up. That's it. Sweet little thing cookie. That sweet little thing cookie. Oh, I'ma have me a ball now. Let me just get this right here. Little thing cookie. That sweet little thing cookie. Oh yeah. I finally got my cookies. This sweet little thing cookies. Oh, yeah. I'm going to have fun. This package kind of big, though. Man, it got a lot of cookies. Oh, yeah. This the best day ever. I'm trying to tell you, I got my cookies, and I'm going to eat these cookies, and ain't nobody going to stop me.
Okay. That's the early childhood part of me.
That's cute. That's very cute.
A friend of mine did that for me. I just think it's so cute because I'm in the early childhood. That's my thing.
Right.
Okay, so
awesome.
And I just thought that was just wonderful. So I would do that. But I know you have several choirs, but I think the people would like to know how they can get in contact with you, and what do they need to do to register if they wanted to register. So I'm going to let you all talk about that just a little bit.
Sure. Thank you, Anna. If you look at the bottom of our screen, you can see the scrolling of our website. It's just soundsgoodchoir.org. As Anna mentioned, we've got registration for our fall session. We have a 15-week choir fall session. It starts right after Labor Day. We have concerts in December. Each of our concerts rehearses once a week for an hour and a half. And we have choirs in Hyde Park on the south side, on the Gold Coast, Evanston, Oak Park River Forest, Wheaton Glen Ellen, Hinsdale, and Arlington Heights. Those are our 7 Sounds Good choirs. We have the Good Memories Choir on Tuesday mornings downtown, and our Evanston choir on Wednesday morning is what we call a dementia-friendly choir, in that anyone who's dealing with early stage memory loss can join and be part of that choir. And we have trained volunteers there in Evanston, just the way we do downtown. Registration for 15 weeks is $195. That includes everything: your sheet music, professionally produced practice tracks to make it easier to learn your part, all the concerts you can possibly cram into your busy schedule so you can sing as many. We have one person who sings in all 7 concerts. She's
wow.
Amazing. And other people sing in many. And for anybody who is in financial circumstances such that that fee is a problem, we have a reduced tuition program. All you have to do is email us at info@soundsgoodchoir.org. That's info@soundsgoodchoir.org. Tell us you need reduced tuition, and you can do all that for $50. No questions asked. We want everybody in the choir who loves to sing. And that's all you have to do if you want to be part of the choir, because we have no audition. And registration goes through September. Some people like to come and check us out for a rehearsal or two to see if it's a good fit before they commit and sign up, and that's totally okay. So our website has all of the locations, all the times. We don't have to get into that now, but it's a very thorough website. If you'd like to support our work, if you're inspired by what we do, we are a nonprofit. We're supported partly by registration fees and also in large part by the donations of people who love our mission and want to be generous. So just go to soundsgoodchoir.org/donate and you can get involved that way.
Okay. I'd also like to announce that we have some upcoming concerts very soon in the next couple of weeks. Our concerts are always free to the public, so come one, come all. And the dates for the concerts are...
So this concert is, just to build on what Sandy's saying, this is our summer rock and roll concert. Yes. So we have a very hot professional rock band with 4 of the best professional players in the city. The first one is Monday night, July 31st at 7 p.m. in Downers Grove at St. Andrew's Church. The next one is Wednesday night, August 2nd at Temple Bethel in Northbrook. The one after that is Tuesday night, August 8th at Pilgrim Congregational Church in Oak Park. And the last one of the summer is Thursday, August 10th at 2 p.m. at our downtown home, Fourth Presbyterian Church, right on Michigan Avenue across from Water Tower Place. And all of that is on our website, soundsgoodchoir.org.
So come and check us out.
Yeah, it's nice. They give some nice concerts. I know I had a ball. I'm not going to tell you. I really had a ball. My mother had a ball, and it was really, I'm going to be honest with you, it really was like family. I mean,
yeah,
people took you under their wings, and they did, all kinds of things. I'm so busy on this. People are making comments, y'all, and I'm just... So look, this is the Tina Ramsey Show. This is Dr. Tina Ramsey. This is the person I was telling you all about before that reached out to me.
Hi to Tina.
Hi Tina. Thanks for being here.
Yeah.
And then also she said, "Wow, that's great." Okay, but yes, and then she also says, summer rock and roll concert.
You should
So-
come, Sheila.
We're
It's
gonna
super
rock the
fun.
house. We're gonna
Super
rock the house.
fun.
Yeah, it is. It is truly, truly fun. And I just really believe that it is a gift that what they're doing, because singing is good for you. And we're going to talk a little bit about that as well. We're going to take another little short commercial break. And then we're going to come back because they are part of a research project that is being done at Northwestern Hospital. And I want them to kind of shed some light on that for us. So we're going to take a brief moment for this, in this brief, for this commercial, and we'll be right back. Hi.
It was short.
We're back. All right. So I think it's just a beautiful thing what's going on, what you all are doing. And I don't know too much about research and the brain. And, you know, we really don't know too much about the brain. I found that out when my mother was ill. And that the only way truly and truly that they can study patients with dementias after they have passed away, and the patients donate their brains for research, you know. So it's trial and error, really. But some of the research that I have read about singing just does wonders for a person that has dementia. So I'm going to let them talk to you about the research that they're doing. I think it's beginning to start. It's in the beginning phases of it.
Yep.
That's correct.
Go ahead.
Well, thanks, Anna. And you're correct that there's so much that we don't know about the brain in general, and there certainly is a lot that we don't know about the effects of singing. What we see and what others have told us about, and we certainly see ourselves in our choirs, particularly our choirs for people with dementia, is that there's something that happens when people sing. You know, we notice in our singers that there's a difference between how they present at the beginning of our choir session and how they look at the end. You know,
rehearsal.
Rehearsal. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's true.
They're more alert. They're often more verbal, and have more affect and are just calmer sometimes. And we've had we've seen all these things for ourselves, and we've heard so many stories about how good singing is for people. But there's very little scientific evidence of that. There's not very much research about singing in general, and even less research about the effect of singing in a choir, which has its own effect because it's a group activity. So we decided quite a few years ago that we wanted to contribute to that scientific literature and give greater validity and emphasis on what it is that we see happening every day in our rehearsals and in our performances. So it took quite a few years to do this. As you probably know, if you've ever been part of a good team of anything, it takes a while to assemble the right team. So about 4 or 5 years ago, I started talking with psychologist colleagues of mine, some of whom are in the research world or in medical centers around the city, and reached out to some of my former colleagues from Rush, because I was at Rush Medical Center, and then put together a research team, including my colleagues from Rush and our principal investigator, who is a neurologist from Northwestern's Alzheimer's Center.
Excuse me, I'm going to go take care of the dog. I'll be right back.
Silence the dog. Thank you, Jonathan. And we put together a project to look at the positive effects of singing in a choir. So we are beginning that. We're beginning that research project this fall with the beginning of our fall choir session, and we'll be investigating by using pencil and paper inventories that'll actually be administered online to have people document what happens when they sing, and does singing in a choir have a positive effect, and we feel like this is just the beginning. Our principal investigator is Dr. Borna Banakdarpour from the Meslem Center, which is the Alzheimer's Center at Northwestern, and I'm joined by some of the two of my colleagues from the Rush Alzheimer's Center as well. So it's a mighty team, what Dr. Banakdarpour calls the dream team, and we're delighting working together, and we're really excited about being able to contribute to the medical and scientific literature in this area.
Oh, that is great. I am excited about that because there's so much limited research that has been done on, and you really don't really realize it until you're affected by it. Okay?
Yes, that's right.
I just want to let you know it's okay. You know that your dog wants to be.
He does. I may actually come and put him on our laps. He'll be happy to do that.
Well, I already noticed that you hear it come up and you was petting it. That's why, that's why they're in where?
Yes. We heard where Anna put her cats before the podcast started.
Yeah. All my friends, even though when I go live, other lives, I do other lives. So when it's just the best that way. But it's okay. It's all good because we're family, and you got.
We'll introduce you to
Moses. I just wanted to be on like everybody else. That's it. I'm fine.
He's our TV dog.
I know. Look, he's so happy.
I know, exactly.
He loves it.
No. Well, also, Sandy, you all do something else. The sing-alongs.
That's right.
Yes.
Okay. Tell us a little bit about that as well.
Okay. The sing-along program started during the COVID pandemic. And at the time that the pandemic hit, as Jonathan mentioned, we had 2 choirs for people with dementia and 11 other choirs. And I noticed right away when we had to pivot suddenly to doing rehearsals on Zoom and making online recordings and practicing alone in our living room and finding out how badly we sing when we're all by ourselves. It had a particularly negative effect for my singers with dementia. And I think the combination of the strange experience of Zoom, which we're now feels not so strange, I suppose, but that plus the technology challenges, what I saw was that I was losing people with dementia. And I was concerned about that, because we wanted to keep everyone singing. I was also concerned because in losing that, we were also losing them as part of the community. And I was worried about a lot of them. As you remember, people, particularly people with dementia, were literally locked in their rooms in care facilities and couldn't interact with anybody. And the last thing I wanted was for us to even lose track of them, electronically. So I started to think about how can we simplify the musical part so that people aren't having to practice their alto part or their tenor part in a 4-part harmony. How can we simplify the music and create a program where we can just get together and sing songs that we already know, and have time together and fun and a little bit of chatting as well. So we put together the sing-along program, which is a program of a weekly program that goes by a theme each week. So one week it might be music of Frank Sinatra, and the next week it might be
Nat King Cole.
And then the following week it might be rock and roll tunes or Christmas songs, it's presented on the screen with the lyrics on the screen and the music playing in the background, and we all just sing.
Yeah, it's a free online sing-along over Zoom. And again, if you look at our website, soundsgoodchoir.org, the nice thing about the sing-alongs is you can sign up for those anytime, all year round. It's just a drop-in. So if you want to show up one Friday, you can. If you want to show up another Friday, you can. If you need to take the week off, that's cool. And one of the neat things about the sing-alongs is it got us connected to the area agencies on aging, which are these wonderful nonprofits that get money from Health and Human Services, from the federal government, and distribute it around the states and the regions on behalf of older adults. And so those sing-alongs are funded by the 2 suburban area agencies on aging. And we're very happy that for our Spanish-speaking friends, Sandy just worked with me and a brilliant musician, a man named Juan Diaz, who's the executive director of the Sones de Mexico Ensemble. Starting on Thursday, August 3rd, we're going to start a year of free Spanish online sing-alongs where all the narration, all the songs, all the tech support is all going to be in Espanol. So spread the word about that on the first and third Thursdays of the month. That's going to be fantastic.
Okay, that's really interesting. Oh, I see so many things is basically is going on. I'm glad to see that. And is there anything else you want to tell me about the study or the sing-along, or no?
About the study, as I mentioned, the study begins with our fall session. Registration for fall is open right now.
Okay.
And I invite anybody to come join the choir and join the study. And the study will have 3 points of data collection where we ask people to fill out inventories. The last one will be in December after our December concerts. So please come and be part of our study and contribute to science and to our knowledge about the brain and music.
Yeah, one of the really cool things about the study is that what the study is, how we're measuring things, is this is an online questionnaire that takes about 15 or 20 minutes to complete. It's going to be the same questionnaire all 3 times. The first time is in August before choir even starts. The second time is right when choir starts in September. And the third one is in December, as Sandy said. What's cool is we're going to ask people to fill out, answer questions about all different kinds of well-being. How are you doing emotionally? How are you doing socially? How are you doing physically? How are you doing intellectually? Are you feeling lonely? Are you feeling depressed? What's your purpose in life feeling like right now? And because all of these things, our well-being is not one-dimensional, just because as human beings, we're not one-dimensional. So we want to try to see with this study, does being in our choir move the needle at all for people? And if so, how? And it's a pilot study. So when you do a pilot, it's like what the Zen masters call beginner's mind. There's stuff you don't know. So you go into it in learning mode. After the pilot's done, we're going to see what we got. We're going to see what went well. We're going to see what maybe we could have done better. We're going to
do it.
See where we can tighten up the study. And then in the second version of the study, which we're hoping to do a year from now, we'll hopefully do a better study and keep learning more stuff. It's really cool.
It is cool. It's nice. It's really nice. Now, is this just for the good memories, or is all the choirs going to be?
Everybody. We've already got 175 people signed up for the study for fall session, and we can use hundreds more. So if you're interested in being part of this, as I said, you can sign up right now if it sounds like fun. You can come in September and see if it feels like a good idea. And if it does, you can sign up at that point and stick around.
Right. You can go on our website and find other ways to contact us directly. If you have specific questions, we'd be happy to talk about it.
And since we are called the Sounds Good Choir, and since Anna was kind enough to say earlier that we sound pretty good, you can go to our YouTube channel. Just look up Sounds Good Choir when you're on YouTube, and you can hear all kinds of stuff. You can hear our concerts. You can hear interviews. You can even hear our practice tracks because they're up there for free. So if you want to see what it's like to sing along with Who Put the Bump and the Bump, a Bump, a Bump, you can try that right now. And that's just part of the learning environment.
I hope what you can't see are some of the goofy things that Jonathan and I did during the pandemic. People laughing. I hope those are gone.
Man, we had to do so much wacky stuff. But I have to say, I want to give a shout out. Speaking of people that do wonderful things for you, about 250 people stayed with us during all of lockdown, went the extra mile, and sang with us online. What that meant was they did these crazy online rehearsals with us, whereas our friend Jenna said, I'm singing by myself out of tune in my living room. And then they recorded themselves and uploaded it to our portal. And we turned it all, you were part of this, Anna, we turned it all into the virtual choir video with everyone's heads like the Brady Bunch. And people did this for 2 years when nobody could do anything else. And what we found actually is the people that did that actually improved because they had to learn to listen to themselves critically. Most of them had never heard their own voice by themselves. And I mean, I'm a professional singer. I've been doing this since I was 9 years old. Even I was like, dang, I don't sound so good today.
And the rest of us never sang solos until that moment.
The very first song I did 23 takes before I found out.
I was just getting ready to say, you don't realize how many takes I did before I sent it in, and it's just, oh my God. I would be up late at night doing that. I'm
crazy, crazy. And then the phone falls off the stand and all that crazy stuff. But I guess just another thing I want to say is that when you are a nonprofit, as we are, it is so beautiful and humbling when people decide that they want to support your work in all the different ways that they do. Anna is actually on our board of directors, and she's been one of our champions for a long time. And it's been such a blessing to get to know you and get to know your mom of blessed memory, and the beautiful relationship that the two of you had is such an inspiration to us. And your mom was always a buoyant spirit. You are a buoyant spirit, and we're just so grateful to be able to come on and share with your audience about what we do.
And people share all kinds of gifts with us. I mean, certainly monetary, but as you know, Anna, people's gifts take many forms, and we have people who share their time and their talents as well as their treasure, and we are, so blessed by that.
Yeah, well, I am just so thankful, and thank you for those kind words that you just gave about me. But I'm gonna really say that I truly feel like these are ordinary people that are doing extraordinary things, and they need to be. More people need to know about their gift and what they're doing. So we're going to take one more little commercial break, and then we're going to come back, and I'm going to see if Jonathan and Sandy want to leave us with a few words. Okay. All right. I'll be right back. Okay.
The Homeschooling Interactive Magazine is a magazine that embraces and celebrates the entire homeschooling experience. Our magazine is different from all the rest because we provide beneficial information and assistance in homeschooling, business, wellness, mental health, resources, and life. We encourage you to pick up a copy of our magazine today on Amazon.com by simply searching the Homeschooling Interactive Magazine. The Homeschooling Interactive Magazine is all about impacting the world through home-based learning, helping to de-stress the homeschooling experience. Get your copy from Amazon today.
All righty. So, last question of the evening is, what do you want to leave us with? And I want both of you to
go ahead, sweetheart,
to answer that.
Thank you, Anna.
It's a great question. What I'd like to leave you with is, one of the things that you might be hearing about right now in the news is that, our country is in an epidemic of loneliness, and people literally are dying from loneliness and lack of connection. So what I'd like to leave you with is, something we all know, but sometimes we forget, we need each other. We need each other all the time. Human beings were not meant to be alone. And so, part of what we're about is just trying to connect people, trying to create communities and meaning in people's lives, so that no one has to be alone. And one of the things we know about our brains, and this is data that's just coming out, that when people sing together, their brain waves actually sync up and start to, alpha and beta waves start to move together. So not only do our hearts connect, I think, when we do things like singing, but our brains do as well. So so we need each other for many, many reasons.
That's beautiful.
That is beautiful. Jonathan?
Yeah, for me, Anna, I would say that, for me, singing has been probably the number one source of inspiration in my life. It unlocks my heart. It's the way I communicate. It's the way I teach. It's the way I pray. It gives meaning to my life. And, we've been talking a lot on this show tonight about how singing is good for you, but it's also just so much fun. And even if you don't sing with us ever, I just want to encourage everyone, find some place in your life to sing, even if it's just in the car, even if it's just in the shower, even if it's just on our sing along, even if, and there is something, I feel like I was a nerdy little boy at 9 years old when I joined the Chicago Children's Choir, and I didn't have a lot of friends. And that was a place where I found my group and I found my tribe. And choral music has always been a place of connection and joy, and it's just so much fun. I always feel better after I sing. I don't know anybody who doesn't feel better after they sing than they did before. And we've all been given a voice, so let's use the voices that we have. And I think that's, if each one of us is happier, it's a happier world. So whether it's singing or not, find your joy and do it all the time, and that's going to help lift the whole world up.
Amen.
Yes, it will. Well, I want to thank you both for blessing me with your time this evening to share about the Sounds Good and Good Memories Choir, because I think that's something that everybody needs to know about. And to my audience, I just want to say to you, I hope that this evening we have inspired you. I hope that we have encouraged you. And I also hope that we have empowered you to live a healthier lifestyle. Singing is very good for you. And so before I close, I always have to end with my 3 L's. And so the first one is to live. Make sure you live your life to the fullest. It's very important that you have fun in life, because life is short. And so you want to think about those things and do things that make you feel good. Then the second one is to laugh. Make sure you laugh. Find some way in your day that you can just laugh, because it's good for you. But don't forget to laugh about yourself, because you do crazy things. So you got to laugh about yourself, And it just makes you feel good once you get that good laugh out. And then the last thing is to love. Make sure you love. Love is very important. And I always tell people what my grandmother said, because she sometimes people say, well, I can't love everybody. And so my grandmother would say, oh, yes, you can. But you just have to love those with a long wooden spoon. So I also want you to remember that the most important thing that you need to love is yourself, because self-love is what's going to make you happy. Self-love. And so with that, I'm going to thank Sandy and Jonathan for coming on, and I'm going to bid you all adieu as we leave out this evening. And just hold on, I'm ready. Got a few little things to show you before we leave, but here we go.
Happy day. Happy day. I hope you are well. So glad that you're here on the Sheila C. Hill Show. Listen, we are here today to share with you. But let me just say, welcome to the Sheila C. Hill Show. The Sheila C. Hill Show is the ultimate go-to podcast for ambitious individuals who want to live a more fulfilling and successful life, to get valuable insights, expert tips, and inspiring stories to help you improve your lifestyle, grow your business, and enhance your emotional well-being. Now, in every episode, you're going to gain practical tips and insightful wisdom in the company of a safe, supportive community of like-minded individuals who I call Sheila's Thrive Tribe. So, to join the Thrive Tribe, you just simply subscribe to the Sheila C. Hill Show, and we got you. We are here for you. Now, if you are new to the show, welcome. I am your host, Sheila C. Hill, and I like to just say hello, hola, bonjour, como esta, ni hao, howdy, and what's going on, my people. So glad that you're here today. Please call Mama them and Uncle them and all of them. Tell them to check the Sheila C. Hill Show out and subscribe while you're at it, okay? All right, so listen, today I want to share with you how something that's really dear to my heart, right? And today we're going to talk about, baby, it is not too late to be great, and you're not too old to reach your goals. You hear me? I am so passionate about this because when we get to a certain age, we think life is over. We're just existing. No, baby, you in your prime. You hear me? So I'm here today to share with you how you need to tap into what you already know. And let's go. Okay, no doubt. So thank you all for being here. And I just want to share that life is a grand tapestry, a woven with threads of dreams, aspirations, and the relentless pursuit of excellence. However, as the years pass, it is not uncommon for some of you and some of us to feel that our prime has passed, that the time for new dreams and aspirations has expired. But I'm here to tell you that that is false. That is false. Your time is not over. It's a mere illusion that we must dispel from our minds. Get it out of your head. Get it out of your notion. Get it out. Okay? Because age is not a limit. It's merely just a number. It doesn't limit us to where we should be in life. It doesn't limit us. That's just society, right? It does not limit us to where we should be and where we could go. So the clock on the wall, it doesn't dictate the rhythm of our ambitions or the beat of our hearts. Instead, we need to embrace the wisdom that we already have and the wisdom that we gain as we grow older, right? And the wisdom that serves as a beacon guiding us towards our true purpose. That's what it's about. We need to find our purpose and walk in it, and walk in it with our heads up on top of that. Okay. Now, the experiences that we've accumulated over these years, the highs, the lows, the good, the bad, the ugly, all of that, the victorious, the defeats, they are just a testament to an ending, but rather it's a prologue. So it's not a testament to where we're ending and where we are. It's just simply a prologue shape the narrative to introduce plot twists. Because a good book has a plot twist, right? So does life. So, and also to determine the ending. You have that power. Your story is not confined by the pages of a calendar. It is a living, breathing entity that evolves with every choice you make. So just because the calendar years are just passing by, it doesn't matter because you're still in control of your life. Okay? With every choice you make, you're the author. Take that pen and take control, right? So, one of the greatest gifts that we possess as individuals is the ability to inspire and uplift others. Now, each of you, regardless of your age, has a reservoir of experiences waiting to be shared. Why do you keep it to yourself? And a lot of times people say, well, I'm not that interesting. I don't know why people would want to learn from me. I have a friend who just wrote a book recently about her life. It's called, a little plug here, Do What You Know How to Do.com. You can go get the book, Do What You Know How to Do. And she tells her story of loss, love, and life lessons. But she was just like, I don't know why people will want to hear my story. And I'm like, you have a lot to say. It shows your resilience. It shows what you've learned. It showed how you kept pushing through regardless of the things that was coming through your life. And listen, she wrote that book, and believe me, people are buying this book. They're inviting her to platforms to speak. They want to hear her voice. So take that as an example that your life, even though you might not think it's that interesting, you have something to teach someone. You have something to inspire and uplift others. So it doesn't matter your age, regardless of age. You have that experience. Your triumphs can serve as a guidepost, illuminating the path for those who are just beginning their journey. So, and I tell people this all the time. You need to be that person that you needed when you were going through. So just go back to when you was at your lowest, or go back to when you was experiencing some things in life. What did you need to help? What did you need to hear? Who did you need in your corner? What type of resources did you need? So go back into that. Since you've gotten past it, that makes you the expert. Okay. You are the expert. So since you got past that, you can go back and help those people who are just beginning that journey. So instead of them just trying to figure it out and fight their way through, like you did and I did, they have you as that voice to say, hey, instead of going down this path, take a right at the corner and then take a quick left. And that's going to get you to your destination. And that's going to avoid a lot of heartaches, a lot of pains, a lot of mistakes. So you are the expert to help them. Just remember that your mistakes are far from being setbacks. They are invaluable lessons that can steer others away from similar pitfalls, right? So if your child or your loved one, you was traveling and there was like this big pothole and it wrecked your tire and your hubcap came off and it messed up your car, as you're going down, if you know your loved one is coming behind you, you're going to call them and say, hey, listen, avoid that pothole because it's going to damage your car. So that's the same thing. You're going to use those mistakes that you went through, contact the person behind you to say, avoid this particular mistake that I did. I want you to be great and I want you to get to your goal quicker because you're learning from me. Okay. So that's how it all works. That's how the life works, right? We're going through, we just don't go through for just to go through and say, hey, we just took a test. Okay, we took the test, we passed it or we failed it. But you took it, you learned something from it. Now help those. It's like when you make it to a certain point, send the elevator right on back down and help that person who's at ground one that needs to come up in their journey. Okay. So do not underestimate the impact you can have on the world around you. You have so much to offer. The good, the bad, and the ugly. You have so much to offer. I don't care where you are in your life. I don't care if you're a housewife. I don't care if you're an executive. I don't care if you work as a trash man. I don't care whatever you do in life. I don't care. You have been through life. Use it to your advantage and help someone else, because the knowledge you have acquired, the skills that you have just narrowed down and honed into, and the resilience you have demonstrated are not just assets. They are beacons of hope and light for those who may be struggling to find their way. Your ability to inspire is not bound by the hands of time. It is eternal. That's mind blowing, right? It is eternal. Your ability to inspire is eternal. So, as we stand at the intersection of our past and our future, let us commit ourselves to living on purpose. Let us continue to set major goals, to chase after your dreams and your determination. With your determination, you can do so much. You can chase those dreams. Just think back when you was a child. And even if you had a rough childhood, think about how your imagination sort of got you into another place when you could think of just something so simple in life. We stop dreaming. When we get to a certain age, we stop having imagination because we live in a real world, right? Why should I have an imagination? Because it's not going to happen, because it takes this amount of resources, it takes this knowledge, it takes this, and then we self sabotage because we go on what we know. A child doesn't do that. You have to have childlike faith. You have to have childlike imagination. Think outside the box. You can think outside the box. Get that excitement about like what I wanted to do. Now I'm gonna say this. A lot of times I'm gonna talk to my ladies. Okay, hey queens, hey girl, hey girl, hey girl. All right, I'm gonna talk to my queens. So, and I'm speaking from experience. Now, a lot of times we may put things on hold. We have a family, we have children, we raise our family, and a lot of times our dreams and our aspirations, we put them on hold because we want to take that time and put it into our children to raise them to do what we have to do, right? So as they get older, they even, get on their own or whatever they do, and they leave the house, or they get old enough to take care of themselves, we still stuck in that just giving mode, and we don't reach back and save ourselves, right? A lot of times we say, who's going to come and save me? Psh, baby, ain't nobody coming to save you. Save yourself. Save yourself. Get those dreams, pick those dreams back up and save yourself. Listen, I did the same thing. I put myself on hold. I had my children, I raised my children, homeschooled, and did all this, and just gave so much, and being a good wife. I was a good wife, y'all. And doing all of this, but then it was time, like, who am I? Like, who am I? I wanted to know, who am I? And I didn't know. So I had to do the work. I had to put the work in to find out, okay, what do I want to do with my life? I started school prior to having children. And then when I got married, I put that on hold. I wanted to finish and get my bachelor's degree. First, I wanted to get my associate's degree. I did get that when I just had one child. That was good because it was just one child. But I have 3 children, and it was hard later on. I was like, I can't do this. So I put myself on the back burner. Then later on, I said, okay, as my children got older, I'm going to sacrifice for me now. I'm going to take this time for me. I need to invest in me. A lot of times we lose ourselves, we lose our dreams. So I did go back to school, and baby, it was hard. Staying up late nights, writing these papers, doing what I have to do as a wife, as a mother, all of this. But it was worth it because I am worth it. I am worth it. I wanted to reach my goal. So I did go back to school, and listen, I don't know. I think I was, let me do the math. Let's see. I was how old when I graduated from, I don't know. I didn't do that math good, but I was in, it was in 19, no, it won't. It was, that was the problem. Okay, it was in 2016 I graduated, and then I was 46. Oh my gosh, I was 46. I was 46 when I got my when I reached my goal for my bachelor's degree. Wow. So some people would think, "Oh, that's old." Baby, I was fabulous. Okay. I was rocking it. But a lot of times people think, "Oh, that's just too old to reach a goal. That's too old to to even start." Are you kidding me? I'm going to share some people that started when they was 50 and plus, okay? But I just want you to understand that I know where you are. I've been there. I know. But you have to do that work and then grab that imagination that you used to have when you was younger, and just say, you know what, I can do this. I do have a lot of knowledge. I did retire doing so and so, and I have enough knowledge to share with someone else. I can teach kids. I can mentor people. I can volunteer. I can do so much. You're sleeping on yourself. Stop sleeping on yourself. Listen, if you're listening to this, think, ask yourself, am I sleeping on myself? What is my goals? Do the work, write it down. When you write things down, it sticks a little bit better. Set your goals, okay? Because it is time to build upon your experiences, whether they were good or bad, okay? Because you got something out of it. So now, as we stand in this intersection of our past and our future, we have to commit to ourselves to living on purpose. And the only way you can live on purpose is you have to do the work inside of you. You have to do the work to say, I am all of that. There's an expression, and it's probably old expression. I'm all of that in a bag of chips. Like when you go to the convenience store, you buy, okay, maybe you didn't get that. But I'm all of that, a bag of chips, a big gulp, and all of that, baby. I am fabulous. I am wonderful. So whether you are in the spring of your youth or the autumn of experience, come on, baby. The journey ahead is filled with infinite possibilities. You listen, you can do this. I don't care what you do. You can do one thing one week, you can do something else the next week, something else the next week, because you have that imagination. You have unlimited possibilities. Don't put yourself in the box. So I am so happy and so thrilled just to share this with you, because somebody needs to hear this. I am so elated that I can share my experiences to help you get to where you need to go to help the other person. So, no matter how old we are, our lives are still filled with opportunities to be great and make a difference. Now, I may not be no expert, but I'm just someone who's gone through life's journey, and I've learned just a little bit. And I just wanted to share that age is just a number. It doesn't mean we're done with dreaming or achieving. In fact, our experiences, both bad and good, are just like treasures. We are a treasure. We are a gem, and we can inspire others. Pick that pen up, write the book. Okay, so you have arthritis in your hands. Get a phone and speak into it. Get a tape recorder. It doesn't matter. Get something recorded and make it work. Don't make excuses. Don't make excuses of, I can't do this because I have a disability, or I can't do this because I'm not the way I used to be at my younger age. It doesn't matter. Can you think? I don't care if you have one eye and three fingers. There is a way that you can get your word out. There is a way that you can share your knowledge, right? Stop making excuses. Stop self-sabotaging yourself. Okay? So just remember, You are the author. And every day is a new page waiting to be written. The best part, you get to decide how the story goes. Your life is like a roadmap. Listen, you done traveled some unique roads, and others may find it helpful to help them. Did you learn something important from a tough time? So, if so, that lesson can be a guide for someone going through a similar situation. Okay, now here for an example. Maybe you've mastered a skill after years of practice. Listen, a lot of times people say, well, they learned a skill, and when they're trying to teach it to someone, it looks simple, but it took years of practice to master it. So that's where you come in as an expert. You can teach that skill to someone younger who's just starting out because your knowledge is a gift that keeps on giving. So just remember, you have the power to inspire others, no matter your age. Don't you think that anymore? Don't you think, oh, I'm 65, I'm retired, I'm this, and I don't have that. Listen, get up. Let's go. Let's go. You have those experiences. Your stories, your successes, even your mistakes can be valuable lessons for someone else. So let's make an impact. No matter how many candles are on your birthday cake, our lives are far from over. You hear me? Pick yourself up, wash your face, brush your teeth, or put your teeth in. It don't even matter. Wherever you are in life, your life is not over. It is time to live and stop merely existing. Okay? It's not over. Instead, there's so many exciting possibilities out here that you can do. So let's keep dreaming big, set those goals, and share your wisdom. After all, the best chapters of our stories are yet to come. Now we're talking about the age. So let's think about the founder of McDonald's, Ray Kroc. He started he was like 50 years old when he started. Okay. The author for The Little House on the Prairie, she was 60. There's a Japanese real estate person. I can't even say his name. Is Mori is the last name. I'm gonna mess it up. He's a billionaire, but he became a billionaire at the age of 50 through strategically planning real estate investments. Samuel L. Jackson, the actor, he became like famous in his roles in Pulp Fiction. He was age 50. Vera Wang, designer, she started at age 50. What's his name? KFC, Colonel Sanders. He was 60. He was in his 60s. What are we talking about here? Are you still living? Are you still breathing? Are you in your right mind? Like, come on. Let's use these experiences. Okay, so that's just some examples of some people that you may know or may not know that have reached the pinnacle of their lives at a later age. So listen, it doesn't matter. You are here for a reason, right? So you can use your experience to help others. I'm so excited that, listen, you have decided this is the day. This is the last day that I'm going to sit down in my pity party and focus on my losses and focus on the things that I can no longer do when I was a younger person. And this is it. This is the last day. I'm going to start where I am, and I'm going to focus on my dreams. If I want to write a coloring book, if I want to create a coloring book, I'll do that coloring book. If I want to write, if I want to start painting, there's another person that started painting when they was like 60. If I want to start a cooking show, if I want to be on YouTube, there's nothing too hard. Some of you might need to get some assistance to do the technical piece of it, but there's nothing too hard that you cannot do. Use your experiences. Inspire people. You have the gems. You have the power. You have the experience. You have the knowledge. You have everything that you need is within you. You have everything you need is within you. Stop sitting on it. Stop holding it back from other people. Okay, so I want you to reach out to me and let me know what you have accomplished since you've heard this message. I want to know, where are you going? What is your goals? So reach out to me on the SheilaCHill.com. I want to hear. I'm a really great accountability person. Okay, you can ask anybody around me. I'll be like, what are you doing? No, pick it up. No. No. And when you get in that mindset where you feel like, oh, this is just, so overwhelming, I just can't do that, just remember my voice. Be like, get yourself up and pick it up. Back in the day, we used to talk. And when your parents is really mad at you, they didn't open their whole mouth. They just put the teeth together. You better get yourself together. Just imagine me saying that to you when you have those thoughts in your mind. I just can't do it. And when you start doubting yourself, you better get yourself together. You better get yourself together and let's do this, because you have so much to share. And so many people are waiting for you to share it. You are that missing piece for someone. Okay? It's just like a puzzle that's missing that one piece. They need to hear your voice. They need to hear your experiences. They need you. Okay. So let's get it done. Let's go. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's go. Let me get my little clapper. Where's my clapper? I feel like I need my. Let's go. Okay. So just know you are loved and highly appreciated. Baby, don't you dim your light for not nobody. You better not dim your light for no one. Just know that you are loved and highly appreciated. Let's go. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's go. Until next time on the Sheila C. Hill Show.
My name is Brittany Petty, and I help teen girls to heal from physical and mental abuse so they can achieve their goals, such as attend college, develop a trade, or start their own business. So it is so important to understand that in today's society, a lot of teen girls, they don't just go off to college because they're presented with so many different opportunities. And so for me, that is what I'm passionate about, is helping teenagers discover their passion and their purpose and what it is in life that they are put here on earth to do. And so whatever they tell me, if it makes sense and it's something that they're willing to put forth the effort and apply action and dedication to, then I'm willing to help them to achieve those goals. And starting a trade, so many young girls have told me that they want to start their own lash business, go to cosmetology school, do all these different things. So I'm here to support the vision as long as they're willing to put forth the action. But first, let me tell you a little bit about myself. I grew up in Cedar Hill, Texas. Go my Longhorns. And I'm also a part of the Mean Green Crew, University of North Texas. That's where I graduated from. I majored in business administration, minored in communications, and I also attended Capella University, where I majored in school counseling, which has led me on the path of mental health counseling, which has been amazing. I was in the military. I did Army Reserves, and I've met so many amazing, wonderful people along my journey in life. And so I'm really grateful for the opportunities and the people I've met and things of that nature. But a lot of people always ask me, they're shocked when I tell them I was in the military. And a lot of people always like, were you interested in that growing up? No, not at all. So it's just amazing how God can transform our life and take us down so many different paths and roads. But I'm so grateful that he did that, because I wouldn't be the woman I am today had I not taken all these journeys and tosses and turns and things of that nature. I also have 4 beautiful, amazing children. I have 3 boys and 1 girl. And I have an amazing husband that I've been married to for 11 years. But because of my life and my past journey and things that I have experienced and dealt with, I have had to heal from physical and mental abuse from my childhood. And so that has led me on the path because after working in corporate America, I have a really good friend who got me into the field of education, which I'm so glad she did. At the time, I didn't see it, but I'm so glad she did. And it allowed me to realize that so many are hurting inside. And so when we're a child, when we're growing up, we have to deal with those pains, our past pains and trauma and things of that nature. And so that's why it's so important to heal from physical and mental abuse, because if not, we end up taking those things into our adulthood. And so for me, I am so passionate about helping, middle school girls, teen girls to heal from physical and mental abuse so they can live a life that is worth living when they get into their adulthood, because you don't want to carry all of this baggage around, which is so important, because in life, if we don't learn to let go of that baggage, it will just weigh us down, and that becomes a very heavy weight. And so it is so important for me also to help others to define their self-worth, discover what it is that really pushes them forward to excel and propel into this world ready to fly their wings, just ready to navigate whatever it is life has in store for them. And so when I tell you I am so passionate about helping others to define their purpose, I am. Because when I was growing up, I didn't know. I didn't know what my passion was. I didn't know what my purpose was. And when anytime I would ask, people just say, oh, just, your purpose is just whatever you're passionate about. And for me, I was like, okay. And then I realized that, okay, I love helping people. That's something. But I would lay awake at night still not knowing what my purpose in life was, because helping is so many things, right? It can be helping the elderly. It could be becoming a nurse. It can be so many different things. And then I was like, okay, I'm doing this, I'm doing that, but I'm not necessarily happy doing it, right? And then I had to realize, okay, after I've been through different life experiences, okay, I like this, I don't like that. I like this, okay, I want to do more of that, right? And so because of life's journey and the things that I've been through in my life experiences, and also having a teenage daughter, it's important for me to be able to help others to say, you know what, I too deserve happiness. I too deserve to live life and be free, not holding on to that baggage. And so today that brings me to my topic, what I'm going to be talking about. Okay, on top of discovering your self-worth, but the importance of hashtag staying focused. But before I talk to you about that, I'm going to give you a little bit of tea. Okay, so let me ask you a question. How many of you have a teenage daughter or know someone with a teenage daughter? Okay. Did you know that 1 in 9 girls experience some type of mental, physical, or sexual abuse by the age of 18? And did you know that 82% of all victims are girls? It's so important for us to address the issues and things that are going on. And that's why I am so passionate, once again, about talking about self-worth. Hashtag staying focused. So today I'm going to talk about the 3 top ways to hashtag stay focused. Okay? Tip number 1 is we have to let go of those self-limiting, self-sabotaging beliefs. So anytime someone in life has said, you can't do this or you can't do that, or you are not going to amount to anything, or this or that, you have to let it go. Anything that is holding you back from excelling, propelling, letting your wings go so you can fly, anything like that, you have to learn to let it go. Okay? Tip number 2, you have to stay focused on yourself. Stay focused on yourself. You have to. I wrote a book called Stop the Drama, Stop Comparing, and Focus on Yourself. And it's so important because in this book, I talk so much about the importance of you loving yourself, discovering what self-love is, not comparing yourself to others, understanding the difference between self-worth, self-love, self-esteem. Because if you cannot look yourself in the mirror and tell yourself and embrace yourself how much you love yourself, then you're not going to be able to turn around and love others. And so I am so big on setting a solid foundation, because if you don't set that solid foundation, it's going to be very hard to move forward. Okay, I'm telling you guys, I'm giving you guys all the tea here. Okay, and tip number three, you have to take action. Okay, you have to take action in order to determine your dreams and your desires and your goals. Because so many times I hear time and time again, so many groups of young ladies, they sit around and they talk. I've even heard this amongst adults. They talk about life and what they want to do, what they desire to do, or what they're going to do. But why do you think they are still in the same place 1 year later, 3 years later, 10 years later? It's because they didn't apply action. They might have heard something that sounded good. They might have heard something and they say, you know what, that's what I want. That's what I dream. That's what I desire, right? But they didn't actually put forth the effort. They didn't put one foot after the next to get to the next place. And so it is so important for you to say, you know what, I'm not going to be that person that just dreams about it and not take action. No, I'm going to say, I'm going to take me a notepad, okay? And I'm going to write down step by step what I need to do. And if I don't know what to do, I'm going to look it up. Attach myself to the right resources, attach myself to the right people who can get me to the next level. A lot of times in life, we just have to ask questions. We have to surround ourselves. We have to expand our brain, our knowledge, read, listen to things that are empowering us, pushing us to excel and be better. And so my question to you today, what are you doing that's different from the rest? And I say that and I ask that question because if you are hashtag staying focused, then that means you are focusing on how can you get yourself to the next level? What can you do? And so what are you doing that's different from the rest? Meaning if you want to get to the top, you have to do something different. If you want to be successful, you have to put forth action. You have to let go of those, number one, let go of those self-sabotaging beliefs. You have to, number two, you have to focus on yourself. And you have to, number three, you have to take action. So what are you doing to separate yourself? What are you doing to not allow those self-sabotaging beliefs to get in the way? What are you doing to say, you know what, no matter what, I can push forward. No matter what, I need to stay focused on me. No matter what, I need to take action. And so when it comes to everything, I want you to make sure that you have to be healed in order to go to the top. So I encourage you to go to focusyoursuccess.com to download my free ebook. And you can follow me on Instagram at Ingeniously Made Whole. And you can also book me to be a speaker. Okay, I would love to come and speak to all of my teen girls and everyone to help push you to excel, to be better. So thank you for tuning in and listening to hashtag Stay Focused. I am Brittany Petty from Cedar Hill, Texas.
Good evening and welcome to Sweet Blessings, the Anna L. Brothers show and podcast, where we inspire, we encourage, and we empower people to live a healthier lifestyle. The purpose of this this episode is to provide workshops, speakers, and knowledge to help you live a healthier lifestyle. And so I'm coming to you today because I want to talk to you a little bit about gardening. But before I do that, I'm Anna. I am a retired school teacher, an educational consultant, a certified cake instructor, an author, a health consultant, and I'm also a jury consultant. So with that being said, I started this podcast because I was lacking knowledge. And I figured if I was lacking knowledge, others was lacking knowledge just like me. So it doesn't matter how old you are or anything. If you just don't know, you just don't know. And so I do research, and I have special guests to come on and speak to you about certain topics. So before I get started, there is some little housekeeping that I need to do. So the first thing I want to do is to remind my viewers on Facebook that you can support me by sending stars, and stars help me earn money to make more content as we go along. So please, by all means, support me. And then the other thing is I do go live periodically, 3 days a week on my Facebook profile. So this is, if you're interested in following me, this is my Facebook profile. And I also always ask people to, let me tell you about, this is my bit. This is my bit. It's really my website, and you can go to that website. I'm always looking for guests, and I'm always looking for sponsors of my program. So you can be a sponsor or you can be a guest. If you're interested in that, then you can contact me on my bit. But also, you can also contact me through my email. And so that is my email that is running across the bottom of the broadcast. So if you have any questions or, anything like that, feel free to reach out to me. My most thing, I'm asking that everyone who views this or sees it, that they support me by subscribing to my YouTube channel. And so I have listed my YouTube channel down there as well. So before we get this going, I did want to, my nose is itching. I did want to say that I'm very pleased, and I also, I just don't know how to say, I am part of the CTR Media Network. And I am very proud to be a part of that. It's Black owned, and it's a new kind of broadcasting, is what I must say. And so you can check us out on YouTube. We're on YouTube. Not only am I on YouTube, but the CTR Media Network is also on YouTube. So to this evening, I'm so excited because let me tell you about me. I'm going to tell you a little bit about me and gardening. I grew up in the South, and where I grew up, we always had gardens. And so we had vegetable gardens, we had flower gardens, we had herb gardens. We even had trees that bear fruit. And so then my mother, she moved up north. And I never really, I would go out there and play. I was little then. I would go out there and play. But I always had a desire to have a garden. And so while I was teaching and working, I decided that I would start a garden. And I'm telling you, it has truly been a learning experience. Okay. I'm still working at it. It is still a work in progress. But over the years, I have learned quite a few things about gardening. And my garden is still not the way that I want it, but it is a work, like I said, it is a work in progress. So to this evening, I am going to talk to you, to my fellow gardeners, or those people who are interested in gardening. I'm going to talk to you about some of the things that you can do to preserve your garden in the winter so you have a good harvest for the spring. So you won't have any problems in the spring. Now, I've had problems because I have not done these things that I'm getting ready to tell you. I've done some of them, don't get me wrong. I've done some of them, but some of them basically I have not. So I'm getting better. Like I said, when you do gardening, you learn from anything that you do. You learn from your experiences. You learn from your ups and downs, your failures, and everything. And so don't give up on it if you want. I didn't give up on it. And now people in the neighborhood are always talking about my flowers and stuff. And so this year, before I get into all that, this year I had 2 projects that I was doing. I had a weeping willow tree and I cut it down and I kind of let the ground settle in it. And so my dahlias was a project that I did this year. And this year was the first year that I planted watermelons. And I am proud to say that I have about 5 or 6 watermelons that have grown, and they are really, really growing. So we are going to take a brief commercial break, and then I'm going to come back, and I am going to talk to you about essential garden winter care for your garden, the steps that you need to do. Now, I'm going to try to show you a brief video doing this thing on some tips as well, but I have not been successful in sharing my screen. So we're going to take it in stride today. So let's go for that brief commercial break. And then I'll be right back to talk to you about gardening.
CTR Media Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book us for your next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network podcasters today. To learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
Well, welcome back. And so I'm going to add my PowerPoint. So it's Winter Garden Care, Essential Steps for a Healthy Spring. And I think that you need to carry out these steps because, I can say this. One year I left for 5 months. I left my home for 5 months. And so none of these steps were done. And I'm telling you, I have been having a hard time getting it back together because pretty much so my garden was kind of okay. And I've learned some things along the way that might help you as we go along. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to get started. So we want to talk about garden steps. So the first thing that you want to do, and because I'm doing this because it's now September and October are really the months that you kind of need to do your winter care for your garden for the spring. And so most of everything is, has bloomed or everything, it's going on. And you've had some luck with it. You've had some luck. So the first thing that you want to do is to clean up remove dead plants, fallen leaves, and other debris from your garden bed. This helps prevent the spread of diseases and pests. Now, when I say garden beds, I'm talking about the regular garden. Some people have box gardens, okay? Some people have pot gardens. And I'm hoping that these tips that I'm sharing with you will help you in all of those areas. And I'm hoping that I'll be able to share those videos, because one of them talks about pots. And I know for a fact I had big pots that I could not bring into the house. And so one of them talks about that. If I can't get it, I'm going to tell you what it says on it. So the next thing, after you clean up all the debris and dead plants and fallen things, now I have heard that you should leave some things on the on your garden, because it also helps preserve things, and animals are there and they kind of help as well. So here we go. Next slide. So after you have cleaned up everything, you want to do some pruning. So you want to trim back any overgrown or damaged branches on trees and shrubs, and you want to prune your perennials that have finished flowing or growing or whatever that they do. Now, this is where I made my mistake at the very beginning when I first started gardening, is that I planted annuals. And so every year I was scuffling because, annuals only bloom 1 year. And so that made my working in the garden much more task orientated. However, I quickly learned that perennials was the way to go. And the perennials come back every year. So basically you just prune them back once they stop growing, and you cut them down, and you go from there. They'll be ready for the spring. All right. Next one, mulch. Apply a layer of mulch around the base of your flowers to help insulate their roots and retain moisture. And I'm going to say you're going to do that with your perennials, okay? Your annuals, you're still going to have to, you still are going to have to plant them over. I do still plant annuals, but I only plant a few. I love zinnias, so I always make sure that I plant zinnias, and I like coleus, and I plant those as well during this time. But mulch, this is a step that I have not done, and this is a step that I intend to do this year. If it stops raining here, it's been raining almost every day. It's been some rain going on. But mulching, and I think that will help retain the moisture. I have done so much stuff different this year. As you learn, you do things differently, okay? And so I have learned many, many things. The next thing you want to do, and I know most people don't do this because I am not one to do this. You want to fertilize if needed. Apply a slow released fertilizer to provide nutrients to your plants during the winter. Now, I have never done that. And so this year I have bought some fertilizer. I have several types of fertilizer, and I will tell you what I do use. You can go to any nursery or Home Depot, Lowe's, Menards, wherever they have a garden center, and they have fertilizer. Now, in this year, I learned, because I went to a presentation on container gardens, And I learned that you can put a garden in anything. This person used milk cartons, when you go to, when you go to the restaurant and they give you the carrying little things that you bring, she also used that as well. So, she motivated me so much. My back porch is just full of stuff like that, of those things like that. And what really got me with her is that she plants things in the winter. I have not gotten to that stage, but I'm working on it. She plants things she fertilizes, she mulches, but she also plants things in the winter and she covers them up. It snows on it and everything. And when it's time in the spring comes, when she takes that cover off, she has flowers, okay, or vegetables in her garden. And so that is something that I want to do, but I want to have a box garden when I do that. I think that I need a box garden to do that. But some of the fertilizers that I did use this year was a fish fertilizer. Ooh, it stinks, y'all, but it works. And I don't use it in the house, but I use it with my flowers on the outside. It keeps the squirrels away. It keeps the rabbits away. It keeps out because it has an odor to it, but it is a great fertilizer. I also used what is called blood meal in my garden, and it is a powder, but you only need a teaspoon. So when you dig your hole to put your plants in, you just sprinkle a little of this in the soil. And let me tell you this. I used to use cow manure. But people who do gardening, they share tips with you. And so I used to do my jewelry at the flea market. And this guy came by, we got to talking about a garden, him and his wife. And he told me that he used mushroom compost for it. And so naturally, the next year when I started gardening, I used mushroom compost. And I like it. It works just as well as the cow manure, but it doesn't stink. So one stink is enough with the fish fertilizer. Now, a guy told me, well, he had a pond, and when his fish died, he told me that he would plant his fish in the ground, okay, and then put the plants on top of it like that. So there's many ways. I don't have a pond. I would love to have a pond though, but I don't have a pond. These are all things that works in the makes or in the works for me, because I'm fairly new. A lot of people have asked me, are you going to get in the garden walk? No, I'm not nowhere near the garden walk, because I'm older now. So if it rains or if the weather is too hot, I'm not going out there because it's just too much for me. And so, to be in a garden walk or something like that, you got to keep that garden up, really, because you got people coming by to look at it. And but I am in the garden club, and we do have garden walks, but I don't think mine will ever be in the garden. I'm just self-satisfaction for me, for what I do and everything. So let's move on. So the next one is watering. So, and to ensure your plants are adequately hydrated before the first frost, however, be cautious. You want to make sure you water them, but you want to be cautious not to overwater, as excessive moisture can lead to root rot. So I have never watered my garden before then, but I said this year I was going to do that. Okay. But I do have some plants out in my garden, my dahlias, which was one of my projects this year, that I don't take them up. These are, I don't know if they're perennials or how you would want to call these, but you can dig them up after the first frost, and you can save the, I don't know what they call them. I can't even think of it right now. The roots, it's the root part that goes on. You can save that and replant those flowers the next year. Okay. And so I said, oh, wow, then I need to water my thing, my garden before that. Now, you're going to get, well, I'm in the area where it snows. You might not be in that, and people listen to this all over the world. And so you might not be in an area where there's snow, but where I am, there's snow, and it kind of moisturizes the ground as well. So with that being said, we're going to take another brief commercial, and I'll be right back to continue the theme on garden steps.
Oh my goodness, the mailman came. I hope my sweet little thing cookie's in here. I just hope it's in here. Let me see. Let me open this up. That's it. That's it. Sweet little thing cookie. That sweet little thing cookie. Oh, I'ma have me a ball now. Let me just get this right here. Little thing cookie. That sweet little thing cookie. Oh yeah. I finally got my cookies. The sweet little thing cookies. Oh yeah. I'ma have fun. This package kind of big though. Man, I got a lot of cookies. Oh yeah, this the best thing ever. I'm trying to tell you, I got my cookies, and I'm gonna eat these cookies, and ain't nobody gonna stop me. Wait, what?
Marie, what you doing, man? You can't have those cookies right now. I'm sorry, we about to eat dinner. Once we finish dinner, then you can have those cookies. Go ahead, put them up. Go ahead, put them up.
Are you serious, bro? I got sweet Lestain cookies, and now I gotta wait for dinner? Fine, can I at least look at the cookies? Thank you. Oh my goodness, I have waited all this time now. I gotta do all this. Fine. Oh yeah. I got my hands on some sweet Lestain cookies. But I can't eat them right now because bruh talking about I gotta wait to dinner. Okay, I'ma do that. But once I finish that, it's gonna be on, y'all. Wait a minute. Bruh talking about cooking some food. All this is a can of salmon and some frozen biscuits. Bruh cannot cook. I know he don't think I'ma eat this. Ain't no way. Bruh. Hey, bruh. Daddy. Where are you? You set me up, homie. You had me about to eat a can of salmon and some frozen biscuits. I'm not down with that. I want my sweet Lestain cookies. My sweet Lestain cookies. Carrot cook. Is this what I'm saying?
I was born by the river in a little old can. Just like that river, I was running ever since. Marie, hey man, it ain't not what it think. I'm sorry. I was just gonna eat one cookie, but I ate them all. It's not my fault, Marie.
I know better than this. You trying to set me up, homie. You had me eating that nasty food, and you ate all the cookies?
Finish him.
No, Marie. No.
Hey, family. I'm sorry y'all had to see that. But what did we learn today? One thing we learned is you don't mess with Marie and you don't mess with his sweet Lestane cookies. Tell him that right, Curtis.
That's right, y'all. Don't mess with Marie and don't mess with his sweet Lestane cookie. That's all I got to say. I'm sorry.
Well, I am back, and we just got through talking about how we water and everything. So we're going to move on to our next one. You want to protect your tender plants. If you have delicate or frost-sensitive plants, consider covering them with burlap or frost blankets to shield them from the harsh winter weathers. Now, this is something that I do. The year that I left, I did not do that. But I do my roses, I clip them back. And then I cover them. But I'm going to tell you a story about my roses, because when I first started gardening, I love roses. And so I bought me a rose bush, and it was supposed to produce red roses. And so that year, naturally, I didn't cover it. And so the following year, it was dead. I said, oh my God, I let this plant die. I paid pretty good money for it. And so what I did was I went out and I bought another rose thing, but this time I bought a yellow one because, I'm in a sorority, and our flower is a yellow tea rose. So I said, okay, well, I'm going to put some yellow roses out in my garden. And so it was just doing really, really well. And so I guess that red rose bush was dormant. Like I told you, I'm learning as I go along. The red rose bush was dormant, and it came alive. So there I was, and I'm going to tell you, they still in the ground. So I get red roses and I get yellow roses. And then you know what? They made it. So every year I get a couple of roses that are yellow with the red trimming around. It is gorgeous, y'all. It is so beautiful that they have, they've made it in the thing. So when you're gardening, you'll find that you'll get all kinds of new things that's gonna happen. So, but I do cover my roses now, and garden is very relaxing, but it is a lot of work. I'm going to tell you that, but it's something that I truly, truly, truly enjoy. So the next one is, sometimes you have plants that are in pots, and you need to bring those indoors because, I have plants in my house that I take outside for the spring or summer so they could get some of that good old sunlight and everything. But I bring those plants back in the house because I don't think that they can withstand the freezing temperature. So I bring them inside. Or you can place them in a protected area. Sometimes people put them in their garages, but I know that if I put mine in my garage, I'm not gonna be messing with it. Because I can barely get in my garage now because my mother passed. I got all her stuff in there, so I bring mine in and I put it in in my patio door as well. So you want to bring your plants in. And a lot of times, I want to tell you about geraniums, because geraniums, they say that you cannot, they say they're annuals, but I'm going to tell you right now that I always use my geraniums over. I bring them in and I water them and nurture them all through the winter months. And then when spring comes and I get ready, because I make my own arrangements, y'all. I love doing that and putting flowers together for my porch and all of that. And so when I bring them in, I take care of them, and then when the spring comes, I put them right back out with um, other plants as well. So you want to kind of bring the your pots in. Now that other it's a YouTube video, y'all, and I want to show that because he talks about what you can do with pots. So if I cannot bring it up after the next commercial, then I'll tell you what he said to do. Okay, it's really 2 videos that I would love to show you if I can if I can share my screen. Sometimes I have difficulty sharing my screen. So the next thing is, don't forget about those garden tools. Okay, you want to clean and store your garden tools properly to prevent rust, and damage. Okay, because you can't leave them out. You can't leave them out. Even your hoses, they suggest that you get all of the water out of your hoses if you can. And then what you're going to do is to just, wrap them up and store them for the spring, because you don't want your hoses to burst. And believe it or not, a hose is a garden tool. Okay, so keep that in mind when you garden, because you don't want to be buying garden tools every year. You want to, enhance or let your tools get more tools. You don't have to keep replacing, the same tools all the time. And so we're going to take another little commercial break. And then I am going to come back. I'm going to try to show you that video when I come back. So here we go.
The Homeschooling Interactive Magazine is a magazine that embraces and celebrates the entire homeschooling experience. Our magazine is different from all the rest because we provide beneficial information and assistance in homeschooling, business, wellness, mental health, resources, and life. We encourage you to pick up a copy of our magazine today on Amazon.com by simply searching the Homeschooling Interactive Magazine. The Homeschooling Interactive Magazine is all about impacting the world through home-based learning, helping to de-stress the homeschooling experience. Get your copy from Amazon today.
All right, we are back. And I am going to, hold on. I am going to see if I can share my screen real quick, because I would love to show you this video. Let's see if I can pull this up real quick. Hold on. All righty. We will soon see. Maybe not. Oh, it's not working for me. All right, ladies, let's see. How can I get out of this? All righty. All right. So that did not work for me. So now we're going to go back to my, if I can get it together by the end of the podcast, I will do that for you. Let me see here. Can I? All righty. I don't know what I'm doing, but sometimes I have problems. Sometimes I do really well with it, but sometimes I have problems with it. But the name of it is, I'm going to tell you so that maybe you can go and look, but I'm going to tell you what he does with the pots because it's only a very short, about 2-minute video. And what he shows you, because sometimes your pots crack if you leave them outside. And that's what happened to some of mine last year because I left them outside and they had some dirt in it. And when I went back to use them this year, they had cracked. Okay, some of them had cracked. And so what he said was, you need to take the dirt out of the pot because it's too big to bring in. So take the dirt out the pot, and those bubble wrap, that you pop. I love the pop, but the bubble wrap, and you take that bubble wrap and you put it in that pot, that big pot, and then put the dirt back in there, so that that bubble wrap will give some expansion. Your pot will not burst. And then sometimes he said you cannot bring all of your pots in, but you can dig a hole in the ground and put those pots in the ground, and that also preserves them as well. So I did want to share that with you about the pots, and because a lot of us people in apartments and stuff like that, they have pot gardens. They don't have gardens in the ground, and I do both. I'm not gonna lie, I do both of those. So just think about that when you're gardening. And you don't have to have a garden. I want to let you all know you don't have to have a garden in the ground. This girl who did the container garden, you can grow anything in the container garden, and that is the truth. Beans, greens, peppers, everything could be creative with it. What I did learn from her was that to be creative. And she also told me, hey Carol, how are you? Thank you. She also told me that, and thank you for joining. Are you a gardener? She also told me that it's never too late to garden. She says some people say you're supposed to garden like in the spring or whatever, but she says no, you can garden in the wintertime. Now I have this little it's an ultraviolet. I meant to bring it so I could kind of show it to you, but it's in the kitchen now. But it is a little container. You put 6 little pods in it, and you stick these pods down in here, and it has ultraviolet light. And I have a garden on my counter, so I do basil. I do dill grows out of there. I do 2 types of basil, a Thai basil and a regular basil. You can do anything. Peppers, I do peppers in that. So all year long, I have lettuce or growing, and I can just go and pull it off and make me a salad. that is the good part of those. It's an indoor garden, and it is great. They come large, small. Mine is about this size, and it's about this high, but then it has a little apparatus that comes up that goes over that gives that little ultraviolet light for them, for the plants as well. Okay, so we are going to move on here. Let's see. Now, I don't have this, but there are people who have farms and stuff like that, because farmers, they're growing plants, okay, whether it's corn, peas, or whatever it might be. They have a specific thing that they're going to be growing. So winterized irrigation. If you have an irrigation system, you want to drain it and winterize it to prevent the pipes from freezing up on you. So you take all of those type of things into consideration for those people who have a big area where they need to do irrigations. And I know that I'm from the Midwest, and there are farmers here that have large areas. They do corn, they do all kinds of things, and you do need some type of irrigation system for that, because you just can't get out there with a hose and water it. And another point that I want to let you know is that a lot of times people water their plants from the top, and I'm going to ask everyone to get out of that. You want to water your plants from the bottom, because that moisture on those leaves gets them wet, and it just somehow or another, it inhibits them from growing or whatever. But you want to always water from the bottom if you can. Sometimes it's not possible, but then other times it is. So the next thing that I want to talk to you about is plan for the spring, y'all. You need to plan for the spring. You want to use those winter months to plan and research the upcoming garden season, including selecting plants and seeds. Even though you cannot see that, it says seeds. Because, and that's when I do my planning. I get my seed books come in, and a good company is there's many out here, you can research it. But my mother introduced me to this company called the Seed Saver Exchange, and they it's a catalog, and you can order seeds out of there. They have everything: flowers, trees, everything. And the purpose of it is they try to preserve the seeds, and everything. I can tell you that there has been some things that I have grown that I found that they were very difficult to grow because they were like babies. So garlic is one of those. And I'm going to tell you, plant garlic in the fall. And it is something that you have to nurture. And I was very successful with them. But once it comes up, once you take it up, then you got to hang it in a dark place. I'm telling you, it was, as you learn, that was something that I learned along the way. I am very good at harvesting seeds. So my perennials, I pull the seeds or go out and take the seeds off once it has stopped blooming and all of that. And I store them in a container and I store them and label them in a container for the spring. Now, I do my seeds several ways. Some of them I actually plant in the ground, and then some of them I start in little containers. And then once they reach a certain length, then or height or whatever, then I'll put them out in the garden. I find that because I have squirrels and I have rabbits and birds, all those type of things. But I've learned over the years that those are you can do things to that. So they told me to get coyote urine, and I spray the perimeter of my yard with that, and that kind of keeps the squirrels out. And the rabbits, they like my greens and those type of things. And so my friend told me to take plastic silverware, like plastic forks, and place them around that green when it's a baby. I don't take them out. I'm going to tell you that my greens outside are like this. I've harvested once, and I'm going to harvest it again because I like to store stuff in my freezer for the winter. It's nothing like having fresh greens in the winter, you know. I prefer mine as opposed to going to the store because, you know, the store is a process. You know, they put things on it to preserve it to get it to the store. And whereas I can just go out in my yard and pick mine up. So I got some cooking to do. I'm not going to lie, because I have about 4 or 5 stalks of those greens that are, you know, I'm going to tell you that they're up like this high. And they're collards. Normally, I do collards and mustard and turnip greens. And sometimes I do kale and lettuce. But this year I was a little late in planting, so I only did the collards. I did beans, string beans. I did string beans. I did peppers. I did ghost peppers. Also California Reaper peppers. I did jalapeno peppers. I like peppers, y'all. I'm a spicy girl. I did tomatoes. I had cherry tomatoes, regular tomatoes. This is just my my vegetable garden. I got horseradish, I got cilantro out there, and my pride and joy with this year was my watermelons. You know, I had never planted watermelons, and you know, when I was down south, they always planted watermelons, and you would go out there and pick you a watermelon and everything. So I planted some watermelon. I didn't know if they were going to grow, but I've been very successful. I had about 5 out there. I haven't picked them yet because, you know, like I told you, I was late in planting them. Also, I like I told you, I harvest. So I harvest all those seeds that I can. I have morning glories along my fence, and I take all of those seeds from there and put them in a bag so that next year when I plant, I don't have to buy those. Okay, I don't have to buy. I even got catnip because I got cats, you know. So I have catnip. Let me see, what else do I have out there? I have hibiscus, and I have several types. These are several type of hibiscus. I got red, pink, white. And I have sage, where I take the sage and I let it dry out, and I give these things away to my friends. You know, I put them in little containers and give them some seasonings for the winter, so they have those. I just enjoy it. I come from the South, like I said, and they did canning. I just have not gotten into canning. I've been retired now for a while, but I do so many other things, but I would love to can. My mother and my aunts and uncles and, you know, all of them, they can. I could always go down south and come back with jellies, and those jellies last me. I miss that. Those jellies and vegetables, they would can vegetables and, you know, all of those things. And I would come back up, back home, back up north, and I would have those things. So keep that in mind. Make gardening easy. It's getting easier for me because I do the perennials. Now, I do want to talk to you. You need to research your flowers, because sometimes you can plant something and it can be invasive, an invasive species. It can be beautiful as all get up. Now, because I did not know I love sweet peas, y'all. So one, I planted sweet peas, and those sweet peas have taken over my garden. I mean, I planted them in the front of my house. They're all around the side of this house. They're all around on this side, and I have even seen them in the back. So every year I have to pull those up. I really want to pull them up, but I'm going to try to pull most of it up in the spring. I mean, in the winter this time, and see what can be, see if I can, because I want to plant something else too with that, and they will take over the garden. I have peonies. Let's see what else do I have. I have sunflowers. I mean, those big ones. I have variations in the sunflowers, and it's so once the flower dies, you just open up. You have all those sunflower seeds, so you don't have to buy it again. You just save your seeds. I put mine in a plastic bag. I'm not gonna lie. I put it in a plastic bag, and I just save it. Some I give away to other people. I plant milkweed because I like butterflies, and so that attracts the butterflies and the birds. I've had hummingbirds, all kind of birds, y'all, in my garden. So I just want to let you know that following these steps, you can help your garden survive the winter and also thrive when spring comes. So we are going to take another break, and then I'm going to come back and wish you well. Here we go.
The Homeschooling Interactive Magazine is a magazine that embraces and celebrates the entire homeschooling experience. Our magazine is different from all the rest because we provide beneficial information and assistance in homeschooling, business, wellness, mental health, resources, and life. We encourage you to pick up a copy of our magazine today on Amazon.com by simply searching the Homeschooling Interactive Magazine. The Homeschooling Interactive Magazine is all about impacting the world through home-based learning, hoping to de-stress the homeschooling experience. Get your copy from Amazon today.
All righty. All righty. All right. So as I close this evening, I hope that I have inspired you. I hope that I have encouraged you, and I hope that I have empowered you to live a healthier lifestyle. Believe it or not, garden relaxes you, and you have your own food. It's nothing like your own food to help you live a healthier lifestyle. So, with that being said, I always close my program with the 3 L's. The first L is to live. Make sure that you are living your life to the fullest. Do those things that you enjoy to do. Be happy. Don't let anyone rain on your parade. The second thing is to laugh. Make sure you laugh. Find somewhere in your day where you can laugh. Laughter is so good for the soul. And then the third thing is to love. Make sure you try. I know it's hard sometimes. My grandmother said it's hard, but she always told me that those people who you have a hard time loving are the ones that you need to love the most. You don't know what people are going through in their lives. And so don't be irritated. Just take a deep breath, count to 10. Okay? Because you can always love them, she said, with a long wooden spoon. Okay? But the most important person that you need to love is yourself. Self-love is very important. Don't you ever forget about that. And so with that being said, I am going to wish you farewell. And I come on every Wednesday. Every Wednesday, you will see sweet blessings. Have a great one. Be kind to everyone. Talk to you later.
The time is now, the time is here. Round up the soldiers and limit your ear. Pick your head up, stick your chest out, be strong. Listen closely, cause men can't always be wrong. The time is now, the time is here. Round up the soldiers and limit your ear.
What up, everybody? It's your guy T Swin. And
your boy J Bean.
And this is the Men Can't Always Be Wrong podcast, brought to you by CTR Media Network. And we have a special guest for you today, coming all the way from the Philippines. Man, we got some good topics we're gonna talk about. And this guy, man, he's amazing. He has a huge following on social media. He's heavy in the community, man. He does a lot of things dealing with people and their mental health, their self-health, and their self-care. And man, our guest today is none other than Mr. Jay Chatalangzi.
Thanks so much. Glad to be here, guys.
Man, thank you for coming on with us.
Of course.
So, Jay, man, give us a little bit of your background.
Yeah, so my name is Jay Chatalangzi, currently residing in the Philippines as of right now. I'm a self-care and healing coach. I help my clients begin their healing journey with simple and effective self-care. Grew up in California and Hawaii, went through my own healing journey, which kind of catapulted this whole coaching and helping others to start their healing journeys, because I truly believe that everybody has something to heal from. We all have trauma. We all have things that we don't talk about, chapters that we don't want people to know about. But for me specifically, coming out of my own issues of healing and my anger, temperament, and not being able to be vulnerable and express my feelings was a huge detriment to my life, and that affected everyone that I loved. So when I got through that with my own journey, it then turned into what I'm doing now to help my clients and students do the same thing. So that's pretty much what I do. And like I said, we're residing in the Philippines right now. We basically sold everything in California and just picked up the family and decided to travel the world. So here we are.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
I've never heard of energy medicine. This is actually a new topic for me. Can you explain
Okay.
the difference between energy medicine and conventional medicine?
Yeah, for sure. So good question, by the way. So energy medicine, basically deals with energy. Medicine is just there because everyone's familiar with the term, right? But
Mhm.
medicine is just something that you take that can make you physically, mentally, emotionally feel better. Energy deals with energy, specifically energy. Quantum energy, I don't know if you guys are familiar about that, but if you look at us in a microscope, 10 times zoom in, all you're going to see is little light beams bouncing around. We're
Yeah.
all made up of energy. We're all made up
Yeah.
of, light. And so energy medicine deals with that. I am a certified emotion code practitioner. So we use energy to create harmony in your body, right? Because if you have energy that is stuck within your body, it can cause a lot of energy blocks. It can cause a lot of other things like dis-ease, right? Physical ailments,
Mhm.
and a lot of other things that can definitely impede on your life if you have these type of blocks. So that's what energy medicine is.
Man, how did you discover energy medicine?
Another good question. So it happened because my wife, we had our son Ezra, and after she had our son Ezra, she went through severe postpartum depression, rage, anxiety, all of that.
Mhm.
It was one of the most scariest times of my life. I didn't know how to support her, what to do. I mean, there were points in that situation where she didn't even want to hold our son and our baby and be with us, right? I mean, and I've never dealt with severe depression like that. I mean, I've been sad because of a breakup, but not to that point,
Yeah, that extent, yeah.
Exactly. And so, we went to the doctor, we went to see the psychiatrist and all that stuff, and they were going to give her, put her on some meds. But at that time, she was still mentally aware enough to not to do that because she was also breastfeeding at the time whenever she
Exactly.
wanted to do it. So she started to look into other holistic ways to help her deal with all of her, depression and rage and anxiety,
Yeah.
I mean, us guys will never understand what women go through after having a
Yeah.
baby. You know what I mean? So it's
Most
like,
definitely, most definitely
yeah,
not.
yeah. So
I've been through it too, bro.
okay, yeah. So I mean, pretty sure but
Yeah.
yeah. So when she started to look, on the internet, I think she came across this other practitioner, and she was talking about this book called The Emotion Code by Dr. Bradley Nelson, and he's a doctor that founded this energy healing technique, and he's been practicing it for over 25 years on his clients, and he was seeing a huge amount of success stories and stuff. So he wrote the book, and this other person on Instagram, she was talking about the book, and then my wife happened to see the Instagram post, and she was like, I want to get that book. She loves reading. That's like her thing. So she bought the book, she started reading it, and then she told me, she's like, I think you need to read this book. And I was like, okay, cool. And I downloaded the audiobook. I love listening to books. So I went through it in like 3 days. And something inside of me was like, this is it. This is what's going to help you with your postpartum depression, rage, and anxiety. I don't know how I knew, but you just kind of get that knowing sometimes when things
get that feeling.
make sense.
You felt it.
Right, the intuition, right? And so we started to practice the technique because the book tells you how to implement this energy healing technique on yourself, right?
Yeah.
So we started to do it on ourselves, and she was seeing some shifts in her mood, in her mental state of being, in her emotions. And I was seeing the differences too. Even her doctors were seeing the difference. Her doctors, we'd go to the weekly checkups, for her psychiatrist, and even her psychiatrist is like, what are you doing? Like you seem like you're a lot better, because she was already diagnosed, postpartum depression. So she kept doing it. And I think 3 months in, all of her symptoms of depression, anxiety, rage went away. And so it was such a life-changing moment for both of us that we decided to become certified practitioners in this specific energy healing technique. And the premise of it is just understanding that we all feel emotions, right?
Mhm.
And sometimes if we don't, not sometimes, most times, most of us do not process these emotions in a very healthy way. We internalize, right? We hold it in,
Hold
we
on
don't
to it,
speak
yeah.
about it. Yeah. But then that emotion is also considered energy. So every emotion we feel has a specific frequency, a specific vibration. And if we internalize that emotion, it becomes what we call trapped emotions. It becomes stuck into your body, right? So it becomes stagnant. And over time, when that energy or emotion, energy in motion, if it's not moving through your body, it's going to get stuck. And once it gets stuck, that energy is going to grow and grow, and it's going to start to distort your cells, your muscle tissue. A lot of people that come to us, they always tell us like, yeah, I've been having this crazy pain. I don't even know where it came from.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, it's a lot of, emotions that you haven't healthily processed because we were never taught that, right? We were never growing up. I don't know about you guys, but my household was very like strict, like you can't feel nothing.
Especially in the States, we're so used to this going to the doctor and they just sticking the pill in our mouth, That's the answer for everything in the West.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly. And I subscribed to that too, for a while until, that's when, seeing my wife go through that and understanding and seeing her get better, it made me really go down the rabbit hole about this whole energy thing, about the self-care thing, about how we as human beings have to look at ourselves in a very holistic way, like HOL and WHO. Like we're not just talking about physical, like physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual, right? Like all these 4 things, like they all intertwine and interconnect with each other. So we have to be very aware of how they affect one another. And, you see a lot of people out there, they could be super physically fit, but then they have a lot of mental ailments, right? So we have to really be mindful about everything that, we do to take care of ourselves in a very holistic way.
Now you talked about energy and you talked about frequencies. Now there's some like you said, people being physically fit on the outside, but they say if you're at a certain frequency, you can be medically dead. At a low frequency. And they say also talking about higher energy and higher frequencies also keep sicknesses out of the body.
Correct.
I've done a little research.
Yeah.
I've also, I know you're big on meditation too, man.
Yes.
So
Yes.
I took a class on transcendental meditation.
Nice.
So we have a school here in Houston, and I'm a member of a lifetime member. I don't meditate as much as I should. I need to get back into a heavy practice, in the morning and in the evening. So I'm big on that.
Yeah, man. Congratulations on that. And I always champion people who want to step into that realm of meditation. And I just want to, let your audience know, because when people hear that word, meditation, they already get apprehensive. They're like, oh, I can't
Yeah.
clear my mind. I can't do this. I can't do that.
Yeah.
I can't meditate. They're already self-fulfilling prophecy that they can't do it. But when I teach my students, simple meditation, depending on where they are in their lives, right? When they tell me they can't meditate, we don't meditate, right? We just start by breathing first. Because
Yeah.
most people in a high state of survival, or the nervous systems are always dysregulated. They're
Yeah.
already overthinking, over worrying, right? They're always like in fear mode. So what I do to help my clients and students is I teach them how to breathe first, right?
Yeah.
Just focusing on your breath and breathing for like 1 or 2 minutes. And that in itself is already meditative, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because like I said, I mean, marketing and all this stuff, and they see on TV, they think like, oh, I have to be like in a cave somewhere and clear my mind and not have any
Well,
thoughts.
the
And I'm
ocean. Yeah.
yeah. So I'm
Yeah,
like,
so all
no,
that tranquil.
yeah, exactly. I mean, that helps too, but the main point of meditation is to relax your body, right? We have to get into our bodies, and then the whole observation of your mind and your thoughts will come later, right? There's like small steps to get to where you want to be and then at that point, when you become an avid, meditator, you'll feel the effects, in your everyday life, right? You won't be so reactive. You won't be so angry, right? You'll have more patience, more compassion, have like an altruistic outlook on life, right? So all these things come with practice, and that's exactly what it is. It's a practice. It's not like I meditate 3 days a week and I'm good to go.
You're
It's
perfect.
like
Yeah.
right. Some days, like I just take like 2 minutes just to do it. Some days I
Yeah.
take longer. So just depends on how I feel.
And I have another question for you, because I'm new to the whole meditation thing. I know enough to get in trouble, basically. So what are some common misconceptions about energy medicine? That you like, besides people saying, I can't do it because I can't clear my mind. What other kind of misconceptions did you get?
You mean for meditation or energy healing or energy?
For energy healing, sir.
Oh, for energy healing. So a lot of misconceptions. I mean, the biggest one is like, it's it's not viewed in Western society as something tangible, right? So a lot of people don't believe in it because they can't really prove it happening. Not unlike conventional medicine, where you go, you take a pill, it's going to physically impact your body some way, somehow, or numb it, or take away the pain, and they feel physically better.
All right. Hello, everybody. If you are absolutely loving our CTR Media Network live stream, here is what you got to do. Go to ctrmedianetwork.com, click the CTRM channel, and you can watch the remainder of the episode of the Men Can't Always Be Wrong podcast that is broadcasting right now. Yes, right now. So hop on over to ctrmedianetwork.com if you want to learn how you can utilize your energy in a positive way. So that is the Men Can't Always Be Wrong podcast. Make sure to tune in every single day, 24/7, 7 days a week. We will have our CTR Media Network live stream where you will be able to be introduced to our amazing podcasts and shows. But all of these episodes that you're seeing now is not all of their episodes. So I would like to encourage you to go on to CTR Media Network and click on the shows that you've been loving. Click on the shows that you have been loving and see all of the shows or episodes that they actually have right now, because they have a plethora of shows. And also take it a step further and go ahead and get yourself booked on their show. Yes, and yes. All right. So Sheila C. Hill is in the building. She said she loved it. She said, click on the shows. Yes, click on the shows. We are a family of podcasters that are determined to make a positive impact, and also to bring you insight, to bring you growth, to bring you amazing guests to help you push your thinking in a way to help you elevate in whatever way, shape, or form that you want to do. But these guests have this information, and you can also take it a step further, as well as clicking on the podcast show that you want to listen to or watch even more, but take it a step further and make sure that you connect with our guests that's on our show. So if our guests on our shows are offering a specific product, or maybe something that they can do which involves coaching or whatever the case may be, go ahead and check them out. Check them out today, okay? So I have been able to connect with so many of the amazing guests that we have. And remember, CTR Media Network is all about making a positive impact. And we're all about helping you grow. Yes, helping you grow as we grow. Make sure to tell your family, friends, the people who work with you. Tell everybody when you're in the grocery store all about CTR Media Network and our amazing podcasters. And make sure to binge watch your favorite shows, because now we have online TV. Yes, online TV, where you can go to ctrmedianetwork.com, even if we're not streaming on social media at that time, which we will be. But make sure that you hop on over and you can watch not just CTR Media Network channel, but we have content creators, yes, that have their own shows. We have new shows that's coming out right now, all the way from Dubai, with Professor Shirley Louie. She is going to be talking about a lot of things dealing with education, and also our children and parents, and how we can build confidence and help you not only in the public school system, but also in homeschooling. We have a new podcast coming your way, Miss Rapid Release. Yes, baby, Miss Rapid Release, right here, based in South Carolina. She is a woman bail bondsman, and she has a passion for helping our young ones who may find themselves on the wrong side of the law. She helped them get back to the basis, and also help the parents along the way. She also is a notary, and she has other things that she actually offer as well. We also have the amazing CEO and also head leader of KBBU University podcast, where you'll be able to meet, amazing entrepreneurs from all over the world, including right here in South Carolina. You can also take part by watching graduations, getting to connect with businesses, and also know how to do it the Kingdom way. Yes, yes, yes. So make sure to check them out. They also have their own online TV channel, so you can binge watch some of their episodes as well. They are right now on. We also have another one, which is Dr. Mary Zenith TV, all about health and wellness. She is a doctor, a psychiatrist, and she also brings on other experts as well to help you in regards to mental health, help you in regards to what we put in our bodies and the chemicals to alert you to what's going on. She is that doctor that really cares about all of you. And don't forget to check out all of our podcasting shows. Check out every single one. Just take your time and go through all the shows, because every one of our shows on our network has something different, something to offer in regards to insight, knowledge, and so much more. Make sure to support the shows as well. We have sponsorships spots available on all of our shows, as well as commercial slots, and all of us will be happy to show whatever it is that you do. If you would like to be a featured guest on any, or a co-host, I should say, if you would like to be a co-host on any of our podcasting shows that offers the co-hosting opportunity, reach out. You may not want to start a podcast from scratch, but you may want to co-host one of our already thriving podcasts that we offer those slots. Reach out by clicking that contact us button so we can get you started today. And like I said before, if you want to be a guest on any of our podcasting shows, just simply go to ctrmedianetwork.com, click on the podcast show that you have a desire to be on, and register to be a guest. You will see a gold button that you can click to register to be a guest, that will help, which will connect you with that podcast host. Advertise with us. We have so many advertisement opportunities for you to maximize your visibility online. I would like to thank you so much for tuning in to today's CTR Media Network live stream. Guess what? I'll see you on tomorrow in our show. We have Sheila C. Hill. She's one of our podcasters. She is She is in the building. She says CTR Media Network is the best. Tap in now. Tap in. I can hear her now with her voice. She said, hey, South Carolina in the house. And she also says, amazing. Thank you, Alethea Cooper, for tuning in on today, and all of our, and Sheila C. Hill, and all of our other amazing podcasters. We actually have an event streaming right now, which is transformative with Sandy Sanders, coaches that become authors. So make sure to tap on in by going to Coffee Conversations with Sandy. That event is live and going on right now. So if you want to go on over and connect with our event that's going on over there, hosted by and with Sandy, go on over to Coffee Conversations with Sandy right now. You can be able to speak with them live. Yes, speak with them live. And if you want to continue the episode that you was watching on Men Can't Always Be Wrong podcast, all you have to do is hop on over to ctrmedianetwork.com and click the CTR Media Network word or name, and you will be able to watch. Yes, you'll be able to watch the remainder of that episode. And a cool thing, we have a TV guide, so you can click the TV guide feature to see what show may pique your interest, and you can plan your day around the show or episode that you want to watch, because our network is on 24/7, 7 days a week, baby, in more than one way. We are in your face because we are determined to make a positive impact. I am your host, Dr. Tina J. Ramsey, for the CTR Media Network live stream, and I'll see you on tomorrow. So if no one told you today that you are important, that you are worthy, and that you are needed, I'm here to tell you that you are needed. And I have to go. We have Anna L. Brothers. Make sure to tune into her show from the Anna L. Brothers Show. Sweet blessings. All right, you guys, have a good day, and make sure to do like Sheila C. Hill says, run on over. On that note, you guys, have a great, amazing rest of your night. Hug your family, kiss your kids, and be appreciative of what you have. Stop thinking about what you don't have, and be grateful for what you do have. And make sure to spend that necessary time with your family. I'll see you tomorrow. Talk to you later. Bye.